Lango vazi la stara naiba, ukiwa mbali na kuwaza, karibu nikumbatie, penzi lako laniwaza, kamwe nisitokuacha. Mbali na kuwaza, karibu nikumbatie, penzi lako laniwaza, kamwe nisitokuacha. Sitakuacha. Nakupenda sana na hakuna uwe wangu mimi, chochote nitakupa. Nakupenda sana na hakuna mpenzi wangu, tupendane. Kwangu nafsi yangu mimi wazi, sitowahi kukukosea. Oh, 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 la 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 la. Narudi nyumbani kifuli mlangoni, napiga simu mteja sikioni, jaribu tena na tena, sijui uko wapi, penzi laumiza, penzi hatari tupu, rudi mama rudi, nipe langu kosa mama, nalia naumwa, na kosa nililofanya mimi sijui, nalia naumwa, na kosa nililofanya mimi sijui. Chozi lanitiririka machoni, chozi la penzi lanitia huzuni, lakini kuishi upweke siwezi. Nirudie baby, naomba penzi, penzi laumiza, penzi hatari tupu, rudi mama rudi, nipe langu kosa mama, nalia naumwa, na kosa nililofanya mimi sijui, nalia naumwa, na kosa nililofanya mimi sijui. Chozi lanitiririka machoni, chozi la penzi lanitia huzuni, lakini kuishi upweke siwezi. Nirudie baby, naomba penzi, penzi laumiza, penzi hatari tupu, rudi mama rudi, nipe langu kosa mama, nalia naumwa, na kosa nililofanya mimi sijui, nalia naumwa, na kosa nililofanya mimi sijui, nalia naumwa, na kosa nililofanya mimi sijui, nalia naumwa, na kosa nililofanya mimi sijui. Tunapopendezana mimi na wewe, mimi na wewe, talala nacho kipenzi changu, talala nacho. Kina fulani wasema tutawachana, siku miezi miaka tuko pamoja, ni safari nikikumbuka jana, hatimaye wepete mimi chanda. Kipenzi changu wendo ladha, ubavu wangu wenipe kupata, wendo yangu oh my lover, twafana mimi na wewe swadata, itawauma sana, itawauma, itawauma, tunapopendezana tukiwa pamoja, itawauma sana, itawauma, itawauma, tunapopendezana tukiwa pamoja. Mola kanipa wewe, moyo kuridhia wewe, unavyochemsha damu na kunipa tamu, siwezi bila wewe. Mama kakufunza vyema, kakupa alichokibeba, ulinipenda bila fedha, wala iwewe chanda chema. Unyagoni una shahada, madoido yako matata, sijiwezi mwenzio, sema na mimi unipoze, sema na wewe baby lea penzi, itawauma sana, itawauma, itawauma, tunapopendezana tukiwa pamoja, itawauma sana, itawauma, itawauma, tunapopendezana tukiwa pamoja. Wandiliwa saa penzi lako lala, ukichakacha wanabaki wamezuba. Wandiliwa saa penzi lako lala, ukichakacha wanabaki wamezuba. Itawauma sana, itawauma, itawauma, tunapopendezana tukiwa pamoja, itawauma sana, itawauma, itawauma, tunapopendezana tukiwa pamoja.
pamoja.
Itawauma sana, itawauma,
Itawauma tunapopendezana tukiwa pamoja.
itawauma sana, itawauma.
Itawauma tunapopendezana tukiwa pamoja. wamekula mbegu zangu na lilima shamba langu, kudhulumu nguvu zangu. Matumbiri na manyani wamekula mbegu zangu, nasema meno ni mfupa, kuyangaza si furaha. Mimi nina mengi yanayonichoma moyoni, nasema meno ni mfupa, kuyangaza si furaha. Mimi nina mengi yanayonichoma moyoni, moyoni mwangu nalia sana na hubahaba, hakika una. Moyoni mwangu nalia sana na hubahaba, hakika una. Mwerevu mashakani, mwerevu mashakani.
Goba. Bambo, Osaba, Eba. Mama ziba, mwenza koni tuvi, kiza imama. Wasema ni baya, mwenza koni zuri, kiza imama. Woi woi wololo oh, woi woi wololo oh, kiza imama. Woi woi wololo oh, woi woi wololo oh, kiza imama. Unapona wawili walio pamoja, siri zao wazijua. Unapona wawili walioshikana, siri zao wazijua. Usema ni baya, mwenzako ni zuri, kiza imama. Usema nkipo, mwenzako ni togo, kiza imama. Woi woi wololo oh, woi woi wololo oh, kiza imama. Woi woi wololo oh, woi woi wololo oh, kiza imama. Iba, funga kibwebwe ucheze kiuno chako mwenyewe. mwenzako asali kizaizai mama, usema ni baya mwenzako ni zuri kizaizai mama. Woi woi wololo oh, woi woi wololo oh, kizaizai mama. Woi woi wololo oh, woi woi wololo oh, kizaizai mama. Twende sasa, funga kibwebwe ucheze kiuno chako mwenyewe, 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 funga kibwebwe ucheze kiuno chako mwenyewe. Nasema simo mimi, simo gogo, simo, simo gogo. Nasema simo, simo gogo, simo, simo gogo. kimwemwe ucheze kiuno chako mwenyewe. Funga kimwemwe ucheze kiuno chako mwenyewe. Funga kimwemwe ucheze.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just a little housekeeping. Just a little housekeeping. May I request the panelists that will be moderated by Ms. Liz Lenjo to kindly identify themselves, or at least make note that you should be recognized. Some of us are using pseudonyms. Mr. Robert Asewe, Dr. Ezekiel Mutua, Mr. Justice Ngemu, Mr. Saul Esikuri, aka Shizo, and Mr. Bernard Kioko. Kindly identify yourself to Liz, because we will be starting immediately with your panel.
Ipeperushwe juu 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 sana. Trio mio, sisi wa Kenya tunawe. Yeah. Na ipeperushwe juu juu sana. Ajeki, ni mkurugenzi mzalendo black, red and green. Najivunia sna maneno young, fresh and free. Niko huru, raia bariani clean. Patriot before Mariga bebe Champions League. Kaza mikuti bendera si pepe humwaka. Nasikia ripoti magari zinapita jumaka. Moja ni nguvu si uishiki arambe. Lazima magoti mapaja ndo upate mguu kaka. Mkenya halisi, nasikia ifiche inaonekana kwa rahisi. Mboka inapigwa vile inafando vile inaishi. Jutamu kuona vijana wa
Kena ni baba, kena ni mama, umenitunga na kupenda sana. Jamhuri Day, kila kitu sawa, ni feeling poa kujitawala. Fiche imeng'ara kama kawa, jua imewaka tena sana. Wagenge wote wanajivunia, Kenya yetu bado tunaaminia.
Kenya ni namba moja, tena tunaongoza, wengine wanafuata. Mola ametulinda tuwe mara kama simba, kila kitu guda guda. Au sio? Ndio manake
Amina jivunia kuwa Mkenya. Tuna mengi na zote nazipenda. Uwe kijana ama mama mboga, ni nani atazidi kuijenga? Ni mimi, ni wewe, ni sisi, ni sote.
Wakenya twende Wakenya twende na kama inakubamba simama katika. It's all about love, one tribe daima.
Wakenya twende Wakenya twende na kama inakubamba simama katika. It's all about love, one tribe.
Kuna watu wa maana hii Kenya, wameinua bendera kupenya. Iwana spoti mabingwa ni Kenya, Mungu bariki hii Kenya.
Sijui nitaje nini, mazuri ni mengi huku Kenya. Baraka ni nyingi, kama huamini zuru Kenya.
Kuna watu roho juu, watu roho nzuri, wanapenda kazi.
Upendo uko juu, watu wenye nguvu, moja kwa kazi. Roho moja wa Kenya, roho moja. Tukishikana mikono tutasonga mbele.
natural beauty, national park in a capital city. Oh my God, Kenya unakaa fiti. Vile nakupenda kuprotect you is my duty. Inye mashoja wale wa Kenya wazalendo, tuweke Kenya mbele kwa umoja na upendo. And if I have to choose, I will still choose you. Najivunia kuwa Mkenya na si udu.
Haijalishi kabila, Kenya nyumbani. Amani na undugu kwetu thamani. Akiwe ngao na mlinzi, Mola tujalie. Usawa na ustawi pia tupatie. Wakenya tuko huru. wa pige nduru twapendana hadi wa pige nduru twapendana hadi wa pige nduru
Mimi na wewe kitu kimoja, sote sauti moja, undugu ni umoja, tushikane tujengane. Wewe kitu kimoja, sote sauti moja, undugu ni umoja, tushikane tujengane.
Kenya ninaipenda uadilifu mimi nawe tuungane umoja wetu kinywani aero kinywani aero kinywani aero sana asechiora manetione pinywa dala asechiora netione pinywa dala ondisore Kenya berneno ondisore Kenya berneno biurune kakawakerore biurune kakawakerore akweda onge wadake giera akweda onge wadake giera asoya onge wawuothele wadake kwe wanjo Kenya duto wadake kwe wanjo Kenya duto Kenya rien chalo polo Kenya rien chalo polo Malaikolon walemone pinywani Malaikolon walemone pinywani Kenya pinywani aero pinywani aero aero sana Wakenya 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 kwa amani we kwa amani
Yeah.
You know we love it. Watu wote Kenya tuishi kwa umoja. Sisi kabila moja. Mila na desturi twazipenda.
Wakenya
Yeah.
Wakenya Wakenya kwa amani we kwa amani
Twajivunia Kenya moja. Tusonge mbele.
Yeah.
mnasikia na hii style mkisikiza mnadeko kabisa muremeni ngoma za Isa msanii kabisa slogan chatisha Kanairoku niko machampe my love for the country na band bless na vile mkoshua siwezi guess sisiri sijawila many bless shujaa entertainer the president
walipata mashujaa zamani ndio maana leo hii Kenya tosherekea ushindi hebu basi cheza nami kuchikuchi ukitaka pia lete isikuti kisha hebu teremuka na mipwani tufurahi pamoja hebu basi cheza nami kuchikuchi ukitaka pia lete isikuti ukitaka teremuka na mipwani tufurahi pamoja wewe ni shujaa ni shujaa beautiful nation celebration one thing that I know no matter where we go forever 254 forever 254 watu wa Kenya Kenya twasimama tuko imara moja daima sote tuko sawa Kenya twasimama tuko imara moja daima sote tuko sawa Twasherekea, twasema asante, twasherekea, twasema asante, twasherekea, twasema asante, twasherekea, twasema asante.
Umbali tumetoka na mahali tumefika, tumshukuru Mungu sababu ya Kenya, tumshukuru Mungu sababu ya rais wetu.
Kenya imayana Kenya engoma isidai Kenya nchi yangu ni nchi teule amani na umoja ndio ngao yetu Jehova Shalom Mungu wa amani Hero kama nona tukora kele nyimi Isegwedo Kenya ratega miyango Anatingi malo inemiro mapaka Anatingi malo inemiro mapaka Netwoka omode netwoka Netwoka kweraga inendekio Tunayo sababu ya kufurahia Na kurukaruka kama vile ndama Kenya yetu Mungu anatupenda Kenya yetu inasonga mbele Twasherekea, twasema asante Twasherekea, twasema asante Twasema asante, twasherekea, twasema asante
Ngai wakonye nina kendo cha okonenga ateyo nyendi tunga ngatho na tuikunea umecheza kama wewe baba na ndiposa twasema asante
Abakenya mwezi Uyamono Abagami mwezi Uyamono Asante baba baba Somoto wa owajari Uyamono Asante baba
Tata weito torakogonga Tata weito torakogonga Abakuya bonswe barakogonga Abakenya bonswe barakogonga
Emenyo Kenya nenyita chego Emenyo Kenya nenyita kumya Kongoi baba Kongoi Jesu Wewe ni mwema Kwa nchi yetu Umwami wa dhambi Nyasaye wetu ngulu Wakushukuru Wa raisi wetu Na viongozi
Nyasaye mangima wagoni erokamano kuom odiochieng' ma kawuono mar Masuja Day. Wagoni erokamano kuom kwe, hera, ketowa kanyakla to kod integrity. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Nyasaye wapake wamiye duong'. Walando hera, Nyasachwa wapake wamiye duong'. Walando hera mare. Nyasaye wapake wamiye duong'. Walando hera, Nyasachwa wapake wamiye duong'. Walando hera mare.
Kama beka. Bana vefe. Vintu vichenjanga. Bakenya mulino buyanzi luno. Wikwela buzalendo bwefe. Bulala buli kamani. Kamani ke kuzuta Kenya. Yona bulu mundu ketikite. Tindikiti ya wikwela Kenya. Kama beka.
Vatana Kenya, Nende Yemogo, Manando Mangambo, Me Vatana Kenya, Twingela Kenya, Kilapan Yani,
Never Gaka, Ime Masuta Ove, Remio Coleto, Ribereito, Remio Coleto, Muendavito, Toto Coraje, Maidamo.
Hallelujah, hallelujah. Nyasaye wapake wamiye duong'. Walando hera, Nyasachwa wapake wamiye duong'. Walando hera mare. Nyasaye wapake wamiye duong'. Walando hera, Nyasachwa wapake wamiye duong'. Walando hera mare.
Kama beka. Bana vefe. Vintu vichenjanga. Bakenya mulino buyanzi luno. Wikwela buzalendo bwefe. Bulala buli kamani. Kamani ke kuzuta Kenya. Yona bulu mundu ketikite. Tindikiti ya wikwela Kenya. Kama beka.
Tembe tuni, negi we boy.
nevata na Kenya nendeye mougo manando mangambo mevata na Kenya twingelekenya sio Kenya kila manu duniani
newe kaka ine masuta ove debe koleto webereito debe koleto we mwenda wito tutokora ngire maida mo
PPMC Production.
Songe mbele wa Kenya, Mungu ibariki nchi yetu.
Kenya nchi yetu yasonga mbele, nende na muwe mwingi na ngwatanio. Tangu tupate uhuru, bado jamhuri yetu yasimama imara na tumeridhika.
Kenya ni nchi yenye usalama. Kenya ni nchi ya wazalendo. Uadilifu na usawa ni nguzo. Never borrow Kenya.
Ugatuzi umeimarisha uchumi wa mwananchi wa kawaida mashinani. Ujumuishaji wa kila mtu aliye miongoni mwetu bila ya ubaguzi. Omulembe nende okulala ubenendo bandu bosi Kenya nefe.
Nasema ongera kwa mababu zetu waliopigania uhuru. Mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini. Hakuna kama Kenya. Hakuna kipenzi changu. Waishie kulinde na milele.
Kenya yefe. Jalo shazibali. Jalo shibai.
PPMC Production.
Number one, Kenya yetu. Number one, kweli uli number one. Number one, Kenya yetu. Number one, kweli uli number one.
Nchi yetu kweli kipenzi chetu, utamaduni wetu twajivunia. Tujenge Kenya tukufu, urithi wetu, wajibu wetu sisi sote kwa pamoja.
Yeah. macho yako, pua yako, nywele zako zaniua. Napokona mimi tofauti na wengine, zile tu mimi nawe tulikuze kwa makini. Kitu kimoja, shika penzi wako siliwe. Na mimi nimeamini kuwa penzi litadumu, kwa wengine sijaona ni kubwa na ni muhimu. Na mimi nimeamini kuwa penzi litadumu, kwa wengine sijaona ni kubwa na ni muhimu. Yabo! Wanayosema sishike hata kidogo, na zile tu mimi nawe tulikuze kwa makini. Na kitu kimoja, shika penzi wako siliwaje. Na mimi nimeamini kuwa penzi litadumu, kwa wengine sijaona ni kubwa na ni muhimu. Na mimi nimeamini kuwa penzi litadumu, kwa wengine sijaona ni kubwa na ni muhimu. Yeba! Yeba! Sasa
Ladies and gentlemen, may I humbly request that we remain standing. Our chief guest has arrived, and we would like to get straight away to the program. Allow me to ask the band, members of the PPMC, and yourselves to kindly be ready for our national anthem and the East African anthem. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
gentlemen, remain standing as we have an opening prayer from Leah Mercy.
Let us pray. Baba, katika jina la Yesu Kristo, tunakushukuru, tunakuabudu kwa ajili ya wema na fadhili zako. Ni asanti mfalme wa falme kwa sababu ya siku nyingine umeifanya ya kihistoria katika nchi ya Kenya. Umetupa nafasi ya kuungana wakati huu kwa ajili ya wasanii wote ama creative katika nchi ya Kenya. Pokea sifa zote na shukrani mtakatifu wa takatifu. Ninaomba Baba wa mbinguni, yote tutakayoongea katika hiki kikao, Jehova, yakakubalike kwako mbinguni na tukapata solution katika jina la Yesu Kristo. Tunakushukuru kwa sababu ya kiongozi wetu President William Samoei Ruto, kwa sababu ya kutupa yeye na ametupa nafasi ya kujiongea Baba wa mbinguni. Twakuomba ukambariki na ukamuinue. Ni asanti kwa ajili ya CS ambaye amesikia kilio chetu, mfalme wa falme, na akatuita tunongozane. Jehova, pokea sifa na utukufu. Tunapoanza tunaomba kibali chako. Kila jambo tutakalo lisema katika hiki kikao, wacha tukakubaliane kwa sauti moja kwa ajili ya uwepo wako mtakatifu wa takatifu. Ukistenda sifa na utukufu zikurudie. Tunaomba baraka zako, tunaomba nehema, tunaomba hekima katika jina la Yesu Kristo tumeomba na kuamini. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Honorable guest, Honorable Ababu Namwamba, Cabinet Secretary, Youth Affairs, Sports, and the Arts, the Executive Director of Kenya Copyright Board, Mr. Edward Sigei, members of the ministry who are here, members of the board that are here, ladies and gentlemen, wasanii na washikadau. Welcome to the National Creative Summit. This, of course, is an event of the ministry and that of the Copyright Board. We would like to get started right away, and although before then, allow me to kindly introduce myself. My name is Juma Odemba. I am the director of Kayamba Africa for the past 27 years. I am also a serving member of the Kenya Copyright Board, representing musicians. And finally, I am an artist. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us first of all to just make a very important statement, and this one goes directly to Mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa was at the World Cup. Nobody leaves the World Cup. Nobody. But for him to have prioritized and made important this particular event, for him to come back to Kenya to attend to us, is something that is extremely outstanding. Ladies and gentlemen, let us appreciate Mheshimiwa. Thank you very much, and as we proceed, I would now want to hand over to the Executive Director of Kenya Copyright Board, Bwana Edward Sigei, to give his opening remarks. Bwana Sigei.
Asante Bwana Juma. Yes, I think I will not be very long. I want us to go straight to the program today, and we have taken much longer than we anticipated. Honorable Ababu Namwamba, the CS, Youth Affairs, Sports, and the Arts. CEOs here present. I can see Timothy Owasi. I can see Christopher Wambua. We are expecting Njao from NTSA. Of course, our host here is Mike Pundo. And we are also expecting a few members of parliament. I'm not sure if they are here already. Of course, the CEOs of MCSK, Camp and Prisk, board members of the 3 CMOs, representatives of the CEO Safaricom, and representatives of the business associations here present, leaders of various civil society groups and artist groups. We also have guests from Shia Publishing and SAMRO, which is the South African Collective Management Organization. We also have lawyers here and IP experts. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Habari yenu? Kutakuwa na chai, so changamkeni kiasi. I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you to this auspicious occasion, and also welcome those who are following us on the stream. And I wish to state that I wish to thank everybody for sparing time for this important event. This event is meant for dialogue and charting the way forward for the larger creative sector. Although initially designed like a music event, we've tried to incorporate other creative sector players, and they will have an opportunity to speak so that we have one voice. Waziri, we thank you for convening this summit this early enough in your tenure. And everyone here present and joining us, I wish to encourage everyone here to speak their minds and offer ideas that can be implemented for the benefit of the sector. Kekobo, on its part, being the host, will be listening and facilitating events. We will not be joining in the debate. But I want each one of you who has an opportunity to give a honest view of where we are, where we are going, and what needs to be done. Tunajua wasanii ni kama wanasiasa, kuna long speeches, but I'll ask you for today that you focus on the issue at hand given the time that we have. As Waziri, there are a number of things, even if I'm the host, and in my culture, the host doesn't speak much, doesn't confront anyone. Waziri, kuna mambo mawili tu ama tatu ambayo pengine itakuwa my contribution. Waziri, budgets for this sector is very low, and I think the CEOs present here know this is one of the areas that has been starved. We are all facing austerity, but we expect that this hustler government, something additional could be made available to the sector. Hata tunaona kwa Pundo hapa kunahitajika viti na vitu kadhaa. Nisiwe najitetea peke yangu. So we need budgets for enforcement. We need budgets for data. We expect that going forward, data and information or decisions will be made based on data and information that is available through research. So we need to have maybe funds for that purpose. And of course, capacity building. As a business, as a creative sector business, there are many skills that our artists do not have. Apart from money, some of them lack skills, especially in the digital environment. You have assets that people are abusing and misusing online. We need you to be up running and be able to earn from your work as even we completely shift from the analog to the digital environment. Of course, the other issue for Waziri is that there are a number of pending policies and maybe bills. I think more specifically in the film sector. I think I'll be speaking on behalf of my CEOs here in the government to say that some of these could also be moved faster. Waziri, I've noted your passion for the sector, and I have no doubt that under your leadership, the policy plans enunciated in the Kenya Kwanza manifesto will be achieved for the benefit of the creative sector. With those few remarks, Waziri, it's now my pleasure to welcome you to address the summit. Could we give him makofi ya kilo? Juma knows ile ya kufunga na kufungua. Hebu tufanye. Imetosha, asante. Karibu.
Thank you, Bwana CEO. Okay, asante sana. Asante sana, Bwana CEO. Let me start by acknowledging leadership that is gathered here this morning from various sectors. We have here representatives from the Office of the Attorney General. We have CEOs of Kekobo, Mr. Sigei, who has just talked to us, our CEO from the Kenya Film Commission. Mr. Sigei, you should have introduced your colleagues. Our CEO, Banawase, maybe just step forward so that these creatives can know this is the CEO of the Kenya Film Commission that is responsible for the Kenya film space. He'll be able to share with you a few thoughts on the film space later on in our engagement. You can have a seat. We also have our CEO of this space where we are today, our host today, the CEO of the Kenya Cultural Center, Bwana Pundo. Napundo, if you could step forward also. The CEO of the Kenya Cultural Center that houses the Kenya National Theatre. Asante sana. We also have our CEO of the Kenya Film Classification Board, Bwana Wambua, the Kenya Film Classification Board that is responsible for regulating the film space. All these officers will have an opportunity to interact with us as we move along. Bwana Wambua, you can have a seat. Of course, we also have representatives of our Communication Authority of Kenya. I want to acknowledge the representative of the CAK and the Kenya National Transport and Safety Authority. Those two authorities, or those two organizations, are of critical importance, and we will be having a conversation around their role, the Communication Authority of Kenya and the National Transport and Safety Authority, NTSA. We have here leadership of the management organizations, the collective management organizations, CMOs, that I also want to acknowledge. Chairman of MCSK, CAMP, and PRISC. If they are here, we acknowledge your presence and thank you for making the time to join us. And I can also see the CEO of MCSK. The one and only irrepressible Dr. Ezekiel. Doctor, it looks like you have a cheering squad in the theater. I also acknowledge representatives of various content platforms, the leadership of artists, associations, and organizations, a number of organizations and associations here representing artists. I acknowledge you, representatives of business associations, and as well as representatives of civil society. But most importantly, I want to acknowledge in a very special way artists themselves, artists from various sectors, music, book publishing, film, performing arts, visual arts, all our artists from across the length and breadth of that creative space. I acknowledge your presence here, and I want to tell you, artists, this is your day. This is really your day. I am told some people entered this compound singing, Kama mbaya ni mbaya. And I want to tell you, I love that slogan because today, Kama mbaya ni mbaya. But Kama mbaya ni mbaya in the best interest of the artist, not in the best interest of anybody else. So if you come here with the Kama mbaya ni mbaya for some selfish interest, it will be mbaya for you. It will be very mbaya for you because this is the day of creatives. How many times have you had the opportunity to have this kind of conversation? So this is historic, isn't it? Kama mbaya, mbaya. But for the artist. Now, it is with great pleasure that I want to open this historic engagement forum, bringing together all relevant stakeholders in the creative economy, national and county governments, the private sector, aspects from the creative sector, and artists from different creative mediums, to a much needed conversation on how we can maximize the opportunities within the creative sector to uplift the lives of many young Kenyans, veterans, and their families, and in turn boost the overall economy of our beloved country, Kenya. The creative sector is rife with many challenges, most notably the issues surrounding transparency of intellectual property, copyright management, the royalties accrued from copyright and its disbursement. Policy interventions are required to support the sector and the execution of the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, what we call the plan. And that plan has identified art in its various forms as a big contributor to the country's economic growth. The copyright industry contributed 5.32% to the country's 5.32% to the country's GDP. That is according to WIPO Country Studies Database of 2021. And I dare add that when you look at the plan, the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, what we call the plan, it has specifically isolated art as an economic pillar. And for the first time in the architecture of government in this country, you now have a ministry that has a specific department for the arts, which tells you that His Excellency President William Ruto is not just paying lip service to the arts, but he's making a deliberate effort to integrate art as an integral part of his government and of policy. The gross domestic product GDP in 2021 had 5.32% as a contribution from art. But I am sure that those of you who operate in this sector, in this industry, have not felt even a fraction of that 5.32% of the GDP. If you have felt it, then I don't see it in your faces. I don't see it at all. Because some of the most struggling people in this country are you, the creatives. Those of you who are in this theater, and many others who are not here. The arts is one of the biggest employers, especially informally. It is for this reason, collectively as stakeholders involved in this major economic driver, that we need to chart a path together to realize the aspirations and dreams of many Kenyans. The creative industry is a powerful means of enhancing Kenya's identity. It stimulates the creation of employment, development of social capital, and is a form of national cohesion. In fact, art is what defines us. Art is the soul of any society, the soul of any nation. Despite the consumption of creative works in Kenya, creatives in all sectors are not living dignified lives, and their creative genius has not translated into self-sustenance or the creation of employment for economic growth and empowerment. In fact, it is really depressing to see the lives that our creatives lead. Absolutely shameful. It's one of our enduring national shame. Some of the biggest names that have graced our entertainment industry have also suffered some of the worst fate when it comes to their quality of life. You have seen great names like Ojwang, who entertained those of us who belong to my generation, would be glued on our TV screens, watching Ojwang in Vitimbi and other entertainment spaces. What kind of life did he lead? And there are so many of them all over the place. It is depressing, it's unacceptable. We currently live in a digitized world where immense opportunities for self-employment can be found online. The Kenya Kwanza plan is cognizant of this and commits to the development of a government-powered arts and craft industry. An industry information portal which will help in listing different players in the creative industry to market their products nationally and globally. However, the high cost of calls and data does not allow the common mwananchi and especially the youth to maximize on the use of online platforms for entertainment, information, and business. I'm happy that we have Safaricom here today with us to brainstorm on mechanism that will see all Kenyans tap into the opportunities available online. This will require streamlining the benefits that artists accrue from Skiza tunes and other revenue streams in a transparent way. The level of awareness among its right holders and the public on copyright is quite low, which leads to the infringement of their rights. Piracy has shifted from the analog sale of copies in the streets and shops to online faceless platforms. Capacity building is therefore paramount to ensure artists in the various sectors first have access to legal aid to better understand the contracts they enter into, but most importantly, that their livelihoods as artists lie in the protection of their intellectual property. Together with the Office of the Attorney General, which is represented here, and the Department of Justice, we'll work to ensure that creatives get the needed support they require. In fact, I have already made a request to the Office of the Attorney General for a number of legal counsel attorneys who are going to be stationed at my ministry specifically for purposes of addressing the interests of you creatives. You will not enter into any contract that we have not scrutinized page to page, paragraph to paragraph, line to line, dotting I's, crossing T's, and making sure that it is in your very best interest. Because you are exploited by people who take advantage of your ignorance of the law. And in law, we say ignorantia juris non excusat. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. So if you do not know, na mtu anakugonga, you cannot go anywhere and say, you know what, I did not know. The law does not recognize that. So we are going to place at your disposal lawyers that will be available 24/7 at no cost to you. Our artists need to learn how to package themselves and their creative works as business. The Kenya Kwanza plan emphasizes entrepreneurship as a way of empowerment tool, especially for the youth, which will see players in the creative sector turn their talents into business, maximizing on free investment and basic skills training. Government's business is legislation and policy. Government cannot come here to act. Government does not sing. Government does not do business. Government's business is policy. Government's business is legislation. Government's business is regulation. And that is what government is supposed to do, and that is what government will do. Creating an enabling environment for the creative sector to thrive. Kenya, together with the Republic of South Africa, recently signed, which I signed personally on behalf of the Republic of Kenya, an audiovisual co-production agreement, which will see artists from our two countries, Kenya and South Africa, collaborate in wide-ranging artistic productions, including film, music, sharing of skills, and filming scenes. This is in the spirit of Pan-Africanism and Africanizing our talent. leveraging on our collective strengths to narrate original and authentic African stories through artistic expression. We already have an invitation from the government of South Africa. Next spring, where we'll be launching this co-production platform, the Kenya-South Africa co-production platform. And we will be asking the leadership of your space to nominate a couple of people who can actually accompany the official Kenyan delegation to the launch of this co-production agreement with South Africa. We also want to tap into the skills and experiences of artists from the rest of the world. There's a saying where I come from that those who never travel beyond their village always believe their mom is the best cook because they have never tasted anything else. Okay? So we want to expand the horizon of our experiences. And we want to make experiences of other artists easily available to us. The other day, I played host to the Nigerian artist Patoranking, who paid me a courtesy call in my office. And we have agreed that we want to do certain things collaboratively between Kenya and Nigeria, because we want our space to learn one or two things from the Nigerian music industry, their consistency, and how they dominate world music charts. There's something we can learn from there. There's something they can learn from us too. And while we do this, we want to ensure that we promote local content and regulate foreign artists performing here, because Kenya has become like an empty space. Anybody can just walk in and do their thing. You know, artists from other countries perform here with absolutely no control. You can't do the same in their countries. And in law, we have a term we say, quid pro quo. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. So if you're not allowing my artists to perform in your backyard, why should we allow you to perform here without regulation? Isn't it? You see, it wasn't good for you to come here. You're hearing good things. We are gathered here today mainly due to the issues surrounding copyright management. In fact, that is what triggered the desire to have this conversation today. Intellectual property is the business of creatives, yet they are not benefiting from their hard work. Right holders are not receiving their full royalties promptly due to a combination of factors. They include non-compliance by users, where people play your music all over the place, on radio, on TV, in matatus, all over the place. But that is not reaching you, because we are not enforcing collection. There is inefficiency in the way we collect. And I dare say there is also fraud in those who collect and who are supposed to distribute. And you, creatives, you condone it. You even cheer them. And they defraud you. You cheer them. They give you crumbs while they're eating your bread. And you become so comfortable with the crumbs, you forget the bread is actually yours. Collective management organizations, CMOs, were established to play a critical role between owners of copyright and users. The role of CMOs is to monitor the use of their members' works, negotiate licenses, collect royalties, and distribute to the copyright owners. The mandate is very clear, but the implementation is a problem. The way this is enforced, that's where the problem is. The law is very clear. Monitor, collect, distribute. I would like us to ask ourselves a few questions that would help these deliberations to be fruitful and meaningful. How can compliance be improved? How can we make sure, for instance, that all TV stations, all radio stations, all matatus, all business premises are complying and actually paying what is due to you as royalties? How can operations of CMOs be improved to serve right holders dutifully and efficiently? How can CMOs be more efficient? How can they be more responsive to the needs of the right holders? How would automation of collection and distribution look like? If we were to automate collection and distribution, how should it look like? Would automation facilitate greater transparency? Would there be more transparency if we automate? If we move from manual, analog way of collecting and knocking at people's doors and collecting money, and we went up completely digital, would it be any better? Could Skiza Tunes and other streaming platforms royalty payments be paid directly to right holders' mobile phones? Should a mobile wallet be introduced? For you, of course. Anyway, I'm posing questions. And I'm posing questions for purposes of discussion, because we came here to reason together. I am aware that there was a forensic audit conducted on the 3 CMOs, MCSK, Prisk, and Camp. I want to let you know, you as creatives, and even the CMOs which are represented here, that I'm following up with the Director of Criminal Investigations and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions on the status of the investigations and their prosecution. We are in the business of doing things right. And those who are not compliant with the law, those found to have stolen the earnings of artists generated through their creativity, be ready to face the consequences. When you behave badly, there must be some consequences. And theft and corruption will no longer be entertained in this space as long as I am your minister. Guys, being creative is not easy. Otherwise, even me, I would be a creative. But I don't have the talent you guys have. It's not easy. If it was, we would all be musicians. We would all be songwriters. We would all be fine artists. We would all be sculptors. But we are not. So let us respect the creatives, their trade, and their right to earn from what they do. Let us respect that. I mean, how evil are you? What kind of creature are you to collect hundreds of millions of shillings for people and send them 700 bob? You guys, please, do you want to clean this space? But why do you condone these bad manners? This is theft. This is fraud. You are not powerless. You are certainly not powerless. And by the time you leave this hall today, you'll realize just how powerful you are. (2023) licensing will only be issued to CMOs that fulfill the statutory provisions, and serious action will be taken against those found to have mismanaged royalties. To the users of copyright, media, public service vehicles, pubs, clubs, restaurants, hotels, shops, you will pay what is due to the artists. I have already initiated discussions with the Communication Authority of Kenya, and I'm in direct contact with Mr. Ezra Chiloba, the CEO there. I'm already in conversation with the National Transport and Safety Authority, NTSA, and we are instituting a new arrangement for any media house to renew their license. They'll have to pay royalties first. So licensing is going to be tied to honoring obligations on royalties. Public service vehicles, we are agreeing with NTSA. For you to get a license for your vehicle, you'll pay royalties first. I had invited the county governments of Nairobi, Kisumu, Nakuru, and Mombasa, because we are also initiating a conversation with those 4 county governments for a start, only for a start. But eventually this conversation will extend to all the 47 counties, so that business licensing at the county government must be tied to collection of royalties. So that if you come to collect your business operating license, pay royalties also alongside that license. And I want you to help me. This cannot be a one-man war. I'm not Superman. Do I look like Superman? I am not. We have to do this together with you guys. I want you to help me to pressurize county governments to become a collection point. And it will be so easy, easy like a Sunday morning, if they agree with us to tie royalty collection to business licensing. Easy, easy, easy. They'll collect their money for business licensing, and they'll collect our royalties for you. So from here, I'm going to be asking you to join my war, fall into single column with me, so that we can get all 47 counties to adopt this as a policy within their structure on tax collection. I want to send a warning. And I'm taking this warning to Cabinet, that failure to pay due amounts of royalties will actually be a reason for invalidation of your license, whoever you are. And if we achieve this, we will have pulled up one of the biggest coups when it comes to easing the collection of royalties. Of course, collection is one thing, distribution is another. There are those who collect. They collect, but they don't distribute. And they live really well off your sweat. Oh, they live well. You look at them, you observe their lifestyle, they live well, they live really good. I don't want anybody to live bad. I don't want anybody to live bad. I do not ascribe to the gospel of poverty. Poverty is a bad thing. I worship the God of prosperity. That's the God I worship. He's a God of promise. He's a God of good things and big things. So, live well, but do not live well at the expense of the goose that lays the golden egg. Live well, but let others also live equally well. Ama namna gani? And I can tell you, there is enough for all of us. There is just not enough for our greed, but there is enough for all of us to actually live well. I want to share with us a few action points that the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Sports and the Arts, which is now your home. This ministry is now your home. And I'm very glad that the President agreed with me that we constitute a ministry that consolidates all aspects that bring together young people, that bring together the creatives, whether it is in sports, in music, in film. And that's why you see all these CEOs here from film, music, theater. We are all now under one house, the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Sports and the Arts. And I want to tell you that my ministry is doing things differently, completely differently from what you have been accustomed to before. Even us gathering here today, I believe, is a different way of doing things. We are learning and adopting international best practices. We want only best practices. All the way from how we look at collective management organization schemes to rethinking even how we construct our stadia. You don't want a stadium which is just a structure and a track and a pitch. We want stadia that can integrate studios, stadia that can integrate theater, stadia that can do so much more, can give so much more to the community. We are doing things differently. And this is going to see the arts benefiting from the heavy investment that has gone into development of the sports sector. We have put so much money into the sports sector, developed so many stadia, but those stadia are not very useful to the creatives. Yet there are facilities that have gobbled so much resources. We want to change that. I am putting together, I'm in the process of putting together a cross-sectoral task force whose mandate is to grow the business operating environment for the creative economy. And as the creatives, you'll actually be represented on that task force. This task force will help the ministry to develop a strategy to revitalize the creative economy and to develop a tool to measure and articulate the cultural, social, and economic value of the country's creative economy. That is going to be a task for that task force. It will also review all existing policies and legal instruments pertaining to the creative economy with the aim of consolidating the various legal tools into a creative economy bill. So you're going to have a specific law managing this creative space. We also want to develop a digital platform for talent identification and development within the sports and creative industry, in line with the Kenya Kwanza plan. The platform will allow creatives to market and sell their creative products while receiving payments through the same platform. Now, this is critically important. This is actually a pivotal endeavor that we are going to be engaged in as a ministry. It's a legacy project for this ministry and for government. We want to put in place a portal with the two main objectives. One is to identify and help develop talent. Those of you who have been in this creative industry know that one of the most difficult things is to be spotted. To be spotted and to be given a platform. It is so difficult. You can be so good, but to be seen and to be offered a platform is mighty difficult. We want to solve that problem, and we are providing you we are providing you with a platform where you'll actually make it easy for us to support you. It will be possible for you to sit in the villages of Budalangi, or Balambala, or Msambweni, or Wajir, and record something yourself and put it on the portal, and we'll have a team receiving and assessing what you send continuously. So the first thing we want to do is just to make it easy for you to be spotted. We want to make it easy for talent to be seen. And it can be talent in football, it can be talent in music, it can be talent in dancing, it can be talent in theater. Record, do 2 minutes of a clip, send it to us. We are creating a digital room at the Kenya Academy at Kasarani. It is going to be a digital room with like 20 computers, TV screens, with the people continuously receiving content from all over the country and assessing. If we see anybody who can sing, we will swing you here to give you an audition and take you where you can grow the talent. And we will develop it, okay? Because there is so much talent out there, but it's so difficult to reach it. So we are telling the talent out there, reach us instead through this portal. That will be the first element of this portal. The second element of this portal is that we want to monetize and commercialize talent. We want talent to be business and big business. So that we have spotted you, we have developed you, then what? We must market you. After you are ready, we have to unleash you to the market and build a brand around you, again through this portal. Because this is a portal we are going to send global. We want to link this portal to continental platforms and to global platforms so that our best can be seen at the tap of a button in any part of the world, anytime. I want to show you something. I want to show you, is there a screen that I can show something? Okay. Is it possible to do this? I want to show you something.
Wanasema kwamba mchicha siku moja utakuwa mbuyu. Ndio hali halisi katika shule ya msingi ya Cheplalach Pay katika eneo la Nandi Hills, County ya Nandi.
Matumaini yangu ni kwa mzima popote ulipo. Hizi ni habari za sasa za runinga ya KTN News. Mimi ni Ian Lagat. Tuanze na habari za hivi punde ambapo mwanafunzi mmoja katika shule ya msingi ya Cheplalach Bay ameonyesha kipaji ambacho ni tofauti na cha wengine. Immaculate mwenye umri wa miaka 12 amekuwa akijitolea mhanga kuwasaidia wagonjwa huku akiwapa huduma ya kwanza wanafunzi walioumia.
Wala usichanganywe na huyu bwana ambaye yuko darasa la 7. Ana wanahabari wenzake nyanjani. Kweli siku zote tembea na muuza marashi ili unukie marashi.
Jopo la kutathmini elimu pamoja na mtaala umilisi CBC linaendelea kwenye mji wa Kapsabet. Habari zaidi namkaribisha mwenzangu Abel Songok. Abel Songok, ni yapi umetuandalia siku ya leo?
Nakupata vizuri sana mwenzangu Ian Lagat pale kwenye studio. Jopo la kutathmini hali ya elimu nchini na mtaala mpya wa CBC ulianzisha mwaka wa 2018 ambapo leo hii washikadau wa elimu wamehudhuria hapa katika eneo la Kapsabet ili kupata kuwahoji baadhi ya walimu, wazazi pamoja na wanafunzi, ambapo baada ya hayo watapata maoni tofauti toka kwa wananchi.
Habari zaidi tungane na ripota wetu Bramwell Kosgei akiwa mji wa Lodwar kwenye kaunti ya Turkana.
Asante sana mwenzangu Ian Lagat. Huku niko katika kaunti ya Turkana. Kutokana na ukame unaoendelea kukumba sehemu nyingi katika nchi ya Kenya, hasa sehemu za kaskazini mwa nchi, imechangia pakubwa kwa kutokuwa na chakula ya wananchi na pia chakula wanyama.
Ukishangazwa na hawa mabwana, hujamsikia fundi huyu wa spoti ambaye yuko grade ya 2.
Ujambo na karibu katika habari zetu za michezo. Ugaibuni ni kwamba timu ya Liverpool walimenyana na timu ya Southampton, ambapo timu ya Liverpool walicharaza timu ya Southampton 3-1. Nikitamatisha habari kutoka jungu la spoti, mimi ni Elvis Lagat.
Usilolijua ni
Ok, vite. Ok, bien joué. Ça va.
Hello? Are you with me? You see, you've just seen in practice what I'm talking about. School kids somewhere in the Rift Valley who obviously have incredible talent in broadcasting. It would be immensely difficult for us to roam around the schools of Kenya looking for talent like that. But on a portal, a digital platform, where a kid in any part of this country can record something and send to us and place it on that portal, you can sit here as a judge and say, bring us this boy. This boy can be grown into this kind of talent. You have seen boys playing football. I don't know where they are, but that clip came to my attention. That is tiki-taka that would make even the Brazilian team salute. True or false? Those boys are passing the ball with skill of a veteran professional. There's a boy who receives the ball on his chest, for those of you who have played football, in a manner that is completely mind-boggling. Now you say, Harambee Stars cannot play at the World Cup. Harambee Stars cannot play at the World Cup because we have no way of reaching this talent and streaming them into our national team. Now, the days of that are over. We are creating a system. We are calling it Talanta Hela. Talanta Hela. Talent, wealth. We want to turn talent into wealth. But we don't want to do it by talk like we always do. We want to do it by action. And we want to deploy the digital space. And so, in about 1 month's time or less, we'll be inviting you to a major forum where we will launch our Talanta Hela project. And this project will have the capacity to allow you to help us to spot you. That is the essence. Creatives across the space, across the arts, will help us to spot them. And our business will be, once we spot you, we will grow you. We'll grow you into the finest creative you can be. And after we grow you, we will launch you as a monetized project. We want to monetize the creative sector. The creative sector is big business. In the US, in the UK, across the European Union, in Nigeria, in South Africa, the creative is big business. And we will do it here with you. We also want to implement, alongside this, we will implement a National Arts Excellence Award, a Kenyanized version of the Grammys, geared towards identifying, awarding, and celebrating excellence in different arts disciplines, covering traditional and contemporary practices across Kenya. These awards will be linked to international award schemes like the Kalash Awards, linked to the Grammys, to ensure the national awards have value beyond our borders. It will be a platform to export and market our culture and art across the globe, celebrating authentic and original Kenyan art and expression. And alongside this, we also want to have our artists honored by the state. You know, I see some amazing artists amongst you. Many of you, we love your music. Not only do you entertain us, you encourage us. You heal our souls. You encourage us. You inspire us. Ruben Kigame. Ruben, please stand. Ruben, can you just stand? We applaud you, please, Mr. President. Ruben there is such a blessing in my household. Every Sunday we listen to his amazing music. Ruben, every time, I love your production like Enda Nasi. And how come that Ruben, do you have any national honor? But which one is it? OGW. But the reason why I ask Ruben this is that you go out there and you see all sorts of characters, forgive me to use this language, but all sorts of charlatans carrying big national honors. Oh, CBS, oh, EGH, oh, HSC. Why are you people not being honored by the state for what you do for this country? And so, we want to put in place a national award scheme that, number one, will see our creatives recognized by the state, really for what you do in terms of developing our cultural identity and promoting the values that hold this country together. But we also want to have a whole wall, a wall of fame at our cultural museum at Uhuru Gardens, where you can walk in and see portraits of our great artists and what they have contributed to this country. But our version of the Grammys is going to be an award that makes a difference in your life. If you win it, it should be linked directly to a national honor. And even the financial reward should be something that can make a difference in your life. There's no point. I was here as a guest of Mr. Pundo for the Kenya International Theatre Festival, the KIT Fest. And so I came here and I stood on this stage and give awards to winners of KIT Fest. How much money were you giving them, Mr. Pundo? 50,000 shillings to win an award. Honestly, 50,000 shillings cannot buy you a round ticket, a business class round ticket, to come and go back from wherever you have come, okay? So you come, you book a flight, or maybe you use SGR, to receive a national honor and to receive 50,000 bob. Nah. We deserve better than that. So we are going to give you a national award. It will be a serious award. Serious in terms of its character, its stature, its profile, and with some serious financial gain going with it. So that, for instance, if you're an artist who wanted to open a studio, that award alone should be able to open a, what do you call it? State of the art? The other one? State of the art studio. By your award, by your winnings. Not 50,000 bob. Hiyo nimekataa. And so there is a team that is working on this. Some of the people working on this are actually from your creative industry. And very soon we'll announce the details. And we'll be launching it very soon because we are very far in the planning of it. We'll also do other things, as I have said. We want to review plans of our stadia to ensure that the incorporation of spaces for art galleries, music, photo studios, recording, post-production, all those things will be part of the new designs that we want to put in place. Let me really conclude by saying that the copyright industry is too important not to be given the attention it deserves. It starts with all of us together as stakeholders in the creative economy sector, doing what is right and committing to being transformative in our thinking. So transformative that we are not going to think out of the box. We are going to start thinking without the box because we are banning the box. So our thinking, or you want to think with the box? You know, if you, what is going on, Mr. Pundo? By the way, we are changing your whole sound system so that all that poop can stop. If you think out of the box, it means the box is there and there is a very real risk of you getting back into the box. So if you want to think revolutionary, you ban the box and you think without the box. That is the thinking I want us to do together. I would like to see us in the creative economy compete with the likes of South Africa. What do South Africans have that is better than us? We want to compete with the Nigerians. What are Nigerians better than us? We want to be the sector that provides the highest number of employment opportunities, self-employment opportunities. And I know that when creativity thrives, innovation flourishes. And therefore, mismanagement of copyright and disbursement of royalties is killing this motivation and creativity of our artists. And so we have to end it. To our artists, I want to finish by telling you, please let us be original and authentic. This is where your cutting edge lies. Originality, authenticity. Stop copycatting, start originating. I'll repeat that. Stop copycatting, start originating. People love the original. People love what is original, what is authentic. Some of the best creations out of Africa that have wowed the world have wowed the world because they were original and they were authentic. Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe, an ordinary story of an ordinary man called Okonkwo in an ordinary village called Umofia in an ordinary country called Nigeria, became a global hit. Translated more than any other literary piece of art. Why? Because it is so original. It is so authentic. The River Between by Ngugi wa Thiong'o. It is so real. You read The River Between and you relate. Okay? Because it is so original and is so authentic. Why does Lupita Nyong'o look so amazing on the screen? She's so real. Okay? She's an African girl comfortable in the color of her skin and the texture of her hair. She's an original piece. Original. Okay? The only African group that has won a Grammy Award is which one? Ladysmith Black Mambazo of Shabalala. Why? It is so original. You listen to Ladysmith Black Mambazo, the music, the dance. It is so natural, it's so real. Of course, Kayamba Africa is in that class. Absolutely, yes. And so, our mantra should be Kenya to the world, not the other way around. It should be Kenya to the world. We give our very best to the world. You know, when Ohangla music first hit the scene, it completely blew the music scene away. Why? Because Ohangla is so real, isn't it? It's so original. It's so authentic. So please keep it real. Keep it original. You may be the best singer, but you cannot do hip-hop American way better than Americans. Just like the most brilliant American singer cannot do Ohangla like Tony Nyadundo. He can't, because you cannot compete in the space where you're not original. So some of you want to be American, then you come off being very poor copycats, very poor photocopies. Be true to ourselves, be true to our art, be original, and we will sell. If we are original, we will sell. You know those interesting Nigerian movies that our house girls cannot stop watching? You chance to go home, by chance you go home in the middle of the day, you'll find her glued on the TV screen. She's not watching those cheap Venezuelan things that you watch from Acapulco and all those places. What are they watching? They're watching those Nigerian things where a man can be put in a bottle by a girl. And because it's just so original in thought, isn't it? Let us be original, let us be authentic. And remember, in the words of Albert Einstein, imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited. Imagination encircles the whole world. Imagination is unlimited. Let us be imaginative in our thinking. Throw away the box at the end of this summit. Let us walk away with solid resolution that can be implemented with a quick turnaround time. And I want to tell you, in the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Sports and the Arts, you have a friend and a champion. Are you ready for this journey? Are you boarding? Are you boarding? Fasten your belts and let us fly together. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats, gentlemen. Honorable CS, I want to quote an English song. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. And this is directly from your speech. Kwa wale ambao tunangojea kusherekea Christmas, si mnaona ni kama Christmas yaja? Vile mambo yamezungumzwa hapa, si tunaona Christmas ndio hiyo tushaiona, si ndio? Tuangoja tu kuila. Naomba tafadhali, kwa dhati na heshima, tumpigie waziri wetu makofi ya kilo 1, 2, 3. Fungua. Alafu nyesha kidogo, nyesha. Nashukuru sana. Honorable CS, we want to very humbly request you to give us the opportunity to take a very quick group photo with the esteemed gentlemen that are here. And thereafter, we will be releasing the CS who will be able to monitor us from a different place. However, we will continue with our session. Excellent. Makofi tena. Amesema aondoki. Amesema haondoki. Kwa Kiswahili sanifu inasema habanduki popote. Kwa hivyo naomba kwa utulivu na kwa heshima, tunaomba kama tunaweza toa hili jukwaa, alafu tupige picha kidogo, alafu naomba waandalizi tafadhali watutayarishie viti ambavyo wageni wetu wataweza kuketi. Asante. Press, please come and prepare for the group photo. Sorry, Bwana CS, I'm sorry. We are artists. Sometimes we don't plan ahead. We are spontaneous. Kindly come back. This is what the good CS has requested. I need 5 random questions from you, the stakeholders. 5 random questions. Can those who have the microphones please prepare the mics? Na tafadhali tunaomba kuwa uwe huru kutumia lugha ambayo unaweza kujieleza. Usione ni tafadhali. Na tufanye kwa njia ya utulivu, ya ungwana na ustaarabu kama wasanii, kama stakeholders. So 5 random questions. Let's start with you, sir. Please, and for the sake of recording, please identify yourself with your name and where you represent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juma. So, thank you. Wasani, how are you guys? Blessings. Thank you so much, CS, for organizing this. My name is Buddha Blaze. I'm the chairman of the Promoters Association of Kenya. Thank you so much for actually mentioning a big scourge that we're dealing with so much intrusion of Nigerian artists performing in Kenya. We've been trying to find a way how we can come together and actually, police the situation so we can have a balanced act, so that as much as Nigerian artists are coming to perform here, South Africans are coming here, we can also have the same reciprocation in their countries. So as much as we're open to bring them in, how do we now create a policy where we have a balanced act so that some artists are also going over there? We've been in touch with their promoters, but they're very reluctant to bring Kenyan artists to the other side. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if we can, let's spread the questions up to the back also. Ringtone has grabbed the microphone. Endelea.
Ringtone asipoongea gospel haitakuwa imeongea.
Endelea ndugu.
Thank you. Wala wanijui mimi naitwa Ringtone and nataka kuaddress CS tumekuwa marafiki for the longest time. Na nataka kusema wakati niliona CS huyu na introduce wala mjui. Wakati nilisikia CS huyu ndiye amepatiwa kiti ya minister ya CS ya wasanii, mimi nilifurahi. Kwa sababu huyu hamtamwingisha kwa cartel, wala wanaingishanga watu kwa cartel. Huyu hamwezi mwingisha kwa cartel. For the first time tuko na CS mjanja. Utakuja umpatie story yako, lakini yeye najua atakufa na wasanii. Si kama mna understand. So bwana CS tumefurahi sana. Solution yetu ni moja, tunataka tunataka pesa mfukoni, na pesa yenye tunataka si msaada ya government. Pesa tunataka ni pesa yetu. Now nataka niseme hivi, for the last time kutoka kitambo, kizungu ni shida kidogo, msinichekelee. Aya hivi, mara ya mwisho wakati tuliokota pesa mingi tulikuwa nagombana, for example na MCSK. Mimi nilikuwa mtu wa kwanza, nilikuwa naongoza maandamano. Maandamano ilikuwa ya nini? Pesa iko tugawane vizuri, si ndio? Pesa ilikuwa. Saa hii hakuna So bwana CS, mimi venye umeingia nataka niseme hivi, solution ni moja. Solution ni hii. Pesa ilikuanga, tulikuwa nagombania pesa, siku hizi pesa iokotwi. Kwa sababu gani? Government ambayo sasa mahali umeingia, government ilikuja ikablock. Badala ya kuokota ndio tugombane kama itaenda mzuri, government ikasema msiokote. So msanii kama mimi, video na invest na pesa, kurekodi studio na rekodi na pesa. The last time nimetoa wimbo ni a month ago na Zabrun Singers kutoka Tanzania. Nimeinvest over 1 million kwa hiyo production. Sasa wakati government ilikuja kupitia department in government ikablock, msiokote CMOs. Badala government ingesema okoteni pesa mingi, hii pesa wacha ikae hapa. Sasa nataka mdistribute vizuri. Ama mna understand? Sisi ni wakulima kama watu wa maziwa. Umenielewa? Sasa government haiwezi kuja izuie tusiuze maziwa. Maziwa tupeleke wapi? Aya, bwana CS, kitu ya mwisho. Kuna ngoma imehiti juzi, inaitwa Vaida. Huyo msanii niko sure haja kama hapa. Hii ngoma, siku hizi tuko na kitu inaitwanga lifespan ya ngoma kuhiti ya msanii. Ni kama miezi 3. Tuseme tuliokota mara ya mwisho pesa 2 years ago. Na hatujaiokota tena. Vaida imekuja imehit, huyo msanii hajapata anything. Government inatuambia huyu anaiba, MCSK inaiba, Mpake sijui anaiba, huyu anaiba. Msanii anatoa ngoma ina hit, inapotea, pesa imepotea, opportunities lost. Sijui kama mna understand.
Sawa.
Bwana CS, tuokote pesa, mambo ya hiyo accountability, tuokote kama tunaona pesa yetu iko pale, because we are investing daily. Mbarikiwe.
Sawa. Aya, ngoja tuelewane wasanii. Naomba sisi wote tunaheshimiana. Ukipewa nafasi, kumbuka kuna yule ambaye anakuja. Sasa tumebaki na nafasi 3. Naomba tusikie mwanadada kisha tuendelee. Asante.
Good afternoon everyone. Is it morning or afternoon? My name is Akinyo Dongo, OGW. And I'm a fashion designer, and here I represent the fashion industry, Kenya Fashion Council. And most of the time when I listen about creative, even when the CS was speaking, we are far much behind. Nobody thinks about us. But if I pose a question here right now, none of you here is naked. You're all dressed up. No artist appears anywhere without dressing. The fashion industry is part of you. And I want to request, Bwana CS, that you consider. In your speech, you did speak about, the other people who are creating other things, but fashion must be your core business. And I'm here to offer myself to support and also be able to bring in ideas to the ministry. As a fashion council, we were launched about 2 years ago, because I said the same thing of artists trying to be together. The fashion industry, for the first time, we have a fashion council that was recognized by the government of Kenya and is fully registered. We want to be part of this conversation. In the Grammy Awards, if you look at it, fashion is the biggest thing that happens there. So there is no way you can move ahead without us. We want to be part of the bandwagon, and we want to be a voice that can be heard and be reckoned with. So, Bwana C, as a challenge to you. Thank you.
Can I ask we move to this side? Twende upande huu tafadhali. To my left. Please.
Habari zenu wasanii. Kwa majina yangu naitwa Wamoshi Benson. I'm a singer, I'm a comedian. Kuna kitu kimoja ningetaka kuomba Bwana Wasiri. We have music, we have matatu owners, we have content provider owners, and we have hotel owners and media owners. All those people have chairmen. But we have 3 CMOs. We have music copyright, we have an Prisk and Camp. And those organizations are only correcting and distributing. So our CAs, we don't have able chairman who can relent to or a welfare. So that's why music, those content providers, for example, like Safaricom, we have this Tukona ECAC, E-Communication Authority. E-Communication Authority who are in a license those content providers to correct our royalties. For example, we don't have tariffs. They correct without tariffs. We, kama Safaricom, like you can see, they said, if you like this tune, you just dial 1 shilling and 50 cents. Where do that money go? If you have my music in phone, you call me 1 shilling 50 cents, wanachukua yote. Kuna kitu kingine ningekuomba Wasili, kuwe na filter board. Uwe filter board, tuseme ni kama, unajua kama music industry, tuko all ministries. Like Ministry of Trade, Safaricom, they have WTO. Na WTO trade organization, they are affiliated to copyright, World Intellectual Property. And music industry, they don't have right of WTO. They don't recognize that. Kwa hivyo sasa, na tuko na kama hii ministry yako, tuko na Ministry of Trade. His ministry kama 6 tuko affiliated that. Kwa hivyo itengenezwa board inaitwa filter board. Tuwe tukiungana na tuwe tukijua vile tutakuwa. Tafadhali tutafutie chairman wetu kama wa welfare. Utafute board ya welfare. Asante sana.
Good morning, CS. My name is Deborah Wanjugu. I'm a creative economy advocate. I'm right here. Yes, thank you. I just want to thank you for the speech that you've given us and the plans that you have for the future. At one point, the government had made a commitment that it would be purchasing arts, different types of art from the local practitioners, and that would amount to about 1% of the budget. I'd like to request that you take that to the cabinet and bring it up to about 2% of the national budget to be spent on purchasing local art and for it to be displayed in the ministries. The second thing I'd like to request is that future appointments to boards be for women, because we right now have only men represented in the boards. Thank you.
Thank you. We agreed, tulikubaliana. Wajua ni wakati ndio hatuna. Naomba, with your permission, 2 more. Waziri amesema watu wa Western waongee. No, I'm just joking, please.
Yes,
can we calm down, please? Tutulie. Naomba tutulie, tuelewane. Asante.
Habari zenu wanamuziki wenzangu. Habari waziri. Kwa majina ni Emmanuel Msindi Tendwa. Naongoza kikundi cha Lisanga Generation Band. Ninataka kuuliza, swali langu ni hili. Mimi nilicheza muziki wa Lero ni Lero kuanzia mwezi wa 10 mwaka huu. Huo wimbo ulienda kurejestiwa mahali kwa sikiza. Ninaisikia hizo nyimbo kwa simu za watu, lakini hata sumuni yenyewe sijui ni nani aliipeleka kule. Sisi wanamuziki kufanya kazi tuwaifanya nzuri, lakini wakukamua ni wengine. Kuna kampuni inaitwa Liberty Africa. Tafadhali waziri, tusaidie hiyo kampuni watulipe pesa zetu. Sisi ni wazazi, wametumaliza. Mimi kama mwanamuziki mkubwa kutoka Western, nikipewa royalty asikize kutoka Liberty Africa, napewa shilingi 15. Ndugu zangu, shilingi 15 itanisaidia mimi kweli? Itakusaidia wewe? Kitu cha pili, waziri, tulipewa shilingi bilioni 100 na president. Hizo pesa zilienda wapi? Sitasema mengi, lakini hawa wanamuziki ni wanyonge sana. Wanamuziki hawa wako na shida, wataishi wapi? Ile ofisi tungekuwa tunaenda kushtaki kama Kenya Copyright Board, tungekuwa tunaenda kulia kule tukisema kwamba tunadhulumiwa. Pia hiyo nayo hatuioni iko wapi? Asanteni, sitasema mengi kwa sababu naona machozi yako karibu.
Naomba
basi mimi ndio.
Naomba
Bwana Waziri, please.
Tuelewane.
Kindly, 1 minute.
Tuelewane tafadhali. Unajua tuelewane. You are the last speaker. Just a moment. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Please, kwa majina, habari ya wanamuziki wenzangu. Kwa majina naitwa Steve K, natoka Bungoma. Bwana Waziri, hii nataka uichukulie kwa makini sana, kwa sababu kila mwanamuziki hapa anaimba akisema anataka pesa mfukoni. Na kama kweli hii ni Hustler Nation, tunataka maybe Bwana Waziri hujui, CMOs, MCSK, Camp na Prisk hawana license, walinyang'anywa, hawawezi kusanya pesa yoyote kuja kwa mifuko ya wanamuziki. Pia Bwana Waziri, ningependa tufuatilie kwamba mwaka wa 2017 kampuni ya Mpake ilipewa license na Kekobo, wakakusanya pesa ipatayo milioni kama 100. Hiyo pesa wanamuziki hawa hawajui hiyo pesa ilienda wapi. Tunataka tujue hiyo pesa, kama iko wanamuziki wapewe. Jambo la mwisho Bwana Waziri, jambo la mwisho. Oh, sawa, asante sana Ringtone. Jambo la mwisho Bwana Waziri, sisi hapo nyuma tulikuwa tunanunua mkate na shilingi 50 ama 40. Saa hii mkate umepanda, unanunuliwa kama shilingi 100. Nashangaa sana kama 2016 kwa mfano hoteli kama Hilton ilikuwa inalipa license 600,000. Saa hii hiyo license ilishukishwa, inalipa shilingi 60,000. Yaani sisi wakati maisha inapanda, sisi tunateremshwa, alafu ndio watu wachache ambao wako na sijui interest.
Summary.
Okay, namalizia mkurugenzi.
Thank you.
Jambo la mwisho, watu wa media wako na madeni yetu, hawajalipa madeni. Bwana Waziri, tunataka utusaidie pamoja na serikali kwamba itoe order ya watu wa media kulipa madeni kwa MCSK na CMOs zote, ndio wanamuziki tupokee pesa. Kwa hiyo machache nasema asante.
Haya, mwisho na mheshimu mzee sana. Naomba tafadhali tumpe mzee nafasi atufungie. Tafadhali. Naomba tuelewane.
Wasanii wenzangu, hamjambo. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Mosai Mwajeri, mimi ni mwimbaji wa nchi hii. Bwana Waziri, yangu ni kidogo tu. Mimi nilijoin MCSK ikiwa 2 years old. Nimefanya kazi ya music, nimeimba almost 40 years. Kutoka miaka hiyo mpaka wa leo, sikiza na nini, ijafikisha even 150,000. Na niko na nyimbo 250 songs. Sijapata, ijafika 150,000 tangu nilianza kuimba. Mimi swali langu nilikuwa najiuliza, Mtu akigonjeka unampatia saa nyingine aspirin, saa nyingine akikohoa unampatia, lakini hujajua ugonjwa unatokaga wapi. Ile kitu muhimu kwanza ni kutibu pahali ugonjwa inatoka. So yetu bwana waziri, ile kitu kubwa katika Kenya hii, ile inaua music, ni wale watu wana license, wale wakora waenda kuokota pesa. Hapo ndio ugonjwa inatokaga. Kwa sababu tukipatia license, kila mtu akisikia music ina pesa anaingilia. Kila mtu akisikia music inaingilia. Anapewa license, aenda kuchukua pesa, lakini haifikii wasanii. Kwanza tutibu pahali ugonjwa inatoka kabla hatujatibu ugonjwa yenyewe. Pahali inatoka. Kama niyo corporate body tujue ni kitu gani kwa nini wana license watu kwenda kuokota pesa za wasanii na iwafikii. Wewe jiulize, mimi mtu kama mimi nimeimba more than 40 years. Nakwambia mbele ya Mungu sijafikisha 150,000 shillings. Na niko na nyimbo 250 zinachezwa kila pahali, maredio zote. Pesa zangu zinaendaga wapi? Lakini kama ile nini pale ugonjwa ilikuwa inatoka ingetibiwa, ningenikuta na kitambi hapa imefika huku. Lakini sasa vile waziri amesema, sura zetu zazionyeshi wasanii. Sisi ni wasanii lakini tunakaa kama refugee nchi yetu. Tuko refugee katika music industry. Yangu imetosha.
Asante. Naomba tafadhali kwa sasa, na nina habari tafadhali. Nina habari. Nimepewa ujumbe kuwa waziri anarudi. Yupo na sisi. Tafadhali. Yupo na sisi, atarudi awe na sisi baadaye, na atarudi tena kuchukua maswali yetu. Kwa hivyo kwa heshima naomba mnipe ruhusa nimkabidhi aweze kujibu hayo ambayo mmeuliza. Nafikiri ni sawa. Asante. Na nakumbuka tumekuwa hapa kwa stage na mzee Amunga. David Amunga yupo? Yuko wapi? Makofi kwa mzee. Makofi sana.
Oh, gentle countrymen, I'm going to say farewell to all people in America. Oh, gentle countrymen, I'm going back my home in Africa. I'm going back my home in Africa. My people are crying for me. So let me go back home. So let me go back home. My life in America, such happy life. My life in America, such happy life. But I'm feeling loneliness when I remember Africa. But I'm feeling loneliness when I remember Africa. My home of happiness. So let me go back home.
Asante sana. Makofi kwa mzee Amunga. Kwa heshima naomba tumpe waziri nafasi aweze kutujibu. Karibu.
David, simama tukupigie makofi mzuri. That is big. And that is a song done the 70s? The 70s? Oh. David.
65.
Listen to that song done in 1965. 1965. And it's a song that still makes your blood race. You listen to it. It's beautiful. Beautiful. David, we cherish you. Now, I'm going to be part of this conversation until the end of the day. We are here together until 5. And so, if you've not asked your question, bado tutaendelea kuzungumzana. Ninajua kuna maswala mengi, and that's why we came here. We didn't bring you here to listen to my speech. We brought you here for us to have a conversation.
And so we are going to talk together. We are going to listen to each other. Very, very quickly, let me just respond quickly. Buddha bless, you are right. We are very serious about reciprocation and protecting our local industry. If we allow everything to be dumped here, and if we allow people to keep on performing here, and not giving us the space to do the same in their jurisdictions, then they are taking advantage of us, they are misusing us. I just came back yesterday from the CANEX conference in Abidjan, and one of the things that is going on there, the conversation is still going on, is how we can integrate the creative industry across the continent, how we can make this even part of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, so that as we talk trade, because the creative space is a business space, and we must treat it in the same way as we deal with other business elements. And so this is something we are going to be dealing with very seriously. But we want, at the end of this summit, for you to tell us how you want us to do it exactly. We came here to listen because we want you to feed policy by government. So if you have good ideas on how you want us to balance foreign artists performing here and you performing in their jurisdictions in return, tell us how you want that to work. Give us a framework that we can build around. Ringtone, definitely agree with you. I agree with all the issues you've raised. Pesa mfukoni is our mantra. We want to see. And I like it when you say, you don't want pesa mfukoni from government. You want pesa mfukoni that is actually your own money. And that is the spirit. And what we are not talking about putting money in your pockets from anywhere else. We are talking about finding the money that is due to you and routing that money to your pocket. So it's actually pesa mfukoni of money that belongs to you. I'm going to leave the question on registration of CMOs to the relevant organ. Kekobo is here. They'll be dealing with that issue. They'll be responding to that. But I do agree with you that government should be facilitating collection of royalties. And that really is the role of government. Government is a regulator. But the actual business is supposed to be done by yourselves. It is your business. Akinyi, fashion is very much part of this. And the organizers of this summit will tell you, I deliberately asked that we expand the conversation beyond music and include all the creatives. Those of you who came to see me, I told you, when you talk about the creative industry, let's talk about the creative space across the board. And so fine artists are part of this, the visual artists are part of this. Fashion is a big part of this. As you say, fashion is what holds it all together. And we want, I really would want to hear something from this Fashion Council and see how you can be integrated in this conversation moving forward. So yes, fashion. And we want to talk fashion, we want to talk design. One of the things that the President William Ruto has talked about consistently is how to leverage on our sporting prowess to have a customized Kenyan fashion line, even for our sportsmen and women. We do so well in sports, but then we are clothed by foreigners. Yet we can actually leverage on that and have a whole fashion line around our sporting greats. That's an area where it's a low-hanging fruit. And so there's so much we can discuss in that space of fashion. And welcome on board. Welcome on board. And you already said you're boarding, so board. Let's fly together. Absolutely. Benson Wamushi, I agree with you on collection of royalties. Something has to be done, and that is where we are here. What triggered us to come here was actually the big problem with royalties. And
we need to leave this summit with some solid, substantive, implementable arrangement that we can start rolling out, not next year, but immediately. We must have something. We must have something we can start working with right away. We have wasted too much time, and we have left people too hungry for too long. Deborah Wanjugu, the purchase of local art, paintings, sculptures, I agree with you that we need to have a conversation around this. It's a policy issue, and I have taken note of it. It is a matter which we should actually, and I've been talking about this, by the way. The other day, I attended an art exhibition for charity at the Serena Hotel. I bought a beautiful piece of art there from a young man who paints from Mukuru kwa Njenga. Beautiful, absolutely mind-blowing piece of fine art. And so I'm aware that this is a space that is teeming with talent. It is my position that all government installations, all government offices we should get paintings in all the government spaces. This theater, why don't we have, Pundo, why don't you have Kenyan theater on the walls of our national theater? Huh? Wapi? Please, I'll buy you some. And we'll start with you, Deborah. If you have some, we'll buy some of your pieces to decorate this theater. And this is a matter which we want to be part of our policy frame. We are preparing a cabinet memo, going to cabinet on all these issues, and this is one of those issues. How can government invest directly? By providing a market, a definite, reliable, sustainable market to our artists. And government can be a big consumer of this. So, absolutely. Emmanuel Musindi, you say no revenue from Skiza, and this is sad, really. Emmanuel Ibusimama, unajua wewe ni artist wa baba. We have to clap for you. We have to cheer, Emmanuel. Even lero ni lero, you've not got something. Hata hiyo. Nitazungumza na baba after this. Yeah, the content service providers, yes. Those were not, but I'm sure baba alikupatia kitu mzuri. Hiyo ninajua ulipewa kitu. Lakini from the content service providers, that's where the money is not flowing. And that is our target. We want the money to flow from them. Okay? But Lero ni Lero is a beautiful one. Poa kabisa, Emmanuel. Ilitupatia tabu? Ilitupatia tabu sana hiyo. Emmanuel. But Emmanuel is my friend. Emmanuel is my brother. And the issue of Skiza, that is something which we need to, and I know there's a law that was sponsored by the current governor for Homa Bay, my good sister Gladys Wanga, which tried to streamline this space. We just need to see how that Gladys Act, how it can be. Yes, when we start the conversation around that, you can explain a bit better how that is, and if there is space for improvement, we can always explore how we can improve it. And then, Emmanuel, you also talked about Liberty Africa. Those are some of the issues we want to solve here. So be open, please, be candid. Don't be afraid to speak about anything. You are the shoe wearer. You know where the issue is pinching you. So tell us all these issues. Whether it's Liberty Africa, we want to know who Liberty Africa is, what they are doing in this space, and if they are fair to, if they are fair to artists. You say there's 100 million shilling that was paid to artists. I believe this is some money that came during the COVID period. And I am informed that this money was not very well used, Bwana CEO. This money was definitely not well used. People spent this money gallivanting all over in beach hotels instead of giving it to artists. It will just never happen again. It will never happen again. If I'm supposed to give you money, if I'm supposed to give you some parachute assistance, just give me your bank accounts or your M-Pesa accounts and I send the money to you direct. Why should I form a committee to investigate how I should give you money? Okay? And then the committee goes to Mombasa to discuss how you should be given this money and spend 70% of it on hotel bills. Really? We are just evil people. Absolutely. We can't do that. We just can't do that. It's never going to happen. Any money that is coming to you, if I have some money for Christmas for you, I will send it to you direct. Why should it pass from anybody? Even Ezekiel here will not see it. I'll just send it to you direct. Even Sigei here will not see that money. The money will just come to you. Steve K. Pesa Mfukoni again, I agree with you. I don't know about Mpake. You'll explain what happened with Mpake. Who is Mpake and you gave them money, and then where did the money go to? Please. Si tulisema leo ni nini? Mbaya? Kama mbaya. So let us put all these things out. This summit is supposed to be therapeutic. It's supposed to be cathartic. When we live here, we live with healed souls for a fresh beginning. Ama namna gani? Media owners, they owe us money. I agree with you, Steve. The setting of tariffs. We cannot be, the economy is growing, inflation is rising, tariffs are lowering. How? Tariffs are supposed to be keeping pace with inflation. So today, we should actually set fresh tariffs, which we should gazette. You know, if we agree on a tariff today, I will gazette them right away. Tariffs that are in line with inflation and the economic realities of the days we live in. Wanjeri, 250 songs, 40 years as a member of MCSK, not earned even 150K. Jameni hata kama ni return on investment. Hey! Mnasema return on investment. Just listen to this. 40 years member of MCSK. 250 songs. Less than 150 shillings in revenue. What is 150,000 in 40 years? How much is it per month? Wanjeri, this is criminal. This is absolutely criminal. Yeah, so, but that is where we are here. And you have said the problem is that we license CMOs that do not have the interests of the artist at heart. You will have a lot more issues. We will discuss. Please, we came here to reason together. And I want us to reason together very honestly. So be very honest. Ukikwaza mimi, no problem. If you have issues with the way government is working, you know I'm here to represent government. I'm a cabinet minister of the government of the Republic of Kenya. Government holds power in trust for you. The power doesn't belong to anybody. Article 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, which I wrote. I was the chairman of the parliamentary committee that did this constitution. I was the chairman of that committee. It says, all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya. So even government does not own any power. Government holds power in trust for the people of Kenya. So if you have issues with the way government is doing things, please tell me, so that I can go to cabinet and tell cabinet, artists are saying government is not doing it right here. We need to sort this out. If Kekobo is not doing it right, Kekobo is here. Please face Kekobo. Are you hearing me? Look at Kekobo face to face, eyeball to eyeball, mundu ku mundu, and tell Kekobo You are not getting it right here. So that we can fix the problem. If MCSK, Camp, Prisk are not taking care of your interests, tell them. Tell them today. Tell them so that we can improve. We came here to diagnose the problem, find the solution, and make this industry better, bigger, and more beneficial to all of us. I'm also very happy as we end this session, and I'm told we'll take a break for a cup of tea, that Honorable Mule, please just join us up here because I want you to salimia watu hapa. Mheshimiwa Mule, this is my friend, and Mheshimiwa, please join us here. Karibu sana Mheshi. Take my seat, please. No, just sit here. No, it's okay. You sit. No. Mheshimiwa Mule, I mention him because a lot of the conversation we are going to have today will end up in Parliament. We want to refresh our policies. We want to refresh our regulations. We want to refresh our legislation. Mheshimiwa Mule is a good friend. We served together in Parliament. He is in the committee of Parliament that oversees this industry. So it is so good, and Mheshimiwa, I'm so happy that you have come, because whatever conversation that we are going to have today ultimately will pivot to you and your committee and onto the floor of the House. So you are in good company, good people. Please talk. Talk your hearts out. If you have never had the opportunity to speak your minds and your heart, do it today. But knowing our agenda is to improve things. We want to live here with a blueprint that unleashes the full potential of the creative industry. As a mega industry, providing employment, providing good earning to the creatives, and contributing to our GDP to grow our economy. Asanteni sana. Mheshimiwa Mule, utasalimia hawa wangwana, alafu tutaendelea. We are just about to take a break.
Thank you very much, Waziri. It's an afternoon. Good afternoon. Sorry, first and foremost, I stepped in a bit late. Too many things happening. I'm in to step in for our chair of the Sports, Arts and Youth Affairs, Honorable Wanyama, who is attending to his petition in Western, election petition. And also to represent the committee, which I'm a member, and I'm a ranking member, to come and listen to you. For those who don't know me, my name is Honorable Stephen Mule. I normally vet above the final so that he can become waziri. Kwa hivyo niko hapo juu karibu, lakini akifanya kazi ananiletea. Thank you very much, Waziri. My good friends, Ezekiel and the rest. I know there are so many issues which we need to tackle, and we need to be in reality with what is happening in the digital economy, blue economy, changing of scenarios. And as Ababu said, we are in a national theater, and I can't see any color representing Kenya. Green, red, blue, whatever. But we are here to listen to you, and I can assure you we'll do what it takes at the sports committee. We are equal to the task, and make sure that all what takes place within this industry is well regulated, well legislated, and well implemented. Because at the end of the day, we cannot afford to have the same story for 42 years. I've always told our colleagues, once politics is over, we walk down to do the job we are supposed to do as Parliament. I can assure you in the sports committee, we don't have issues of where you come from. For us, is to deliver to the mandate we are being given by the people. And Ababa has put it very clearly. Article 1 is very clear. We are the representative of the people. So as a committee, we must represent you, tupende tusipende. We must do what is just to you, tupende tusipende. And I can assure you, I'm here the whole day with you to listen to you, so that I know quite a number of colleagues attending the IALA sports in South Sudan. We are ready to even sit during recess to come up with whatever urgent you require, Waziri, so that it can be legislated, regulated, and we move forward. If this country will abide to the rule of law on what we do from morning to evening, will be a very beautiful country. But some people have decided, Sharia kando, na mimi nifanye yangu. And I think that culture needs to come to an end. It starts with a small group like this, and it will transform to the entire country. And I believe we'll all benefit on it. So I wish you all the best for the day, and I can assure you, I'm with you, and I will be your voice. Na hakuna kitu mzuri when your voice will be delivered by somebody who doesn't come from the industry. We'll pick it very well. Personally, I'm a biomedical engineer. I will definitely grasp very fast all the terminologies I've had here. MCSE, sijui nini, sijui nini. If there were vaccines, I would have told you who are there. But that does not limit us not to get to the bottom of the issue which is affecting the industry, whereby creates quite a number of jobs to young people, talents. Yesterday we had a very beautiful tournament in my constituency. And my team at the constituency, because I was not able to attend, we had visitors from Germany who are coming to look at the young people who can play football in Germany, at the lower part of Matungulu, whereby a young person does not imagine that he can be scouted in this country. And I want to be very clear and very sincere. Waziri, we must think outside the box. This country is taking us, we must think outside the box. And we must find the box. Money or the box. We want the box. So before the end of the day, we'll have a box for Waziri. Mnataka kuchoma hiyo box? You have banned the box. So what do we build? Conversation to each other. Proper regulations. And proper oversight of all those bodies. I want to assure you, Waziri, so long as I'm in this committee, Mutua, you know me. When you come before us, I'll have no mercy so long as money has been squandered. So long as Kenyans are not getting the order. And that is the spirit we want to move this country forward and make sure that we are together. Asante sana Waziri, asante sana Sigei, asante sana all the panelists. We are here to listen. I will listen. And I can assure you, we are being joined by a clerk of National Assembly who sits in the committee. He'll pick all the notes, and I will do a report of this meeting and table it in the floor of the House. Because that's how things need to be done. So that report, once it's done, it is authenticated by the House and transmitted to the Speaker. Then it turns to law, regulation, and follow-up of what we need to do. Hakuna, me, where I come from, hakuna kukutana tukunywe chai. Tunakutana, we have a solution and it's implemented. God bless you. I wish you all the best, and let's have a fruitful conversation. And you can count yourself. You have a champion. I want to give you a very small story. When we joined Parliament with, we are in 11th Parliament, I got a call one afternoon from the TB fraternity. Tuberculosis fraternity. And that time, tuberculosis, Waziri, you will be shocked, had zero funding, zero. And I can talk it on top of KICC. When we started conversation of how to make sure that there are TB drugs, there are vaccines, there is testing in this country. Today, as we speak, I'm so proud, tuberculosis has one of the highest funding from national government and outside the country. You are in the right place. I will be your champion. Na mimi kianza kazi, sitaki nyenye. Tuelewaneni. ili tukisukuma waziri na nyinyi mkuwe mmefanya yenu. God bless you, and I will be, and I want to commit today, Ababu, you will be seeing me in your office on behalf of these people. And then we move forward. Let's move as Kenyans, and we'll transform our country and get the best result we can. God bless you. God bless everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. May I just ask for a small indulgement? Bwana Waziri, thank you very much, Mheshimiwa Mule. While we were waiting, Bwana Waziri, I just want to inform you, as an artist, I must recognize some of our stakeholders. Gogo Simo, James Jose has been entertaining us. So let's give him a round of applause. And on the decks, we have the very lovely Miss Bunny, who has been playing, including Amunga. She's young, but she knows Amunga. Makofi kwake pia. Ladies and gentlemen, we will allow our guests to please step into the adjacent room for a cup of tea as we prepare for the transition to the panel sessions. As they do that, kindly, we also want to make an announcement. Makofi tafadhali wakiondoka. Wanapoondoka, naomba tuko na dakika 20 angalau tupate kopo la chai au maji, na tutalipata pale nje kwenye hema. Naomba tafadhali tuondoke, tuende tujipatie hilo kopo, lakini wale ambao wanashiriki kwenye mazungumzo ambayo yanakuja, naomba tafadhali wabaki tukijitayarisha kuwapokea. Thank you. Enjoy your tea.
Ndani kwa ndani na ufunguo ni huu, alifungua nani amelibunda maguu, shamundo bakale simundo bakisasa, kashamundo bakale simundo bakisasa. Kazi ya watu wale si hali ya Kimombasa, usifanye makelele, menipa mengi mapesa. Madhubuti sawa sawa, kashala mkafu. Madhubuti sawa sawa, yenye harufu ya fuu, kila ukilifunua lanukia karafuu na baridi silotima. Madhubuti sawa sawa, kashalam kafu o madubuti saba saba Nandi Barero Nandi Barero Sipiki chungu kamye mangwe Sendi manga Nandi Barero Sipiki chungu kamye mangwe Sendi manga Nandi Barero Nandi Barero Nandi Barero Sipiki chungu kumye mangwe Sendi manga Nandi Barero Sipiki chungu kumye mangwe Sendi manga Nandi Barero
Chambashiawe adiciaro irembara niguo tiri witu ndukore makinyarire kamageito thakame niguo tukorwo haho muthi nituikaranagie na thayo tondu maruaga niguo tuikarage na thayo bũrũri wa Kenya nĩ witũ twĩ inyuothe mũndũ mũtongu na mũthĩni rĩrĩa tũkũrĩa gukanyua tukireithagia mahiũ maitũ nacio ndingori maburoti nyũmba ya mũmbi njamba citũ itikariganĩre harambe 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 woi harambe iena Jomo Kenyatta waigua kĩarĩra ndĩ macunja tũtokenere mũthenya ũyũ twĩna wĩyathi ona thayũ mũthenya mũnene na twainũka tũinũke thayũ waigua kĩarĩra ndĩ macunja tũtokenere mũthenya ũyũ twĩna wĩyathi ona thayũ mũthenya mũnene na twainũka tũinũke thayũ
Watifi Music. Hii ni ngori.
PTMC Production. Mamorio. Oh yeah yeah yeah. Tabaka zote hapa kwetu twatoshana. Umoja wetu ndio nguvu tunasema. Kama nyota kwenye anga tunang'aa. Pia ndege juu angani tutapaa. Nikupende, unipende, nikulinde, unilinde, hata mbele sote twende. It's gonna be fine. Kubwa kwa wadogo tuko sawa. Rangi yetu nyeusi sisi tunaipenda. Tofauti si hatuna, si ni wa Kenya. Unipende, nikupende, unilinde, nikulinde, hata mbele sote twende. It's gonna be fine.
Wakenya mko sawa. Kazi zetu ziko sawa. Hapo vipi sema sawa. Ikibamba sema sawa.
Nikubali sema hi. Hapo vipi sema hi. Bila unyanyapaa twende hi. Bila ubaguzi twende hi. Wanadamu wapo wengi kushoto na kulia. Tukubali tofauti kila nafasi kiza. Sitangaze ya wengine nyamazia tulia. Njia zetu tofauti sote tuko sawa. Talanta yetu ina run kwa madibla. Orieng na wasee atufiata. Disney tuko saa mpaka luta. Matongo tutashika kama pata. Pamoja tunaruka kama bata. Na tunarada, hakuna blanda. Na tunapanda kama maganda. Tusonge pole pole kama maganya.
Kenya tukatike, amuka tubambike. Na vile tunasonga na mwendo kitendo jisi wa upendo. Roho safi tumeosha osha na uwendo. Hatuna chukina, hatuna duina. Twapendana hadi wapige pige nduru. Twapendana hadi wapige pige nduru. Twapendana hadi wapige pige nduru.
Mimi na wewe kitu kimoja. Sote sauti moja. Undugu ni umoja. Tushikane tujengane. Wewe kitu kimoja. Sote sauti moja. Undugu ni umoja. Tushikane tujengane.
Wakenya mko sawa. Kazi zetu ziko sawa. Hapo vipi sema sawa. Ikibamba sema sawa. Kenya yetu wapi? Kenya yetu moto. Kenya yangu wapi? Kenya yangu moto.
kila kuene mato yako kweto Kenya kwa damu na mizizi walai kwa so bless kuna mbuga za wanyama wachezaji Kolumba na Victor Wanyama malegend Wangari Maathai Daudi na kumsifu Mungu sina budi furahia nchi yetu kwa real fisa na wakilisha tatizo doba nimejazika
yetu wapi? Kenya yetu moto. Kenya yangu wapi? Kenya yangu moto. Kenya yetu wapi? Kenya yetu moto. Kenya yangu wapi? Kenya yangu moto.
Mic check 1 2 sound check 1 2.
sawa baby Kiswahili keti huku Kenya kuna
Mic
bado
check, mic check, sound check.
kama Saimara Amboseli na bado kuna
Mic check 1 2 sound check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 sound check 1 2.
karibu kwetu Kenya
Kenya yetu wapi? Kenya yetu moto. Kenya yangu wapi? Kenya yangu moto. Kenya yetu
Mic
wapi?
check, mic check, mic check.
Kenya yangu wapi?
Sound check. Mic check 1 2 sound check 1 2. check 1 2, sound check 1 2.
Nchi yangu mambo yangu Kenya yangu on top. Kuja mitaani watu wanapiga top, najigamba kwa Mkenya kweli naipenda kwa madasi dondoki. Ujumbe mimi nawapa. Kenya yetu wapi? Kenya yetu on top. Kenya yangu wapi? Kenya yangu on top. Kenya yetu wapi? Kenya yetu on top. Kenya yangu wapi? Kenya yangu on top. Mashujaa wetu walitupigania.
Mic check 1 2, sound check 1 2.
Mashujaa wetu walitupigania. Ndio maana Kenya yetu iko hapa sote tunajivunia. Daima mimi Mkenya najivunia. Naipenda tena taikufia. Daima mimi Mkenya najivunia. Naipenda tena taikufia. Daima mimi Mkenya najivunia.
Mic check 1 2, sound check 1 2. Mic check 1 2, sound check 1 2.
Wakenya wote sisi tuimbe, vijana wazee sisi tuimbe, Wakenya wote sisi tuimbe.
Kenya yangu wapi? Kenya yangu on top. Kenya yetu wapi? Kenya yetu on top. Kenya yangu wapi? Kenya yangu on top. Kenya yetu on top. Kenya yangu on top. Kenya yetu on top. Kenya yangu on top. Sasa sisi Kenya inasonga. Wakenya tuzidi kupepea. Tuko huru.
Security yetu bomba. Hatuogopi, ulinzi wetu uko sawa.
Ai, kuna watu wa maana hii Kenya, wameinua bendera kupenya. Iwana spoti mabingwa ni Kenya, Mungu bariki hii Kenya.
Sijui nitaje nini, mazuri ni mengi huku Kenya. Baraka ni nyingi, kama huamini zuru Kenya.
Ai, kuna watu roho juu, watu roho nzuri, wanapenda kazi.
Upendo uko juu, watu wenye nguvu, moja kwa kazi. Roho moja wa Kenya, roho moja. Tukishikana mikono tutasonga mbele.
True definition of a natural beauty. National park in a capital city. Oh my God, Kenya unakaa fiti. Vile nakupenda kuprotect you is my duty. Yenye mashujaa wale wa Kenya wazalendo. Tuweke Kenya mbele kwa umoja na upendo. And if I have to choose, I will still choose you. Najivunia kuwa Mkenya na si udu. Haijalishi kabila, Kenya nyumbani. Amani na undugu kwetu thamani. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, Mola tujalie. Usawa na ustawi pia tupatie. Wakenya tuzidi kupepea. Tuko huru. Pamoja.
wa maana hii Kenya, wameinua bendera kupenya, wana spoti mabingwa ni Kenya. Mungu bariki hii Kenya.
Sijui nitaje nini, mazuri ni mengi huku Kenya. Baraka ni nyingi, kama huamini zuru Kenya.
Kuna watu wazuri, wanatenda kazi.
Upendo uko juu, watu wenye nguvu, moja kwa kazi. Roho moja wa Kenya, roho moja. Tukishikana mikono tutasonga mbele.
Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check.
National Park in a capital city. Oh my God, Kenya
Check,
una
check,
kaa
check,
fiti.
check,
Vile
check,
nakupenda
check.
kuprotect you is my
Check,
duty.
check,
Ile mashujaa
check,
wale wa
check.
Kenya wazalendo, tuweke Kenya mbele kwa umoja na upendo. And if I have to choose, I will still choose you. Najivunia kuwa Mkenya na si udu.
Haijalishi kabila, Kenya nyumbani.
Check,
Amani
check,
na
check.
undugu kwetu
Check, check,
thamani.
check.
Akiwe ngao na mlinzi, Mola tujalie. Usawa na ustawi pia tupatie. Wakenya, tuko huru, pamoja, 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 tusonge mbele. Pamoja,
Ipeperushwe juu sana, bendera yetu Kenya ipeperushwe juu sana. Sisi wa Kenya tunaweza.
Na ipeperushwe juu sana. Acheki, ni mkurugenzi mzalendo, black, red and green. Najivunia sina maneno, young, fresh and free. Niko huru, raia bariani clean. Patriot before Mariga bebe Champions League. Kaza mikuti bendera zipepe humwaka. Nasikia ripoti magari zinapita nyumbaka. Moja ni nguvu siuishiki Harambee. Simama koti mapaja ndo upate mguu kaka. Mkenya halisi, nasikia ifiche inaonekana kwa rahisi. Mboka inapigwa vile inafando vile inaishi. Tutamu kuona vijana wajenga nchi.
Juu sana, bendera yetu Kenya ipeperushwe juu sana. Sisi wa Kenya
Na tunaweza Kenya hutana tena.
ndege wako na mahali pa kuenda jioni, wanyama wa porini, jua likitua pangoni, samaki wa majini wana makao baharini, wako mpangoni. Na kuna Mkenya hana nyumba mahali, na zile ziko hawezi kumudu bei ghali, analilia serikali, ategemea serikali.
Tuanzeni kujenga, watoto wetu wasikose mahali pa kwenda. Chukua mawe na simiti, weka kwa mabega. Tunajenga, tunajenga.
Kukinyesha tusinyeshewe, tuwe salama. Serikali kaingilia, tapunguza gharama. The day is finally here, tunahama. Finally, usawa kwa
ndege wako na mahali pa kuenda jioni, wanyama wa porini jua likitua pangoni, samaki wa majini wana makao baharini, wako mpangoni. Na kuna Mkenya hana nyumba mahali, na zile ziko hawezi kumudu bei ghali, analilia serikali.
Check 1 2.
Ategemea serikali.
How are you? Good, good. Okay. I have seen my friends are here. Can we start? Nyinyi- Nyinyi wawili mmetosha, mtawaambia. Wajua chai ilikuwa dakika 20 bwana.
Ukinyesha tusinyeshewe, tuwe salama.
Kuna mtu ameondoka?
Serikali kaingilia, tapunguza gharama. The day is finally here, tunahama. Finally, usawa kwa wote. Hata yule mapato ni duni, malazi yopata. Tujenge. Sisi wana Kenya tujijenga.
Ndio kwa maana nilisema asalimie hivyo achezewe ngoma.
Tujenge pamoja.
Rumbelengi koleka, sikia butamu ya muziki.
Ni wakati wetu sisi sote, shangilia Afrika. Kenya nchi yetu ipaswa ipewe heshima. Ulinzi uanza nami nawe, uraia undugu iwe mbele, heshima idumu leo milele.
Usikasirikie ulimwengu, usihifadhi chuki moyoni, uishi kwa amani na upendo, usalama lako jukumu. Mimi nawe teke teke, twende mbele tuwapige teke wanaokosesha usalama wetu. Sisi jamani, tusonge.
Two.
It's all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to start our second session. Naomba kama mna wenzenu ambao wako nje, naomba tafadhali tuwakaribishe ndani. We would like to start
we would like to start our session.
Usalama wetu ndugu ni jukumu letu raia. Tuwapende polisi wetu na tusivunje sheria. Tuache roho mbaya.
Kindly take your seats. We would like to start our second session. And we humbly request that we start immediately. We are running late. And you have noticed this meeting is very participatory. So we want to give you the opportunity to hear, listen, and learn. So if I will want to get started, I hope the rest will join us. This is because this is one of the emotive issues. And we are lucky. We have speakers here who are here to tell us. And I'm glad that indeed it is a cross-section of persons who are in the industry and persons who are experts in the law. And indeed, these are people who will elaborate to us some of the things that we may have questions for. Remember, I said, please take your notes. We will have an opportunity to have questions immediately after the presentations. But again, I want to just humbly request that when we make our questions, kindly go to the question. It is good to speak. It is good we are in a public forum. But if tunaweza, tafadhali, tunaomba tusisitize, ikiwa ni swali ambalo unalo, tafadhali, uliulize swali. Isiwe ni maneno ya kujivuta, mifano mengi, na kadhalika. Kwa sababu mwishowe tunataka kila mmoja wetu angalau apate nafasi moja tu ili aweze kutoa maoni yake. Pia naomba na tena kwa heshima wale waliopata fursa ya kuzungumza wakati waziri alipokuwa hapa, tunaomba tafadhali tuwape wenzetu wengine pia nafasi waweze kuuliza maswali yao. Hii naona itakuwa ni busara kwa sababu sisi wote ni washikadau. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to ask Senior Muniafu, I am not afraid to say, to leave that man alone. Eh? Yeah, he's my friend, but for now, we have urgent business. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to now introduce to you the topic is the current status and the future of collective management organizations. This is an emotive story. It is important to know where we are. It's important to know where we are going. So the topic, therefore, is the current status and the future of the collective management organizations. What is the role? What is the status of collective management organizations? A lot of us prefer to call them CMOs. Our moderator for this particular session is none other than Ms. Liz Lenjo, who is the chairman of the Copyright Tribunal. Liz, the chairperson, forgive my lack of courtesy in gender issues. I will correct myself. Liz Lenjo is the chairperson of the Copyright Tribunal, and she also is an IP and entertainment law expert. And a lot of us who know her have either in one way or another participated in most of the webinars that she takes part in for us to get knowledge on these issues. In this same panel, allow me to introduce Mr. Robert Asewe, who is an advocate. Robert
artists prefer to perform while standing. Then we clap. Karibu Makili, we appreciate you. Then we do have my very, very good long-time friend. He still has an ability to look younger than me, yet he met me when I was young. Dr. Ezekiel Mutua, CEO, Music Copyright Society. It's a great pleasure to have you here, indeed. Next, we have Mr. Saul Esikuri. He's known as Shizo. Shizo Salimia Watu. Last but not least, a long-time practitioner, very long practitioner of the arts. And ladies and gentlemen, none other than Amin Virani, who is representing the Creative Society of Kenya. Last but not least, not because he is older, but he has matured. I will respect him and his age and introduce none other than Mr. Justus Ngemu, who is a musician representing Mark. Allow me, therefore, to now hand over to Madam Liz to proceed with the program. Karibu.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the National Creative Summit. We start with our first panel, and we're talking about the topic, current status and the future of collective management organizations. So before we proceed, please receive from Mr. Bernard Kioko, who has sent his representative, Alamin Virani. He fell unwell, and he had to send a representative. So allow us to put this conversation into context before we get into the meat of the conversation. The creative economy contributes over 6.1% of the global domestic product, what we know as GDP, averaging between 2% and 7% of the national GDPs around the world. And in Kenya, we are talking at about 5.3%, which is a very good chunk. According to the UN, it estimates that the creative economy industries generate revenues of over $2 trillion, and account for mainly 50 million jobs worldwide. And as we talk about the 50 million jobs, we have to be cognizant of the different stakeholders in the different departments, in the different facets of the creative economy. And today we're talking about the collective management organizations who are a pillar in this ecosystem. And to start off, we will be asking the panelists, what is a CMO and what is the role of a CMO? And this is a very important question. I know sometimes we feel like it's a redundant question, but we are also aware that we have new and upcoming rights holders and new and upcoming talent, and this is something that they really need to know. So we'll start with Dr. Mutua, and tell us who is a CMO and what is the role of a CMO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you've heard, I am Ezekiel Mutua. I'm the CEO of the Music Copyright Society of Kenya, the biggest and the oldest CMO in Kenya, and probably one of the biggest in Africa. CMO, like they are shortly or referred to, are collective management organizations. These are private companies formed by the members themselves. So musicians come together, register the companies to administer copyright on their behalf, to collect and distribute royalties. These are royalties accrued from copyrighted musical works that are consumed in public places, like you had in matatus or public service vehicles, in hotels and restaurants, in all these places, including broadcasting stations. So these are not government organizations. MCSK is a private company with its own structures, articles and memoranda of association registered under the Companies Act. Sometimes I see the government treating MCSK like a government agency. We are not. We are a company. And the intrusive nature of the regulator actually seems to be the confusion that mostly affects this type of operations, because a private company has its own regulations, how they conduct their business, how they do their elections, who they elect. It is the members to be sensitized about those rights. The government regulates and issues licenses for CMOs to collect copyright from use of copyrighted musical works in public places. So that's the interface now between these private companies. Just like private banks, I'm very happy that our minister now is also the one in charge of sports. Just like Gor Mahia Club, it has its own ways of doing things and associations, and it's registered as such. So sometimes when I see even the regulator attempting to become a signatory to a bank account, it's like the minister becoming a signatory to Gor Mahia because the players are not being paid. That can't be the solution. The solution lies in creating awareness about musicians to understand their rights, be united, sensitizing users of copyright to understand that this could be your brother, your sister, your daughter, your son. And therefore, if their talent is in music, and you really want to consider this as business, as a career, we just need to bring in the good manners and the morality and constitutionalism to respect that, and when you use their music, you pay for it. It's as simple as that. And there are diverse ways of income, I think we'll be coming into that. But let me say for MCSK, for example, with 15,000 members, I know people dispute that. It's only disputed when we are sharing, when we are distributing. But when Kekobo wants to give us a license, they charge 100 shillings per member, and we pay that. Right now, they are demanding that of us, and they are not disputing. But if we are distributing, they will say, oh, those members are fake. So why do you take money for registration for 15,000, but when we are distributing, then you discredit the list? But like I said, these are private companies. We need to understand that from the word go. We are not government. The worst government can do is to deny us the license. But we're also Kenyans and we have rights. And as CMOs, we can stand our ground by getting united, musicians becoming one and speaking with one voice, so that even the government can see we are organized and we have a voice, and that voice is respected, so that we begin on a clean slate with the new minister and move forward together and collaborating together. But like I said, the CMOs in Kenya is not just MCSK. It is also MCSK representing the musicians. We are the original owners of the copyright. And then there's CAMP, who are the owners of capital. They invest in the production. And then there's the Performers' Rights Association or Society, PRISC. When we collect together. That's what happens at the moment. We collect jointly. So you get only one license. The hotel owners who are here, they know the license is one. Sometimes people talk of MCSK as if they collect alone. Actually, the license is called KPM, CAMP PRISC MCSK. That's what we issue to everybody who has a license. That money goes to a joint account, and none of us can withdraw alone. So, away from maligning people's names, that money cannot be withdrawn without the agreement of the 3 CMOs. And that approach has been very good because it's good for ease of doing business. Instead of MCSK going to license a club, then CAMP comes. I think that model is a very good one, and I applaud it. I believe it should work. Although it brings administrative challenges, but I think it's a very good model. When that money goes to the joint account, then there is an account for distribution and there's an account for management. So far we are so organized that even in the issuance of licenses, we don't deal with cash. If you dial now *553#, you can license yourself. And our officers don't deal with cash. We have moved to USSD and we are that organized. And then as organizations, we have also a board that runs the 3 CMOs, the tripartite arrangement. And like I say, this is a model that is also applied in other countries. It works very well because it creates ease of doing business. And I think as it is right now, that is a model we need to support. Lastly, the royalties element of music, or CMOs, let me say, the role of CMOs and the business of CMOs contributes to less than 10%. Less than 10% of the music business. Less than 10%. Right now, compliance levels, even for the less than 10%, are also below 10%. Collection precedes distribution, and therefore there is no money to distribute. We can talk until cows come home. Until we collect, there is no distribution. So if we account for 10 or less than 10%, where does the 90 go? Who is in charge of the 90? Because to be obsessed with 10% and ignore the other cartels that control the 90% is to mislead this meeting. So I have to be truthful with you and tell you that the cartels are in government,
Dr. Mutua,
they are in the private sector,
Dr. Mutua,
and that's where we need to address our issues.
Allow me to throw now the question. I'll start with Shizo. Shizo is a performing artist, and I think also you write your own music, right? Please tell us, in words, how do you relate with the CMOs? What is a CMO to you? And just basic your experience with CMOs briefly.
Thank you so much. My name is Shizo Kenya. Say this. Sijui kama hii microphone inakata. Nitasema hivi, wacha nizungumze kwa Kiswahili ndio watu. Number one, easy CMOs, they are just as you defined, collective management organizations. Their work, number one, is to license music users. Number two is to monitor, okay? Number three is to collect royalties on behalf of creatives and distribute. It is as simple as that. We don't need any complications over that. You have asked me my relationship with Kenyan CMOs. I want to assure you here, before this public, that I'm not in tandem with what the Kenyan CMOs are doing, okay? Why am I saying that? They collect, but artists rarely get the distribution, okay? In the last, let me give you an example, just a simple example. They collected royalties that were distributed in May. Two of the CMOs, Camp and Prisk, distributed. I'm worried my CEO here, where I am a member of MCSK, they have not distributed. That is number one. Ama mmepata pesa? Number two, remember, their work is to do what? Collect and distribute. So they collected, two CMOs distributed, but they didn't distribute. He has confirmed to us that hiyo pesa inaingia kwa kikapo kimoja ambacho ni KPM. So ilipoingia, mbona Camp ikadistribute, Prisk ikadistribute, wao wakakosa kudistribute? That is the question I want him to answer here. Moving forward, because we are here to look for solutions. We don't want blame games. Ndio wasione ni kama tunawaonea. Juzi wamefanya mkutano ya AGM online. Okay? I know to some extent maybe some laws and policies labda zina support hiyo. Lakini wanajua ni uchungu gani wasanii wanayo wakati wanaweka online na sisi tunataka kulog in online na tunazuiwa. Majority of the artists hawakujoin hiyo AGM. Tulizuiwa. They okay, they are private entities. They collect on our behalf. But we also have a right to speak. So the moment we want to speak, inakuwa ni vigumu. And remember, madam, AGMs are only once a year. So kutoka January mpaka December, hakuna mahali popote ambapo tunaweza ongea. Ni kwa AGM. So unapoweka online, alafu unazuia tusiongee, itakuwa namna gani? Na sisi ndio wenye chama. Nikimalizia, kwa sababu najua nitarudi kuongea bado. Nataka ni correct kitu very important ambayo Ringtone aliongea. I want to correct it here, not tomorrow. And if I'm lying, Dr. Ezekiel Mutua is here, he will confirm to that. CMOs are collecting money. Wasiseme ya kwamba hazi collect. They are collecting. Mimi mwenyewe nilichukua jukumu kama msanii. Nikaambia Kekobo nitawapeleka kotini. Kwa sababu pesa zetu zimekolektiwa na hatupati na nyinyi mnakataa. So I had to be given figures. I have an email with figures from Kekobo. It's an official email. Naweza hata nikaweka kwa magazeti, watu kama magazeti wakaona. In January to December 2021, hiyo KPM account ili collect 191,720,023 and 80 cents. That is in January mwaka jana. In January 2022, nilikuwa nauliza hiyo statement in June 26th, okay? The CMOs had collected 141,091,471.30. So, and I'll give it to you. I'm very okay to give it to you. Sina problem. And it's an official email. Nilipata kutoka wapi Kekobo. Kwa sababu nimeenda kufuata kama msanii. Nakasirika mbona pesa zinachukuliwa na hatupatiwi. Unaona? So, these are amounts that are being collected by CMOs, which they ought to give to us, okay? Na najua labda kwa hii ya hii mwaka ndio yenye nini camp na Prisco walipeana, lakini MCSK wakakataa kupeana yao. Unaona? So, tusidanganywe ya kwamba hawa collect. They are collecting royalties. Okay? Where the problem is, and hapo ndio ningekubaliana na ndugu yangu Rington kidogo, ni kwamba there is no massive collection.
All right.
But collections are ongoing. Nitarudi. Naomba sana, ninataka nafasi sana kwa hii niongee kwa sababu nina mengi.
Okay, so because of time, I'll distribute the questions, but that question we shall react. So allow me now to go to my fellow learned friend, Wakili Robert, and I'll ask you, under the Copyright Act, are CMOs defined as you've had? You know, what is the law basically around CMOs?
Thank you very much. Probably I should disclose that I've been in the industry for a while. I'm also a DJ, so I'm very passionate about music. Oh, sorry. Nasema kwamba mimi pia ni msanii. I'm very passionate about music. I'm a DJ, apart from being an IP lawyer. Since 2014, when I started a little bit of advocacy work in the sector, this conversation has been ongoing. There's nothing new here. There's nothing new. If you come here, umejam at Dr. Mtua has not paid you. He's not the first CEO who's encountered this. And I think that's why this is very important today, because we want to focus on the problem. So the problem starts from the Copyright Act itself. I think we have market distortions, and these distortions in the copyright sector are basically coming from the inadequate legal framework. Today, my good friend here is in court with users who are saying they are not going to pay because they don't believe you have a mandate to collect. So that even the Copyright Act has not defined properly what are the roles of the CMO. Because if we would have hit that properly, we wouldn't be having some of these challenges. But in 2001, when we enacted the Copyright Act, of course, we put there provisions for collective management organizations. But is there anyone here who has asked themselves that before 2001, what was happening? Because MCSK, as we've been told, is 40 years old. MCSK was incorporated in 1983. So between 1983 to 2001, what was the framework? Because when you hear somebody saying they've been in the game for 40 years, 250 songs, what has been happening? The framework that we have right now is so inadequate that in 2022, when data is the oil, data is everything, the framework is not very clear on how stakeholders are supposed to manage this copyright data. Shizo ukisema wanakusanya na hawalipi. Wewe kama mwenye society, do you know that first of all your obligation is to invest in technology that can help you monitor your works? Because if you want to be paid scientifically, ile unachezwa kila wakati so you are the highest earner, there's technology that can help CMOs do that. Have you invested in IT? if you look at the Copyright Act, is it a requirement that CMOs invest in information technology? I'll tell you it's not a requirement. That's why today, if I go and apply for a license as a CMO, now all I have is a briefcase. I'll get the license. There's no requirement that Dr. Mtua has to invest in technology. So we've overburdened the regulator because the regulator has to work now from behind. When members complain, money is being collected and it's not being distributed, the regulator now has come to start putting pressure on the players. But that is not even the job of the regulator, because if we want a regulator who is constantly coming up with rules to take care of situations that should have been planned in legislation, then you'll have conflict. And all of you here know that from around 2015 to date, I think even last month, there were still cases in court, but now they have come to an end. So this constant litigation, CMOs in court with the regulator, music users not paying, and therefore CMOs have to go to court. All this is a structural issue. Relationship between CMOs and their members. This I have to talk to. And I've had this conversation with very many artists. If you are a member of MCSK, please understand that you are a shareholder in that company. Under law, shareholders have certain responsibilities. You cannot come and tell the minister that we have not had elections. You are hitting punching way below. Hizo ni mambo ya nyumba, ndani ya nyumba, the way Mr. Mtua is talking about. But as shareholders, have we invested enough in ourselves so that we can manage these companies better? The companies are a reflection of you, because I've not seen any strikes where you are saying that this guy has become a director and he has no relationship with music. But within, again, that framework, I feel the structures of CMOs, especially at the board level, we haven't structured them well. If you look at the CMOs, how they were organized traditionally and how they have been organized post-2010, MCSK, for instance, when they're constituting the board, they look at regional representation. Those are some of the things they look at. But for those who are in the industry, you understand that at the board level, you need a mix of both independent directors and those who have been elected by songwriters, and so that when they sit down at the board, you have a mix. We don't seem to be having that mix, and I think that is, again, another challenge with the structure we have. Thanks.
Thank you for that input, Wakili. Just a quick question before I go to the second question. How many have read Copyright Act? Wangapi wetu tumesoma mswada wa copyright? Yeah, do we agree it needs to be, some reforms need to take place? Excellent. So now the second question would be about the successes and challenges we have faced. And this, I would start with Bwanangemu, who has also previously served as a board member at CAMP and has long history of knowledge. So we'll ask you, what are some of the successes that we have recorded in the CMO space, and maybe some of the challenges?
Asante Lizzy. Hamjambo. Mtaniruhusu niongee kwa Kiswahili. Kwanza nitaanza kurespond ile swali la kwanza ulikuwa umeuliza, what is CMOs? CMOs is Collective Management Organization, na ambapo mandate yao is very clear. Collect and distribute. And hata kupewa license kwake is based on collecting and distributing. And then imekuwa very disheartening kwa kwamba badala ya kufanya hiyo, badala ya kuperform hiyo, imekuwa ni giving signs and PR. Kila wakati tunaongea for 40 years doing the same thing, the same mistake. And the CMOs we are learning are the CMOs that has been in service quite long, but the shell CMOs. Why am I saying shell CMOs? Because we don't have properties. We have been spending money in millions. Lakini hizi CMOs zetu hazina properties. It's so sad. Kwa hiyo hakuna haja ya tukuje kuongea mambo ya CMOs kama tumengawanyika. Eti wengine wanakuja kutetea CMO ama wengine wanakuja kuaccuse CMOs. We should address the problem. Because about the CMO, mimi ni mmoja wa waanzilishi wa CMOs. Nimeona Amunga hapa, ni mwanzilishi wa CMO, pia MCSK. Na kusudi ya kufanya hivyo, tulikuwa tunatafuta source of another income for the artist, apart from ile music tulikuwa tukiuza in the market. But now, badala ya hiyo source of income kuwa embraced by those who few we elect to go and learn those offices, wakienda huko, wanafanya kama ile slogan ya watu wa Ndumu, wanasema umbu nje sisi ndani. Sasa wao wanajifungia ndani. Inakuwa kwamba wale members ambao wamewaelect, hawa members wanakuwa shughuli zao zimeisha, tutaonana nao baada ya miaka mitatu. So unapata kwamba ile biashara iko pale ni ya these our CMOs are societies when we are electing the directors. Then it becomes a private company when they are in the office. Very disheartening. Badala ya kufanya kazi, sisi members tukuje kutetea CMOs zetu, CMOs wamekuwa wanaamuka kila asubuhi wakienda kotini. We don't elect directors to go to the court. We elect directors to make life easier for the artist. Kwa hiyo challenges, ulikuwa umeniuliza what are the challenges? Challenges are one, we elect directors to learn the office, and they turn against us as their members to become their enemies. It's a serious challenge. They block our numbers, we become like hata tukiwapigia simu, na wanalipa wengine wanakaa huku katikati wetu, wanaenda wana record audio za kututukana. So wanagawa, hiyo ni challenge serious sana. Because CMOs zote tatu, mimi siwezi ongea juu ya MCSK peke yake. CMOs zote tatu, kila moja iko na challenge fulani. Kwa hivyo, hiyo challenge ya divide members is a very serious problem. Challenge ingine, CMOs should stick to their mandate, not about going to the court. I was disappointed when I saw, and I'm sorry to mention that kwa sababu sasa tumeambiwa, CS ametuambia tuongee kama mbaya. Nilisikia vibaya wakati nilipata MCSK walikuwa wameenda kotini kuenda kuomba watolewe katika ile roof ya kuwa regulated by Kekobo. Na sasa nikajiuliza, mimi ni member wa MCSK 432, number 432. Nikajiuliza, nikisign deed of assignment, nilisaini kwa MCSK waweze kucorrect on my behalf, waweze kuagitate for my right, and then they advise me when it is necessary. But now unaenda kotini, useme you don't want to work as a CMO. Na hiyo assignment tulisign na wewe na contract tulisign na wewe, itakuwa imeenda wapi? So it is not good to create a challenge by way of, for the lack of words, ignorance. You just choose to do what you think is right for you. So those are challenges, Liz, we are going through. But I think kwa sababu conversation tunaendelea, I will come back to another part.
So,
Thank
but
you.
before you let go of the microphone,
Yes.
have we had any successes, especially during your time at camp? Is there something at least we can celebrate and say, we did something right, we could do better? Because I believe you did.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Tulianza vizuri. And, sorry. Something funny, eh? Tulianza vizuri maanake nikiuliza swali hapa, when I was chairman, did you get royalty? Did you get royalty? They did. Why? Because tulifanya kwanza ile PR, public relationship with our business community. Because you cannot keep going to somebody's premises with buduki. Na tukasema, let us create good relationship to work with the other communities in good working environment. And then that way, tuliweza kwanza, achievement ambayo tulipata wakati huo, CMOs zilikuwa zinafanya kazi separately. Tukaanza kurudisha camp na Prisk kufanya kazi pamoja. Tukaleta MCSK kufanya kazi pamoja na camp na Prisk. Na tukatengeneza hiyo account uliita KPM. I am the one of those who decided that KPM. Because ulisema KPM ni ya kuweka pesa zote, then kunakuwa na account separately that distributables. So, tuliachieve. Na tulikuwa na relationship nzuri sana na even Kekobo, na ndio maana walikuwa wanapeana license. Na kama, with all due respect and fairness, if you are not performing according to the regulation, what do you want the government to do?
Thank you for that. Now we move to you, Virani, as a member of the Community of Kenya. Sorry about this microphone. Your challenges, your experience with CMOs from a perspective of an author.
1, 2. Thank you very much. Creative Society of Kenya is an advocacy and lobbying group. We felt the necessity to have an association of rights holders who are able to engage with all the bodies that are involved in intellectual property matters. I'm very fortunate today that my professor, when I was going to class to learn about this, is the moderator of the panel. So I feel very confident when I speak. I think Wakili here spoke very clearly that there is an incredible number of flaws in the act governing intellectual property, and that's where the issues stem from. One thing that you people should be very wary about when people speak, and I mean everybody who's spoken here and elsewhere. If we have agreed, because everybody said yes when Wakili said there's an issue with the act governing intellectual property and Kekobo and the CMOs by default, and Skiza Tunes to an extension. When we agree to that unanimously, why are we also agreeing to discuss who's benefiting from this system? Which means that some of us are actually comfortable with who's benefiting from this system. Waziri said that as well, I remember in his speech earlier. Some of you defend the people who are committing these issues against. Some of you en masse, I've been to meetings, stakeholder meetings, where people come in the bus loads in meetings like this, and they shout down anybody who tries to say anything progressive. And so it seems that we as rights holders and artists are our own problem. It's important that we get the correct information, that we all learn what is in the act, we learn the demarcation of all these terms. I'm not sure everybody understands what these rights are. When I didn't understand, and I've been involved in this matter since the late Poxy Pressure dragged me into these meetings in the mid-2000s. And I think the chair was Jennifer Shamala back in the time. And it has been tumultuous since then. And now I'm learning that Msaimo Wanjeri has been here even longer than, even before me, right? I'm about the same age as MCSK, I'm about 40. So it's imperative that the government, the legislature, and the people in charge, Dr. Mutua here and others, help genuinely try and change the system for the better. And another key word that Waziri used in his when he was parting lines was quick turnaround. What can we do to change this thing, but what can we do to change it quickly? If we go to court, we'll be in court for another 5-10 years. Some of us will be retired. Some of us now will be the new Msaimo Wanjeri of that time. And what can we, if we unanimously agree that we should address this thing from a legislative point, then that's all we should be taking from this meeting. We should be headed in that direction together with expertise from Mr. Dr. Mutua, with expertise from the MCSK team, from the camp team, from the PRISC team, from Kekobo, from all the related government arms, and then we head to the legislature and do the necessary. I think that's what's most important. If we come here and argue about who's benefiting from what, it's like you are happy when it's you, and then when Gemu comes in, now you want to protest against him, and then when Virani comes in, then you're going to start shouting at me like that, right? When I become the chair of MCSK, or the CEO, you're going to shout at me, right? So we are chasing our tail. And we already have agreed on the solution. Maybe we pursue the solution and we give ourselves timelines of when we can be able to achieve something in that regard.
Thank you, Viradi, for that. Now leads to the third question, before now we put it to plenary. And the question is, we've agreed that there's a problem with the law. So what do we want the law to provide for us? I want to start with Shizo as an artist. Dr. Mutua will answer last, because I'm sure he probably has a whole list in terms of what amendments he would hope to see, or maybe a new Copyright Act. So for you, Shizo, what would you like to see in the Copyright Act to protect you and your interests as far as CMOs are concerned? Give me like 2 things that you would like to see in the law.
Number one, I will say that I want to see, because if they are private entities, but when they collect public money, then they are not supposed to be questioned. I think there is a problem. So the law, the Copyright Amendment Act needs to look within that area, okay? Another issue, creatives need to be educated, and this one now needs to go to the ministry. We need to do sensitization of the Copyright Act and law in the whole country, so that creatives are aware about their rights, so that people don't just come, wanatoka kule, wanakuja na wana take advantage of them. I think you have talked about the law, but I think I still need more time, if you have that question, moving the way forward on matters of CMOs.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'll move to Mr. Ngemu. 2 things you would like to see in the Copyright Act to help CMOs become more effective.
One of the things that I would wish to see moving forward in CMOs' performance is, if possible, the law could be amended to allow the CMOs to work from one-stop shop, where this one-stop shop will reduce the financial, burden from the members, and at the same time, these 3 CMOs being brought together, working from one-stop shop, will make it easier by way of reducing the number of directors who are consuming a lot of money from members. We are having 22 directors who you cannot explain exactly what their duty is all about. So at that point, I would wish to suggest that kama inawezekana, hizi board zitawekwa hizo boards zikawekwa kuwa pamoja, one, itasaidia kureduce duplication. Na ninajua member ataniuliza, kama naona kama kuna duplication, kwa nini si kuona duplication wakati ule mwingine? Na mimi nita preempt hiyo question na kusema kwamba kitu chochote kikianzishwa kina grow. It grows to a better position. Around the world, other CMOs are working from one common ground. Lakini sisi unapata ofisi iko Eastlands, ingine iko Westlands, ingine iko Kilimani, and then we are all facilitating those offices and the staff. Lakini kama inawezekana hiyo, nikiongeza nikimalizia Liz, utapata kwanza these 3 CMOs siwe na 3 categories. Category moja ile ambayo inasimamiwa na MCSK, corporate and publishers and music arrangers. Hiyo ni category moja ambao inaweza kusimamiwa na directors watatu. It is suggestion I'm making. Then sound recording ambayo inasimamiwa na camp, the same, ikakuwa na director watatu, and the performing right association, the same. Those categories wakawa na 3 directors, then they choose one chairman from that. That could be an easier way of overcoming the situation, and that is my wish.
Thank you for that recommendation. Virani?
One. Yes, my proposal today would be also in the interest of overhauling and the act is to have clear demarcations about their available intellectual property rights. For example, actors don't have a CMO. Actors are some of the most famous people you know, you see. They don't have a CMO. In meetings with Kekobo, we have been told that it is not possible to introduce, under the current dispensation, introduce new rights categories. It is very dangerous because someone's intellectual property is his human right. It's indelible right. It cannot be taken away. But I think the government agency is purposefully taking away rights from rights holders by not having the demarcations clearly so that everybody's intellectual property is protected. Imagine that you have CAMP, Ngemu's founding organization, that caters for investors. That means somebody who's paying money for a production is getting a share of the royalties. The person who is sweating it out, reading the lines, performing, acting, being seen on every medium, or that person doesn't have rights, that needs to be understood somehow, right? Are there actors in the room? Don't you agree with me? Where is your CMO right now, currently? Prisk. How many actors are registered at Prisk? I'll tell you for free, it's under 500. And the majority of Prisk's almost 8,000 population are musicians. So musicians today are taking the largest chunk of collected royalties in this country. But we have painters, we have people of trademark, we have actors. All this is not being catered for, and that should be addressed by the law. The law should not leave room for somebody's, a citizen's rights to be trampled on. The law should be there, as the minister, honorable minister said. The government should be there to hold our power what was the word? In trust. But when the person holding that power in trust is not accommodating the people who is serving, it's very difficult to proceed. Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Mutua, what are some of the legislative developments you'd like to see to enable you work efficiently?
I think for me, it's not even for lack of legislation. I think the Copyright Act was amended in April, particularly on the element of Skiza tunes to raise the revenue share ratio. What was going to musicians was, I think, 16%. Now it's supposed to be 52%. It's about the enforcement of that to begin with. And if there can be commitment by the government to ensure that the copyright law is enforced. So I am focusing more on the enforcement because I think until we have the culture of obeying the law and ensuring that the government also fulfills its constitutional obligation under Article 40 to protect the intellectual property of its citizens, then musicians will continue to suffer. And why I'm saying enforcement is the key here is that this conversation must translate to money in the pockets of musicians. Otherwise, it's a story. Wakili here has said in 2014, they were here talking the same story. I am a few months in MCSK, and I'm trying to analyze the challenges. And I can tell you, if we just enforced the Copyright Act as it is to begin with, ensured that those who consume music, copyrighted music, they pay for it, first of all, these musicians would be happy. So enforcement is critical. But also we need to draw a clear demarcation between the role of the regulator and the work of the CMOs and the other players so that those roles are clear. And I think that's what Akil alluded to, that's very critical, the structural, the infrastructural arrangement within the copyright law. But there must be goodwill. And I'm so happy that we have a new minister who is committed to this. If we can just engage soberly and say, where is the problem? Because like Justice said, sometimes we come here with a mind of who to blame, who to shout down, and we go away and the cartels continue to reap from your money. I have not been a CEO for a long time, and I came with a lot of hope that I'm going to reform this and translate this into benefits to the musicians. And I believe it can be done if we enforce the law as it is, and then while the musicians are having money. Because what's the point of dealing with all these issues when we have $500 million out there that we can collect in 1 month and pay them? Why are we not focusing on that? What is the point of having meetings after meetings when musicians are dying? The famine that is affecting the country is also affecting musicians. They are feeling the pinch of this economy. And if this is a hustler government, we must stop these side shows, because these are side shows. All these things, the message is very simple: pesa mfukoni. And until we sort out the issue of enforcement, collection precedes distribution. He was asking a good question that we collected about 191 million in 2021, 2022. And that is true. The records are obvious. These are public records. MCSK out of the, even put it at 200 million. MCSK gets 54% of that money per year. So 200 million per year. I've just actually put it, rounded it up to the highest amount from 191 to 200 million. 54% of 200 million is 108 million per year. Divide by 12 months, it comes to 9 million per month. You remove 20% that we pay the KPM infrastructure setup, the staff. What goes to MCSK per month, for example, with that amount, I'm talking about MCSK, let me not even talk about camp, is about 5 million. So, truly, if this is your organization and you want it to serve you, and it has staff, it has rent, because she's always saying that the work of CMOs is to collect and distribute, and I say yes. But collect as what? We are not machines. We have employees and they are Kenyans and they have rights. So what you need to do is, the question you need to ask is, do you need CMOs? Because if you want them to operate the way other companies operate, the shareholders must take responsibility for these CMOs and how they are run.
Thank you. Now to you, Wakili. You actually, yes. So just summarize what these legislative developments look like.
Thank you for that question. I'll summarize it in 2 ways. I think the mic, can you hear now? 2 things I want to state. That first of all, I think sometimes we are so hard on ourselves as Kenyans. Because you asked a very relevant question, that what are the successes? Once upon a time, MCSK used to go out, issue invoices to hotels and restaurants and all their clients. And then after MCSK has left, Camp and Priest come in, same client. We ended that when we introduced an amorphous thing called joint collection. It had not been seen before, but it was born out of that pressure. I think it's also important to say that once upon a time, there was no public participation in licensing of these organizations. Today, I think even this is part of public participation. So let's also not be very hard on ourselves. But in terms of the amendments I want to see, on the one hand, you have legacy issues. And I'm saying legacy issues in relation to the existing CMOs. I would want to say they are operating currently within the analog space. And by analog, I mean they are not collecting or getting money from digital markets. So that within the framework for the current copyright framework, I'm very concerned that a sector that has the capacity to collect billions of shillings, the role of the CMO is limited at the way we draw our laws. Usually we start with definitions, then we go into substantive. So a lot of the roles that Mtua is doing is not captured in the substantive part of the law. We've given that work to Kekobo. This thing of 30% should go to administrative expenses and 70%. Are you comfortable leaving it to Kekobo, or we think we need a much more broader national discussion on how we are going to tame these figures? Because there are countries like Brazil which have decided that they are going to put it into law that you cannot exceed this amount in terms of administrative expenses for CMOs. But the more fundamental reform I want to see is we need a new framework for digital markets. And I want us to go the American way, because America is the biggest music market and they've had some of these challenges. And when CMOs were not able to, for a long time, agree on how they were going to manage their digital markets, they ended up forming a new kind of creature which was not going to affect what current CMOs were doing. They set up the MLC, which is actually a CMO that now focuses on licensing and collecting from users in the digital space, the likes of Spotify, so that as we are trying to sort out these legacy issues, there are very many. 2022 Copyright Act does not talk about the roles and responsibility of the CMO to its members, to users of music who are going to be coming in the next panel like media. Where in the Copyright Act do we find the relationship being defined? Even we are going to be talking about tariffs, and where in the law have we created a situation where we end this constant conflict between one side saying the economy is too bad, these tariffs are too low or too high. So on the one hand, Kenya Copyright Board as is the regulator, but we have also given it powers to act like the legislator. And I'm happy Parliament is here today, because Kekobo should not be legislating, but they are out of necessity. When artists were saying, oh, the expenses are too much, you collect a lot of money, you are not distributing, the regulator had to step in with the formula of the 70-30. So, and then you also happen to sit, privileged position to sit at the Copyright Tribunal. Dispute resolution. Okay. Dispute resolution is also something that I think we need to look at, because
all right, definitely.
If you look at some of the biggest challenges we are having is as a result of failure to manage disputes between CMOs and their
disputes
members.
Definitely is being handled, and we will definitely be looking into that. So I think agreed that we need to look at the Copyright Act, yes? Yes. We have heard of what is called, have we? We have heard of what we call public participation once there's a bill in place, yes? Have we ever heard of that process when we're passing laws? It's really important because as stakeholders, we are saying we can see a problem. The problem is in the law. So now, let us, where we are, start documenting these challenges. We have had some of the proposals from the panelists. So you, as individuals or as associations, come together and put now these proposals so that we stop amending the act in piecemeal. Let's put together something that makes sense for all of us, a law for Kenyans by Kenyans. Indio. So when we hear public participation, please show up. When there's a memorandum being called through the office of the director at Kenya Copyright Board, let's show up. Have we agreed? We are tunaganga yajayo, sindio? Yes, so we're looking forward to a happy and prosperous future. Bwana CS has given us hope. It feels like Christmas, so let's take that home. Thank you very much, and thank you to our online viewers for joining us.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen,
hello.
May I simply say a big thank you to Justus Ngemu, Amin Virani, Dr. Ezekiel Mutua, Mr. Robert Asewe, Mr. Saul Esikuri, aka Shizo, and last but not least, moderator, none other than Miss Liz Lenjo. Can we please clap for them as we usher them out for the next session? And I want to just make a small announcement. Because we are running out of time, there will be time for, no, we have to agree to disagree. Yeah. No, I want to explain how we are going to carry ourselves. We will have questions at the end of the next panel. I am only requesting that we exercise patience. I'm not asking that, I'm not imposing. I'm only asking we exercise patience. We are working extremely hard to manage time. And now as the panel leaves, we are moving with the next set of speakers. We want them to take the floor. And as they do, tafadhali, as they do. And I want to be very humble about this. I want to ask a very humble question. Allow me, out of respect, out of age, and out of the fact that he remains a pioneer of music, to give the chance to Mzee David Amunga to make a very brief statement. Tafadhali. Thank you for your understanding. Mzee.
It's bad. I've got cold, but I'll try very hard to pass communication. As an elder artist, when we formed MCSK, I told the Attorney General, Amos Wako, artists cannot collect royalty and pay another. Remember, Wako had told me to go and start MCSK to collect royalty. But I told him, that's very good. But as an artist, I'm an interested party. How would you entrust me to collect money from music users to pay another artist? I will pay myself first before I pay you. And what happened later on, Attorney General saw my point. Then we formed the first board, SK, which brought together the Ministry of Culture, Office of the Attorney General to advise on copyright law, and me and the late Juma Toto and a few others, we represented copyright owners. But then when I was elected to go to PPMC, Presidential Music Commission, something happened behind. There was a misunderstanding between the copyright owners and the Ministry of Culture and also the AG. They parted and went and formed the Kenya Copyright Board. I complained. You cannot leave your responsibility of ensuring that money collected from the music users are properly spent, because my recommendations were that apart from distributing royalty to the artist, there is the issue of music development. We must have a fund that the money collected part of it should go for music development. But they never took my advice. Up to this time, money collected is being consumed, everything. And Kenyan music is dying. I can hear you play my song, America to Africa. Can MCSK stand here and tell you how much they have paid me? They can't. Yeah, so if I speak on behalf of the artist, an artist cannot be entrusted because you are an economic property. You are an industry, an artist. You need management, leadership, and investment. That's how we were in the past. The foreigners came here before independence, and they developed companies which employed us. Songs like Someni Vijana, Tulikuwa Watoto, Tulicheza na Masomo. I was paid only 300 shillings. America to Africa and others, Akina Mukabi, it is me who started a music union, the first artist, because you could even play on the stage from 8 up to 8 in the morning. No overtime, and the salary was very small. So you people, I want to tell you, you cannot collect your royalties or be employed or take responsibility to go and collect our royalties and pay us. No, we need a committee that comprises MCSK, the government should be there, Attorney General, to ensure kwamba the copyright is properly administered, because administration of copyright, copyright is your right, so you administer economic rights of that property. Now, the government is there to ensure that the Copyright Act, Cap 130 laws of Kenya, protects you. That's what the government is all about. So what I'm here to tell you is that the board, I'm calling for reorganization. And reorganization of collection of royalties should start from how we started. Office of the AG, the Ministry of Culture, and the music industry. Otherwise, we are wasting our time. MCSK and all other collecting societies should be audited. How much they have collected and how much they have paid out, so that we can go for reorganization of the system. So why do we come here to listen to things that have no future, have no credibility? I want the government to protect you. They should come on the MCSK to ensure that the money that is collected, you are actually receiving it. Otherwise, I cannot collect money as an interested party and be expected to pay you. No, that should stop. Hiyo ni ukora. MCSK or the whole system of collecting and distributing royalties should be reorganized. That's why I came here. So that we can also think, because the cost of music recording has gone very high. I'm practicing ile wimbo itakuwa my last song. It's a gospel song. And I want to see the minister on it and pass the message. I'm recording this song to call upon artists to come together for their own good. And all collecting societies, if I'm not repeating myself, the government should take part in collection of royalties. They should be on the board. The MCSK, CAMP, and PRISC all should come to MCSK to form one body the way we had started earlier. Yeah. Because the money they are spending on administration of each one of them should have gone to the artist. Look at the rent they are paying. Yeah. Sorry for losing anger, but when I went to Tanzania, after starting the MCSK, they took my advice and they have gone very far. Artists need to be served because economically, where you are an industry. So you just need investment. The government will not be able to. Paka waje kwangu nitawaambia what should be done. Ni companies. What you need is a company to manage your art. So that your company inafaa kukulipa royalties. Not an association like that one. And if an association was necessary, the government must be there. Thank you very much.
Asante. Thank you very, very much. Makofi tena kwa mzee Amunga. Asante sana. Karibu sana. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on very quickly to our next session. Allow me to have the privilege of introducing the panelists. These are the stakeholders' views on collection of royalties and draft tariffs. These are things we had asked. Sindio? Mambo ya tariffs, tutauliza. Mambo ya collection of royalties, tutauliza. And I'm very happy that among the panel, we have the Pubs Entertainment Restaurant Association of Kenya, PERAC, today represented by Michael Mudhami. Michael, tafadhali simama usalimie wasanii na washikadau. Makofi kwake. Secondly, allow me to introduce to you Mr. Maurice Okoth, who is the CEO of CAMP. Maurice is not a stranger to us. We have worked with him before. Ladies and gentlemen, none other, I don't know how to call him in an official name, none other than Mr. Iggy Iggy. Hiyo ndio mimi najua ama none other than Mr. Iggy Iggy himself, aka Rough Stone. Tumsalimie kwa makofi tafadhali. We are glad we also have a representative of the Communications Authority of Kenya. It's nowadays called Communication Authority, CA. Now, this is none other than Peter Eku Milu. Salimia watu tafadhali. And we also have Mr. David Alexander, all the way from South Africa, from Downtown Music Holdings. Makofi kwake. If I have missed out someone, you will forgive me, but last but not least, the diva herself. And I warned her there's no singing today, because for every time we come across each other, we have to sing. Leo ni kuongea. Do not attempt to sing. But ladies and gentlemen, introducing the sultry, seductive, smooth, easygoing, talented, none other than Miss June
Gashui! And with that, I will make my exit.
Good afternoon, friends and family. How are you all doing? Muko salama. It's an honor to be here. Thank you, Juma, for doing a great job to introduce the panel.
I'm going to cut the show. Sorry, I'm going to cut this show. I'm so sorry. I have a very important announcement.
Please.
We forgot to mention that is it possible, please, for you to also put your questions in written form. I think we all have a piece of paper, I think a booklet and a pen. Please put some of those questions in writing. We will hand them immediately. We have the CS back for him to be able to answer them. So that's another way of managing so that we are able to make sure we don't exclude anybody. Even if we overrun the time for this panel, again, I ask, please place your questions on paper. There will be somebody, both from the ministry and Kekobo, who will go around to collect. Please do write your name and the organization you represent. And now back to
Thank
Joe.
you. Thank you, Juma. I believe the same applies for those of you who are online. If you've logged on through the Zoom platform, please make sure you place your question, your name and organization that you represent. Please do so in the question and answer section, not in the chat, so that we're able to pick it. And if it's addressed to somebody in particular, it will help us manage who we are asking the question to. I'll see you. All right, so let's jump in. Ladies and gentlemen, as you've heard, our panel consists of what we consider to be the stakeholders. We want to hear their views. We've just finished a conversation around the collective management organizations. How can we improve the current situation? Because you've heard of the expression, if we continue doing the same thing over and over with expecting different results, what do we call that? Madness. And last I checked, we are not mad people. We are intelligent, we are talented, and we must put our brains together. So I really want to acknowledge the Cabinet Secretary from the Ministry of Sports, Youth and Arts. I want to acknowledge Kekobo for bringing us here together. And my appeal to all of us as creatives, even as we jump into this panel, let's use today to mark history. Let's leave here today with some resolutions so that we can move forward. Nafikiri waziri ametusikia, si ndio? Uchungu ni mob, but I think he has heard us. And so as we jump into our session, these are stakeholders. They're the people who host us when we perform, right? Those of us who have performed in different pubs, restaurants. Those of us who have also had our music played by DJs. Those of us who have had our music on public transport, basically the users of our copyright, of our intellectual property. And we want to hear from them today. But I would like to begin by asking Mr. David Alexander to set some context for us. He has prepared a few slides for us. I believe you can all see the screen up here. So David Alexander is here to talk to us about healthy tariffs and healthy CMOs. As you have heard, he is recently been appointed the Senior Vice President of the New Markets at Downtown Music Holdings, but has had a very long history within the copyright space, having been a non-executive director and currently still is at SAMRO, which is a South African music rights organization. So as a continent, we learn from each other. We learn from the mistakes that have happened, and we try and improve as we keep going. So allow me to introduce Mr. David Alexander, who will take us through this presentation in a few minutes, and it will set context to Kiendelea. All right? A round of applause, please, for David Alexander.
Thanks very much, June, and it's really great to be back here. I appreciate everybody giving me a couple of minutes of your time. So why am I a stakeholder? Well, as June mentioned, I've had some experience on boards in South Africa of CMOs. I was one of the founders of Capasso that has the honor of running at a 10.25% commission rate, probably because it was set up in the digital age. Currently on the board of SAMRO, where we're struggling to bring down our administration rate from what was 33% to what is now 25% over the 4 years that I've been on the board. And my role at Downtown Music Holdings is segueing out of new markets and into global liaison with CMOs. So I'm very much a stakeholder in this industry. So what's important is that on the African continent, we have 34 countries that are members of CSAC. That's the confederation that governs all of the collective management organizations. And actually, you can, as a society, declare yourself under pressure. What does that mean? It means that our rights and responsibilities are too much for us to handle right now. We need to look after our own people first, our own members. So we're going to say we're going to defer our international obligations that come from our membership of CSAC, and we're going to focus on our local members. But actually, that is supposed to be a process that you earn your way out of. And too many African CMOs never do. And what that means is that no money comes back into the country for your rights that are performed internationally, in addition to you not sending those rights out. And I'll talk later a little bit about how you protect how much money goes out of the country. The cost of failing societies, of course, is that your big writers, your big artists, they will leave. They will go and join societies that have low administration fees, that give them better services, and it's their right. They can belong to their society in their country of origin, and any other society around the world they can belong to too. And that means their money is never going to come back to that territory either. We've heard a lot of talk on the opening and in the first panel about the 3 roles that a CMO is supposed to perform. License and collect. Absolutely imperative. And if you don't have the tariff set, you cannot collect enough money to make sense. So the tariffs are vital. Broadcast has to be licensed at a percentage of advertising or subscriber revenue. That is the way that ASCAP and BMI can run at 10%. They collect $1 billion. $100 million to run their administration? You could do that too. The second job that you've heard them talk about is this kind of magic that happens in between, this analyzing, the monitoring, the allocation of it. And I will contend that this is something that is an IT-related field and doesn't necessarily have to belong to each and every CMO. You can outsource this. There are companies around the world, and Capasso uses a company in Argentina to do it for them, and they do it at a low percentage of their identification. But this analyzing and matching allows you to then take the money that you've collected and put it to the second most important point, which everybody talked about, is distribute. How does that money get into the hands of the members? Because if you're not collecting enough, you're not able to distribute enough. So around the world, we have all of the CMOs that belong to CSAC send their revenue up to CSAC, who produces a pie chart about revenue collections. And I think really my takeout from this is how important public performance revenue is. Radio, TV, and live in general. Those are the 2 biggest segments. I mean, digital is coming fast, but less so in Africa. Radio and TV, the biggest segment. Around the world, the biggest in Africa. Live in general, important. But here, you're only collecting from live in general. What are you collecting from radio and TV? Far too little. If you look at the PwC, the PricewaterhouseCoopers Entertainment and Media Report, the amount of money spent in Kenya on advertising in radio and TV means there is a missed opportunity of somewhere between $33 and $50 million. That would be a significant payday for the members in this room. The second part here, analyze the data. A healthy CMO runs 20% cost of administration to distribution. An unhealthy CMO, same cost of administration, but because they collect too little, the costs balloon 30, 35, 50%. Some of those costs are visible and some of those are hidden. We need to work our way into the healthy model and make sure we collect enough money so that when we run our costs against that, we have enough to distribute. The second thing is distributing out according to the usage for the collection period in that year. I understand that you've been a member of a CMO for a long time. I understand that you've written a lot of songs or performed on a lot of songs. But the only way that that CMO should be distributing is according to how often your song was played on the platform that is being paid for. That is the only measure that they should be using for distribution. This is the key for getting repertoire, because new repertoire won't come from members if they don't trust the system that they're going to get paid for the songs that are being played. If they simply get paid for being a member, all they do is they sign up as a member. They don't bring their repertoire. Without their repertoire, you can't send it out to global societies. You'll never get money coming back in. We talked a little bit about the inflow and outflow from the country. And obviously it's perceived as a threat, that if you follow the global norms and you say we're going to be a member of CSAC and we'll send out money, that actually a lot of the money that's collected here will be sent out. In South Africa in 1994, when we deregulated the airwaves, I sat on the local content committee and we put into practice a South African music content quota. We looked at best practice in Canada with Canadian content. In Australia, we had Peter Garrett from Midnight Oil join us and speak to the IBA. France has a local content quota for the protection of French music, Francophone music, all around the world where there are Francophone territories. It's not unheard of that you could do the same here in Kenya and make sure that the broadcasters that pay a lot of money because they charge a lot for advertising are playing a minimum amount of local content. I know I'm coming to the end of my time, so I'm just going to summarize and say it is absolutely vital that you're collecting the full amount that you can for public performance, that license is a percentage of revenue. I know 10% has been mooted here. It is a kind of a benchmark. I'm not saying it's always enough, but if you're not getting a percentage of ad revenue and subscriber revenue, you're not going to have enough to run your CMOs. Local CMOs are the only ones that can license local broadcasters, so it's a locked system. You have an advantage. And the way to protect Kenyan music is to have Kenyan local content quota. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. David Alexander, for setting that context for us. A couple of things I heard there that make me excited is that it is possible, the first thing. Second thing, that if we increase our quota, I think it is actually the key. Everything flows down. And that we actually absolutely, as has been said by all of you here today and the CS earlier, we need to start getting our media houses to start paying, very simply. If that is the majority of the money, that is the first thing we need to start doing. So allow me to start our discussion with our panel now that we have context. I'll start with you, the national chair of PERAC, as we know it, Pubs Entertainment Restaurant Association of Kenya, Mr. Mike Mudhami. First of all, maybe just to ask you, what has your experience been? We are specifically talking about the collection of royalties. We are aware that the 2023-2024 draft tariffs are out. And having had a seat at the table, I know this is something PERAC fought for, and it eventually came through. What are your views about where we are going wrong? Why are we not collecting from all of the PERAC members, for example?
Good afternoon. I've been given a chance just to go back a bit to when I got involved personally, which was about 2016, and reiterate that Kekobo was very important in that process because we had gotten to a place where MCSK at that time was a rogue institution. And they were coming in, counting chairs, there was no real cost. They had no actual tariffs. It was done on the ground. The person who turns up is the person who decides what you're supposed to pay. So from then I've been involved for all these years until now. We've had these boardroom discussions at Kekobo where they put out their proposed tariffs. We sit down, we disagree. We get to a point, maybe we've agreed, then we end up in court, we end up back on the table. It's all gotten to a point where I think just before COVID, we got to an agreement that was gazetted where we changed the baseline of how we calculated these tariffs, which was based on your single business permit and your liquor license, which I think made a lot more sense than what was happening before. We still had a bit of rogue people, but one thing I'll say is since that time, there have been huge improvements, especially on when it came to this KPM, the joint collection, whereby the user now knew their rights. The user could easily calculate what they owed. So when they come to the ground, you can calculate your tariffs and find out what it is you owe. So now the issue has moved to now the increase of the proposed tariffs in the 2023-2024, which again is a huge jump, which to us would not make sense. They're asking now we move from what was agreed at 30% of either the joint single business permit and liquor permit, or 35% of the single business permit. They're asking for 80% now. I would go particularly on the pub area. They're asking for 80%, which is just not viable for any business.
Allow me just to interject, Mr. Mudhami. Let's before we jump to these current tariffs, can we talk about compliance?
Yes.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate the compliance? Because even before we talk about increasing rates, the hope is that there's at least a wider pool of your membership, or at least the industry who are actually compliant. Would you be able to venture a guess?
I would say compliance is way up since we have an actual actual tariff and an actual way to calculate the tariff properly. So compliance has, apart from the COVID time where everything went down.
Okay, we will excuse the COVID time.
The little bit before COVID, I'm sure even people who were MCS noticed a huge jump in collection.
I'm hoping that we'll stay clear from huge, because if all of what we have had this morning translates to the rights holders are not seeing, the funnel has to have an entry point, isn't it? And it starts with the people on this stage today who are stakeholders, who are users. So let's understand that we're walking a journey together. We require you to use our content, our music, but we also require it to be paid for. So I think so that we know where we have come from, and I appreciate you giving us that history. When we say there's compliance and there's a huge increase, are we talking 40% of your members, 60% of your members?
I would go as far as to say, if it is, we as PERAC, not all pubs are our members. First of all, let me start from there. But of our membership, I would go as far as to say that compliance has gone up from probably about 30-35% higher to about 60. This is before COVID. I cannot give you any numbers during COVID time to now.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I'll come back to you. Thank you for sharing that. Let me jump now to Mr. I'm going to say your name slowly. Peter Ikumilu. Did I do a good job? I hope so. He's a Deputy Director of Compliance and Enforcement at the Communication Authority. Do you have your microphone with you? Let me give you this one, please. The question for you is, I think the people that you regulate are the ones who have caused us the most amount of heartache. And I'm going to speak on behalf of the constituents in this room. And I think one of the things we'd like to hear from you are your thoughts around, A, do you think that it is a necessary thing for the broadcasters and media houses to pay? Is that a position that the Communications Authority has? And number two, how can we get the assistance we need in terms of enforcement? If radio station X has not complied, what can Communication Authority help us to do? Could we have this microphone on, please? In the meantime, just use this one.
Well, thank you for having me. Thank you for this afternoon session. It has been a privilege for me to be in the authority, and I've interacted with quite a number of your artists and the media houses. And I have quite a lot to say. I don't know how many minutes I have, yeah? 20 minutes. Oh, okay. Good. Now, the media houses and the telecom service providers, from where I sit, they're willing. They're willing to comply. They're willing to pay. Okay? However, we have several challenges. The first challenge is that we do not have a system in place in the country, is well put by my colleague here from the presentation of South Africa, which can be able to say exactly which stations has played which music, which time. So that when you approach the media houses for them to pay, you have credible, accurate data. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of, I think you need to pay this, I need to pay that. Then, of course, how we have come up with the tariffs for the media houses to pay, it is not very clear, and it looks quite unfair. For example, a station that has only one frequency in one area cannot be compared with a station that has a countrywide coverage, for example. So when we approach the media houses for them to pay and we give them tariffs that looks funny, then it becomes an issue, okay? And then the third part is that as an authority, we depend upon the data that comes from the CMOs through Kekobo. If the data is not accurate, I may try to enforce compliance to the same, then somebody takes me to court and shows me different data, and I'm embarrassed, okay? So that's the scenario I'm in. I think we need to first do our homework, put our house in order, and then be able to require the broadcasters to comply. Otherwise, sometimes I've burned my fingers by taking a media house to court or enforcing a penalty for non-compliance, just for them to tell me, hey, I have a court case, so you cannot progress to penalize me because I have a court case against the CMOs because of this aspect, which relates to the payment of the royalty. Or I already paid. Well, the data I got from the CMOs or from Kekobo says that the person has not paid. It is, you understand my position, yeah? It is really, really, really embarrassing. I have to chew my words many times and tell them, like, look, I'm sorry, I'm going to liaise better with the CMOs. So the good news that I want to share with us is that the players are willing, but we need to work on our housekeeping a little bit, put a system in place, have accurate data, and be able to engage them properly. Be realistic with our tariffs. Just like our profession as artists, the media houses, the telecom, is also a business. And if we kill them today, tomorrow, they may not be operational enough to give us anything. So we should be having tariffs that are realistic, that have been weighed, so that you become a shareholder in their business, not a person who comes to kill the business. I don't know whether I've helped.
I think you have started. I'm hearing some mamas. So let me try and get some clarity. And I think in order for me to do that, I think we have to acknowledge some users, all users are not created equal. There are users who, their business, music is essential to their business. If you switch off the music today, we have maybe 20% of talk radio, let's say. So for the rest of the time that frequency is live, it's just air, okay? So if we are talking about how essential the things that have been created by the constituents in this room are to the business, then I think when we talk about are the tariffs fair, I've just had a look at the proposed tariffs for 2023, 2024, so that we also talk with the actual percentages, because the people who can help determine those things are in this room today. So when I see that there's an absolute minimum fee of 500,000, depending again on whether you're a radio station or a TV station, which is what is proposed, I see a classification breakdown of whether you have below 30% music, between 30 and 70% music content, and above 70. They've tried to actually put some criteria together. So it's not just coming from anywhere. So I really want to understand the statement you're making so that when you tell us that your people are ready and willing, the fact that music has been used since the 1st of January, and today is the 28th of November, and we have not necessarily seen the exchange of what that value is. How do we explain it to the people in this room? How do we explain that? The willingness is appreciated, but I want us to come out with resolutions. So how do we meet each other somewhere?
It is, thanks, that's a good way of analyzing it. But how I look at it is how do you create the tariff, okay? What is the process? How do you bring the stakeholders together? Do you bring the media houses together, for example? And you as the artist tell them, look, this is our proposal, and this is how we arrive at it, okay? Let me give you an example. We have something called the programming code. The programming code encapsulates the broadcasting standards in the country. In the programming code, we have this local content quota for the country with other standards, okay? And payment of royalty is part of the programming code. So, and this programming code is reviewed every 2 years. Every 2 years, we do a public notice. We invite the media houses into a forum like this and tell them that this is the standard for the country. What is your view, okay? In my experience, the last stakeholder review, first, we didn't have most of you artists coming. So what did I have? I had a house which was mostly full of media houses. And these are business people. They will always argue in relation to their business. So the first point that I'm raising is that you artists, please participate. Whenever the authority gathers a stakeholder engagement that you are involved in an area that you are involved in, please come. Because according to the Constitution 2010, we cannot make any decision if we have not involved the public. But if you do not come and you come to me and complain afterwards, I can't help as much as I feel for you. So the point which I was trying to raise is this: when you come up with this tariff, involve the media houses so that they are part and parcel of developing of that tariff. So later on, they will not come to the regulator, us, and tell us that that tariff is a little bit too high or too short. It does not cater for my kind of business, okay? So in my sharing earlier on, I was just giving us the input that I've gotten from the media houses. They feel like some of the tariffs are unfair, and they were not quite involved in it. So the advice that I was bringing to us is that as you work on these tariffs, call in the media houses. Let them be part of the conversation. They are your customers. They are providing a platform which you're going to use to air your talent. So it is very important that they understand you and you also understand them. There must be some give and take. I don't prescribe to that notion of this is the tariff, take it or leave it. It does not help the industry.
Okay. Mr. Peter, allow me to segue to Mr. Okoth, who is seated next to you, who is the CEO of CAMP. And I really would like him to respond to your feedback from the media owners in terms of whether they have been able to engage. Did you have conversations with these stakeholders when you were coming up with these tariffs? Because if we didn't, tabia mbaya, kama mbaya mba? Yes, Mr. Okoth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. By the way, I have been itching to speak because first, I must say it's extremely disappointing that the Media Owners Association are not here unless someone has just walked in, because they were supposed to be present here as we discuss these issues. And the reason I'm saying that is because I'll speak some truth here, and I don't want it to be that nilisema kama wako, Aisha angekuwa hapa, ndo tuseme, because, for example, the issue of them saying we have not involved them in discussion is not true. And I think they just spoke to you because we were not there, and that's why they gave you that information. From way back, I think some of you know me from when I was in MCSK, we were strongly involved with the Media Owners Association, discussing tariffs with them, and even giving them options of how they can be able to pay the royalties. This is what we're telling them. When they were saying that the tariffs are too high, we cannot pay you a percentage. And you've heard here from David that the best way and one of the only ways to get good money from media houses is a percentage of their income. So we'll tell them, let's be fair to you. Assuming you don't make money and we charge you a percentage, then you'll pay little. All right? So no loss to you. Assuming you're making money and you pay a percentage, again, no harm to you. You just be paying a percentage of what it is that you're earning. We even suggested, why don't you all as Media Owners Association, why don't you all just sit today and say, let's increase the rate of advertising, our rate cards. All of us, let's increase it by 2%, 3%, whatever percentage it is. But we all increase it so that you even pass that burden of paying the fees to the advertisers. Tell me which advertiser is going to say, I shall not advertise with any media house because they've charged me 5% extra. It won't happen. And we were suggesting that to them so that it's an accommodative way. You just say, where we are today, we're charging 100 shillings. Charge 105 shillings, all of you. These 5 shillings, give it to the musicians. Tell me, guys, how hard is that? So that when I hear that, and I'm really sorry, it's not against him. In fact, when he was speaking here, part of what I was whispering to him is that I'll engage you further after this to make sure that they pay. So he's on our side. They're not willing to pay. Which media house have you heard of? Electricity mekatwa, kwa sababu wajalipa stima. Which media house have you heard of? Maji mekatwa, or staff are not. Music is the same commodity being used, just the same way you use electricity in your media house and you pay KPLC. The same way you pay for water, the same way you pay for, which media house has been shut because of wajalipa rent? The same way you budget to pay for electricity, water, rent, staff, royalties must be there. So when you say, I am willing, you don't tell KPLC, I'm enjoying your electricity, I'm willing to pay you, but ngoja kidogo. Atakata stima. And that's why I like the approach today by the Honorable CS and the CAK here saying, the willingness must be real. You know, isikwe cosmetic, kusema tunataka kulipa, tunataka kulipa. In your budget, is it there? In the same way that you're paying for all these things, is it there? And that's not happening. Quickly on the issue of Obede, there are about 406 licensed broadcasters. I think we're at about 80 or less that are paying us. The arrears that my colleague here, Dr. Mto, was talking about, we have more than 300 million shillings in arrears. And we were saying, if we collect this money, and you'll see, when you collect money from a media house, the expenses are minimal. In fact, we don't even have to take any expensive, operational costs. We can distribute 300 million shillings that we collect. We can distribute it immediately because there are no costs towards that. The tariffs issue, if I may just come to that.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, before the tariffs, the issue of monitoring. Again, I wish MOA were here, but I'm sure it will get to them. We have systems for monitoring the usage of music. We, the CMOs, are even wishing to move to scientific distribution because we've set up those systems to be able to monitor and distribute. So again, that part is not true. Our tariffs are, they're not benchmarked. Again, that is not true. You'll see our tariffs, and even you hear from international community, we're charging a percentage. In fact, ours is one of the smallest percentages of the income. Before we were charging a flat rate, which does not work for our musicians, because we collect peanuts. At one point, Fresh and the rest, Kaka, we were collecting 24,000 shillings from Citizen TV, KTN. What is 24,000 shillings in a month? How do you distribute that? You can't. And I see silence here because I think you're hearing what I'm saying. And I wish MOA were here so they could respond and say, it's not fair. So our tariffs, even when they were flat, they still had distinctions between a regional, national. The more frequencies you have, the more you pay. And also, whether in future, I hope we can also engage there's something you said, the local CMO should license the local broadcasters. Yes. We have the likes of the MultiChoice and the StarTimes and all these things, where it's a controversial issue, but we said this year we're going to take them on and say, hey, if you're in Kenya, you will need to pay because you're in my territory, your footprints are in Kenya, there's something that you'll have to pay for us. So we're saying when you get that money, and that is why when you hear South Africa at 25% or less, how much does MultiChoice, DSTV, pay in South Africa? You will not need even more than 5% admin costs when you collect such huge revenue at one stop. Okay. So we'll be coming after that. And then
you have 30 seconds, so I can come to Mr. Rafton as well.
All right. So I was just saying, in fact, I was even about to get done. In the new tariffs that we've proposed, and again, if MOA were here, and I hope we can engage them even further, in the new tariffs we're proposing, we're saying we will be charging based on the percentage of music usage that you have. So that if your music usage is 1%, maybe we'll charge you maybe 3% of your gross revenue. If your music usage is above 70%, there'll be a higher fee. Again, we're not picking them from the air. These tariffs are benchmarked. Our neighbors at Tanzania are doing it. Uganda is doing it. South Africa is doing it. Botswana, the entire Africa is doing it, except Kenya. So tunahope kwa hayo machache, tunahope mtatuunga mkono kwa mjadala ambao unasema lazima MOA walipe percentage of their
revenue, advertising revenue. Thank you, Mr. Okoth. So one such artist is seated next to you. So let me come to you, Rafton. And I want to challenge you, take this with the lightness that it is intended to come to you with. How many radio stations have you gone to for interviews when you've released a new song? And before you start the interview, I know you normally pray, which is the first thing. The second thing is, do you ask them, have you complied and paid the KPM license? Have you ever been able to do that? And what has been your response?
Thank you, June, for having me. Bwana asifiwe sana. First, to all the artists, before I answer, June, clap for yourselves for coming and attending in person. We've always been blamed that we are not cooperative, you understand, yeah? So the action you've taken today is actually, this is a corporate language that we need moving forward, okay? So maybe to answer that question, yeah? How many radio stations have I gone to and how many have I asked if they are complied or not? I've done that many times, and I'm certain most of you have had me asking these same questions. But June, maybe just to dive into the situation that we are in, I'm honestly shocked by the passiveness of all the Kenyan players, the music users in general, in this republic. Honestly, from the hotel users to the matatu users to the media users, it's mind-boggling that only when you're talking about creative products, that is when we look like we are begging for our rights. But when you're talking about, just like the CEO has put it, a camp CEO, my friend Morris has said, you cannot have, and I'm talking about this with all due respect, I have so many buddies in the media space, you cannot have all your budget for an entire month catered for, but when it comes to royalty, that is when you start saying, I think the tariffs are too high, I think we need to get onto the table, I think we didn't have enough musicians onto the room, I think this is where the business, should I say, principles override the musicians' rights or the creatives' rights. I find that to be very unfair. And my polite, humble request will be, I'll give you two examples. I remember when I just began singing, and we used to go to KBC. There was a program called Mizizi, and I can tell it to you, June, believe it or not, every time I will perform on TV, I will be paid 3,000 shillings per appearance. Some of you are here, you're in that program, some of you I don't know. And how many of you are in Mizizi? Wonderful. We used to go at KBC, you will get a voucher, you'll queue behind Mzee Ojwang and Mama Kai, and you'll be given 3,000 shillings. After that, there was a TV station that came up. It was called Nation TV. And I remember when we went into Nation TV again, there was a program called Warehouse. And every time we'll perform in that program, we'll get a voucher. It was not 3,000, but it was around 2,000 every time you appeared on stage. Now, come to around 2002, if I'm not wrong, 2002, 2003, when I enrolled onto Skiza, June, to your attention, I remember I would log in onto the Skiza, website, and I would see how many downloads Mwikulu has made. For instance, I would log in the morning at around 9, and I would see Mwikulu has gotten like maybe 100 downloads. By the time it's 4 p.m., it would be 500 downloads. So, I could very easily predict how much I'm earning per month. So that thing went for about 2-3 months, and then after some time, the site was under construction. To date, it has never come back. Mnanisikia lakini? Mnanielewa, eh? So I don't understand. That was in 1998 to 2000. Technology was up here and payment was up here. And now in 2022, we are being told there's no system that can monitor when your song is being played on radio. Riswa. Ishindwe. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? So we cannot, honestly, in all humility, have people using our music and then they're not willing to pay. Let me give you another example. Thank you. Let me give you another example. Now I'll go to the actors. Are you aware that actors in this country, when they shoot a program, like I'll call it Program Mwikulu, Season 1, and then it hits the TV stations, and then they have something they call a rerun that comes maybe after 2 years, Kipindi ishachezwa ili hit, then unasikia hapo majioni ama weekend kipindi inarudiliwa. You understand what I'm trying to say? Do you know those actors don't get paid a shilling? Is that true? If I'm lying, you can say. Mnajua hivyo? And yet, that is something that is being aired today, and then they are putting their commercials that they're charging for that program. They are paid at the beginning of that month or at the end of that month. Yet, you ulikuwa na kwa hiyo kipindi kama mtoto, sasa uko na bibi, na mazee unaambiwa hiyo rerun ni kazi ya serikali ishe hivyo. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? So we have many loopholes. When you're talking about tariffs, when you're talking about people using the music in this republic, my prayer would be that let it not be that even I will correct my learned friend, I respect him so much. I don't see why you should tell a media house to charge 5 shillings more for them to avoid feeling the pinch of paying the artist, and they're using the music on a daily basis. I don't see why you should cater them into that. That should not happen. If you're using music on a daily basis, it should be paid on a daily. Are you getting what I'm trying to say? So, because I'm seeing maybe I have 1 minute to go, the CS began by saying, maybe, and this is to the Communication Authority in all humility, is also my friend, maybe what we need is before you renew those media licenses, let it be compulsory for them to pay the royalties. Let them show a certificate of I've paid all the royalties, or this is my plan on how I'll pay the 300 million, so to speak, before you renew the TV and the radio licenses. To the pub owners, with all due respect, I think a normal pub in Nairobi makes around, is it 1.2 million a night? Eh?
Who said in an
300,000. 100. Okay, let's say it's 50,000. How much is 50,000 times 10? 500,000, right? That's like 1.5. No, that's 2 million. That's 2 million in a month, right? And how much, what are the rates for a normal pub, roughly? Like 60K. Seriously speaking, 2 million shillings minus 60K. Does that really make sense? So unaweza lipa hiyo domaze. So we need each other. Do we need them? I'm not here.
Yes.
We are looking for a way of forging ahead. Do we need the media? Yes, we need the media. Do we need the hoteliers? We need them. But at the same time, they need us, right? They're the ones who are saying that. Let it not be in all humility. Sisi tunatitiwa kama second class citizen, tunaambiwa hapa, mimi nina watoi, na kuanga na dishi alafu nasema, hii ni ya baba na hii ni ya mama, hawa watoi tutawapangaje. It should not be like that. It should be if there is something on the table, as he put it, wewe unalipa hiyo 60,000 roho safi. God bless you.
Thank you, Rafton. A round of applause. David, let me come to you briefly. There's something that you spoke about that I want to make sure that we've all understood, and then I'll come around and take final comments before we open it up for plenary. So you spoke about the fact that currently not a lot of African CMOs are able to send back money outside. So if I use very plain English, a radio station, a TV media house, a restaurant, a pub plays music from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., okay? And of that, we find that maybe 40% is international, like non-Kenyan content. You're saying that the best practice is that some of that money is actually supposed to go back to the rights holders from those international countries, so that then they can do the same when Kenyan music is played there. Is that the correct position?
Yes, that's correct. It's reciprocal rights.
Reciprocal. Yeah. And now that we are fast focusing on building our industry here, we are in that space because we have, as you've rightly pointed out in your slides, we've not yet reached the kind of place where we can be doing 10.25% of administrative costs, or even 25%, as you shared with SAMRO currently, that you're even trying to reduce. So what have you seen other African countries doing to try and get to that place? Because it means first that we've sorted our house out first.
So different countries have taken different models. South Africa is obviously the highest generator of royalties as a CSAC member. The second highest is Algeria. And there they have a royalty, a levy on private copy, which means that for every device that is capable of holding music or audiovisual content, books, etc., there is a levy charged by the government, and that levy goes back to the copyright owners because there is an assumption that if they have a device that they can make recording onto, that they're going to use it to put your copyright content onto. So private copy is actually one of the big royalty types around the world, a lot bigger in the Francophone territories than in the Anglophone territories. The other thing that I would recommend is not to be declared as a society under pressure, but to rather be a part of that reciprocal relationship, but to protect your Kenyan music by making sure that there is a decent Kenyan music quota. Because in France they have 50%. In Canada they have 40% to protect their Canadian content. Plus the government invests a lot in marketing Canadian music all over the world. So if you had a levy that the government was collecting and was using that to invest back into the industry, I know that the CS talked a lot about what they could do to help. But ultimately, it's about having the money to do that. And that money comes from people who are paying. So it comes from broadcasters who are receiving money and paying their share, or it comes from the people who are importing blank devices, phones, CD players, set-top boxes, etc. They should be paying a levy towards that too.
Okay, thank you, David. Let me come back to you, Bwana Mudhami. And just, I promise, I will be nicer, I promise. But I think today is, I'm a friend of everybody on this table, but I heard the CS say today is our day. I heard him say that we should leave here with resolutions and tangible action points. So earlier on, you talked about how previously PERAC, and I appreciate you clarifying that not all pubs in Kenya are members of PERAC, but there are also other or associations who organize those other pubs. The going to court issue, because I think the people who benefit there are my fellow learned friends, in legal fees and the court. And I think I'd like to maybe ask, would you go back and tell your members is the way forward from here? I'm hoping it is not, we don't like this 80% and we're going to court, because as you've heard, we need each other. Your pubs require the music as an essential asset. Right now, World Cup is on. As soon as it is over, you are back to the music. So what is the plan that you will take back to your PERAC members?
Hello. Hello?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. Actually, since this is a circle that we've been through before, whereby they propose tariffs, we propose our own tariffs, we put in our own what we thought was right.
A counter offer.
We did a counter offer.
Mm-hmm.
Then we are called onto the table by Kekobo, and we have a two-day discussion or whatever it is. Then we come to a conclusion. Then they are gazetted. We've been through this before. We went through the same thing last time. So I know they were throwing in a high ball offer. We threw in our low ball offer, and I know we'll meet somewhere.
Okay.
So going to court, we are very far away from it. I don't think that's a viable option, especially since we have come away from the days of counting chairs.
Okay.
So we were in such a bad time then where it was just a rogue environment that we were forced into that situation of going to court.
Okay. So
but now I think we have moved forward quite a lot.
So you'll meet somewhere. You will take no longer than 2-3 days. You will align at the boardroom in Kekobo, and then you will communicate to all your members that the 60% compliance will now become 100.
Yes, in fact, I would just like to say, especially just a quick thing, because this new dispensation, the Hustler dispensation, as they like to call it, is about getting a lot of people into the system. It's about one thing I have to be very sure about. Even those days when we were fighting the MCSK, our issue was not paying the artists. First of all, we are the biggest payer of artists in our own establishments. Our issue was this money was being collected and was not reaching them. We went to court to ask them to bring the actual accounts of where the money had gone, because we were tired of paying money that was not reaching where it's supposed to. us as people were paying those artists more money than the money that we are being collected, and even TVs and speakers being collected from our premises, yet that money was getting nowhere. So that is, let's first get that out of the way.
accountability
Let it
as
never
well.
be said that pubs or restaurant owners are not willing. In fact, they are, because we have proven it, because they come to our places live and we perform and we pay them. So going back to the dispensary, I'll give you an example of Kiambu County. Kiambu County had a lot of problems with collecting money for licensing and in our area with the bars and everything. During the last governorship of Nyoro, those last 1-2 years, they came forward, they came together, they're very good. That's why that act, changing of the act is very important. Came and did the new Liquor Act. I'm telling you right now, they have never collected as much money as they have in the last year. And it's all about sitting down, agreeing on what you're going to do, putting mop on the bracket. You'd rather make me pay 30,000 and now get all my members to pay that 30,000 or 15,000, get everyone else to pay it, than try to make me pay 150,000. I'm paying another 50 licenses. I don't have that money to pay you. But if you take it down and we all agree and sit down and all become part of the solution, make us an agent, put that burden on us as the association. We collect, that reduces your burden in collections. You know those things of 10, 20 agents out there, everyone is a sister or a cousin of a director at MZSK or Camp or whatever, making their money. All that stuff stops. Okay. So make us a part of the solution, not took us as a part of the problem.
Okay. We will hold you accountable to that, Mr. Mudhami. Thank you for communicating that to your members ahead of time. Final comments from Peter before we now open up the plenary. Peter, just a clarification, and I may have misheard you, so my apologies in advance. You said that one of the pieces of feedback you got from your members, or the media owners, I should say, was that there's no system to determine whose music was played. Yet the licensing is blanket. It is the distribution that is used, this log is used to do. So in other words, if you are a TV station and you have local content, you have to pay because you are using. I think it's still pay. Is it still pay for play? You pay to be able to play the content. Once the content has been played for the month of November, then the log is generated to say from 1st to 30th, this is whose music, TV shows, movies we aired. So the money we have paid this month should go to these people. That's sort of the flow. So I wanted to make sure that was clear. But even as we come to you for your final comments, what is the next step for Communication Authority after you leave today's session?
Thank you, June, and you have been very kind. Asante. So first, let's appreciate that the space where the Communications Authority operates is different from the space where the CMOs and the Kekobo operates. As we are the facilitator, we are actually like at the back end. The CMOs will interact with the artists, will give the data, they interact with Kekobo. The authority comes in only to be informed on the status of a media house, for example. So we may not go to the nitty-gritty of did it actually happen, that kind of thing. But from where I was sharing, June, was that the fact that when we engage the broadcasters, why haven't you paid? Those are the kind of comments that we are getting. But going forward, one, as I indicated before, I'm in charge of enforcement and compliance. As authority is committed to enforce this, to ensure that the media houses and the telecom service providers, they do what they're supposed to do, okay? And for us to be able to do it effectively, we need data from the Kekobo, who is the regulator, in liaison with the CMO. If we can get accurate data that we can run with it, then it is easy for us to enforce. Currently, we are in discussion with the Kekobo for an MOU so that we can be able to be sharing that information. We already have an arrangement with the CMOs. They have a contact person whom we interact with where they will be sharing information on how the individual broadcasters are doing. And this will facilitate, as you have indicated earlier, the license issuance. So this collaboration should continue. And going forward, we may have the proposal that we have with Kekobo in having capacity building forums together, whereby we invite the media houses, and then we also invite Kekobo, so that we have them on the table and be able to inform them what they're supposed to do. Another sort of setback that we have been having, the issue of court cases. There have been a lot of court cases in this industry, the creatives and the CMOs and the Kekobo, and it makes it hard for us as CA to enforce a case. Because the moment you try to penalize somebody, he produces something about, hey, there's an ongoing court case, there's an ongoing litigation, it prevents us from enforcing. But we do pray, as per the discussion we had today, that most of these court cases will be resolved, and it will free us to be able to enforce without any problem. There's another aspect that I need to bring to our attention, the aspect of online streaming services. It is the in thing today. People are moving away from the traditional TV and radio to the online streaming. And as artists, you need to consider that as a way of you also earning a revenue. And maybe Kekobo can be able to speak to this and advise on how you as an artist can earn a living from your creativity, which is being on-streamed. So that is an area which I could like to just raise it, and it's an area. I'm just about to end. We have a local content quota of 40% as a country. The last time we had a programming code and we were reviewing this, I didn't get your participation, so it remained at 40%. Our desire was to lift it to around 60%, but because we lacked your voices, it remains at 40%. I do encourage us as artists to be involved in what the authority is doing, especially that which pertains to what we are doing. Thank you, June.
Thank you, Peter. On the 40%, I feel like asking you about what percentage they have reached, but we'll discuss that offline. I want to come to the rest of my panel just for their final comments. I've seen some of your questions online, so just a reminder, if you can have them written down, especially those of you who are in the room, because we are expecting Waziri back, and I'm informed that lunch is almost ready. So please make sure you document them. For those of you online, thank you for posting them in the Q&A. I will sample a couple of those before we break. Mr. Maurice Okoth, what is your commitment on behalf of KPM or any other comment you'd like to make?
Yeah, just a final comment. And if we can all agree, especially, for example, for PERAC, on benchmarking of tariffs. And the reason I'm saying that is because when we present the tariffs, we actually benchmark them. What I mean is we look at countries, Commonwealth countries around the world, and see what they're charging. So that, guys, when you see a tariff that is based on a single business permit or a liquor license, I have never seen it in the world, only Kenya. And we were against it, all right? It's only maybe this year because we already submitted our tariffs that it will go, but the truth is, what might appear as a rogue tariff is actually a benchmarked tariff. And David, please, if you can even confirm during the lunch session, the tariffs that MCSK had previously, based on music usage, so that if it's a discotheque, you'd pay more than background music, based on the space, or based on the seats, which even Prisk and Camp were using. That is actually how those tariffs are. Aeroplanes, you count the seats and so on and so forth. So that the essence is how much music are you using to how many people, so that these people are the ones who are paying for the license, but never based on another tariff, like for example, the single business permit and so on and so forth. So we didn't like it. And the truth is, sorry, and the other question that you asked is how have we increased the tariff this year? We factored inflation cumulative, because the last time we increased the tariff was, I think, in 2019 or 2020. This is 2023, so we factored inflation, so that's why we're asking you to pay a bit more now. And there's a member there who argued our case very, very well, who said that, how is it that tariffs went down instead of going up? That's what we're trying to cure right now. Guys, the truth, from public places, the collections have gone down. We're doing 600, 700 million shillings. You had we're at 200 million shillings. How? Because of the tariffs. And we're going to try and cure that. So.
Thank you so much. Any other comment? Or may I go to Rafton to get his closing remarks?
Thank you, June.
You're welcome.
Moving forward, I think we need each other in this industry. We need the media, we need the hoteliers, we need everyone. So my last request will actually be to the Communication Authority, coming down to Kekobo, and just to make sure that the rules are implemented. My brother here, I like what you've said, that we should make you part of the solution and not part of the problem. Let us be intentional. If you're a music user, I think it is good for you to show goodwill and pay your dues when it's time to pay. A big challenge that we've just observed, like today, the media owners association have not sent a representative. So my request is don't miss the next one. Another thing I'll challenge the musicians is when you get these forums, these summits, show up. And then my last parting shot will be, because if you're not on the table, then you're on the menu. And because we are never on the table, today we're on the table. So if you don't show up for these meetings, the next thing utasikia tu, kuna CRP na kwamba inakulipa this amount X and Y. That is why some of the players are making sure they divide us on the class of poverty. I'll come here with a motion, wengine wataklapia Morris, wengine wataklapia Rafton, because in all humility, we are not financially able. That's why people are paying some people amongst us to make sure that when there's something good coming up, they're bringing it down. So, tunaomba Mungu maze, tukuwe na mado, ifike mahali tukisema tunaita CS, we are calling him to say, tunaomba serikali chukua loan from sako ya musicians.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me just read some comments that have come through. I see one from James from Nakuru County. And he says the issue of culture has been devolved from national government to county governments. And is there a possibility of this happening with the CMOs as well, so that at county level we don't just have a Nairobi discussion? I think Mr. Mudami mentioned how Kiambu County is doing well in terms of its collections. So there's a conversation or a suggestion from James about whether a devolution of sorts in terms of how collection happens could be considered. Will this help? He suggests that it can really help upcoming artists to grow as well, and that this conversation, I think this is an appeal to both Kekobo and our Honorable CS and the ministry, that this conversation needs to reach the other counties as well, so that it's not just a Nairobi affair. There's another comment here regarding, actually it's a question, is the Beijing Treaty passed into law, and how will the actors and producers benefit, since today is the National Creative Summit? Maurice, I wonder if you can just speak to that briefly on behalf of the CMOs. There's a question here by Victor Savani, who is asking, how is CA keeping the media houses in check? Are they accountable? And many other comments. Or is this too big an elephant for us to handle? So I'm going to just sample those three so that we can then close. I'm informed that lunch is ready. Munasikia njaa? Yeah, lunch is ready so that we can come back. Sorry? Swali is possible, but we have to manage the time. So if we're going to break for lunch, then it means we are limiting the amount of time we have for lunch. Is that agreeable? Is that agreeable? Because then we have to agree collectively. All right.
June, please, just
Yes.
one last comment. Guys, when the CS comes back, kindly,
We
let's
must be
push for
here.
80% local and 20% international. Sawa sawa. Tusisahau
Okay.
hiyo. Thank you.
Yeah. Actually, that's one of the reasons why I'd like to make sure we are all back when the CS comes. So do you want to hold those questions for when the CS comes, or do you want to deal with them now? So lunch will be 15 minutes. Lunch will be 15 minutes? Okay, I will come to you. Allow me, I'll come to you. I've seen your hands, I will come to you. Please, let's have you respond. Are we going for lunch? Are we going for lunch, members? Okay, there's a request that you please write down your questions and pass them up here. Could you write down your questions, please? Okay, we have to help each other, ladies and gentlemen. How do we make sure that we're back in the room when CS comes? Please help me, help us. How do we do that? Yes. I appreciate that, and I'm not saying we will not do that. My challenge, and I'm open to your guidance, is if we go on with the questions, it will reduce the amount of time we have for lunch so that we can come back for when Waziri is back. How do we manage it? It's okay? All right. Okay, fine. Maurice, just address those questions, and then I'll come down and take some of these. Mr. Sige, just allow me to open it up for a few minutes. Thank you.
All right. On the first one about devolution, as it is, we actually have offices. The three societies have offices across the country. So we do actually collect, for lack of a better word, on regional basis. It's just that the money is sent to the national office and distributions are based on the music usage. So there's an element of devolution because the collections are actually done on a regional basis. The plan is when you start doing scientific distribution, by default, when you collect money from broadcasters or users of music in Nyanza, most likely a higher percentage of the royalties or distribution will be based on the music that is being played in Nyanza. So in effect, you'll have a distribution that is sort of devolved purely because of the music usage. All right? So that is already been addressed.
Okay.
Yes.
That's okay. Thank you. Let me open it up. I've been advised that we can literally only take 3. So I've seen a hand here. You were the first one up. 1, and there was one at the back, Mr. Okay. The one who is waving, I had seen you. Please, let's just have those 3. I'll come to you.
Thank you.
And please, let's make them short.
Yes,
Tell us
yes.
your name.
My name is Justus. Can you get me a better...
Why don't you come up? Just come up here. Maybe it's the feedback. Let's have you come up quickly. Ask your question. Tell us who you are. And please, let's make sure we don't repeat questions. Try it again, please. Go ahead.
My name is Justus Mielo. I'm a former radio presenter,
Yes,
currently a TV presenter. Yes, I said I'm a former radio presenter, currently a TV presenter. And I have a question. I've seen what was projected by our friend from South Africa on the screen. And my question is, you have managed maybe on other platforms outside the continent to make sure that the media houses pay the actual amounts that they should pay. Can we use the same method here in Kenya to ensure that we get our media houses paying, just like the other countries have been doing? I have heard what the guy from CIK said. I know when I was in radio, every time I made a mistake, it would be retrieved from months ago. And they have a way of making sure that they store their data. Can we have, instead of losing billions of money and paid money by the media houses, why can't we go the extra cost of employing our own people who cannot be compromised in the media houses, the radio stations, and the TVs to do as an oversight independently, the way people come from other countries to do oversight of our elections. We have our own people who cannot be compromised. Doing the oversight, we employ them there to make sure they are doing their own, the data is retrieved and kept, and it is there. We do our own with our gadgets, which cannot be compromised. Thank you.
Thank you, Justus. Very eloquent. Thank you. I think we've captured that. Let me take all the questions. Please just come and stand here. The people I had pointed to, please. The people I had pointed to, Mzee Tafadhali. It was him.
Good afternoon. My name is Francis Amisi, aka Frasha. I'll say 2 things. First of all, I think we have different things to deal with different people. When the plenary was here, the first one, we had questions that are for them. We have questions for these guys, and we have also questions for the CS. So kindly give us time to talk to each other. 1, we deal with a commodity that has no value. Music is the only commodity in Kenya that has no specific value. My friend here, Maurice, can tell you, I think the last time music was valued was at some cents, if I'm not wrong, right? Until today, we have not, we work in a space where we have not defined how much is music. Why I stand here today is, first of all, the CMOs, we need you, and we've seen CMOs work, but mahali tumefika saizi, tumekuwa tunavutana. Na kwa nini tunavutana? There are only three things that a CMO is supposed to do: to collect and distribute. But we never talk about cutting costs. How do we cut costs to make sure that we distribute more as we collect? How do we collect more for us to be able to distribute more? I am sure everybody here knows the answers to these questions. But why do we have a problem in implementing them? We have a problem in implementing them because we are divided. As artists, leo kabla waziri akuje hapa, let us clean our hearts. Kabla tuanze kuongea mambo yote, everybody anakuaga anashuku huyu. Ukiona CS na huyu unaanza kushuku. Ukiona na CEO mnaanza kushukiana. Tunashukiana. You know, let us first of all clean our hearts as artists. Tumeumia, tuko na machungu, ndio. Lakini today, let us clean our hearts and let us talk from the heart. Tusiharakishwe, hakuna haraka ya kuharakisha. We only have one day. Hiyo chakula tumekaa miaka mingi bila kuikula. Wacha ikae. Let us talk together today. I have questions for this plenary, but I'll come later when the waziri is here to ask questions. But najua tuko na machungu, artists wote, from the generation that was before me, my generation, and the generation that is coming later. We have tuko na uchungu mingi ndani yetu, but let us clean our hearts today. Na tuseme huyu amenikosea, huyu amenikosea. CMOs mmetukosea kama wasanii. Wasanii tumejikosea sisi wenyewe. Ukiangalia Kekobo wamekosea CMOs, na CMO pia wamekosea. Today tusameane, let us start a clean sheet today. That is what I'm urging you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Francis. A round of applause as he comes down. It was more of a comment, but I hear you. Come, please. And then Ezekiel afterwards.
Thank you. I'm Jabu Asani. My name is Lincoln Mwaniki. I think I will be very brief. My question goes to the CA, Communication Authority. I think one of your roles or key mandates is to facilitate the development of e-commerce. And at the level we are in, as we get into the business of making sure that our business of music grows and every user is accountable, I'll go specifically to the Act under Section 46. You are the team that is supposed to enforce keeping of logs from all media houses. Maybe I will need your assistance because we are now in the era of technology. From all the technologies are there, blockchains, IoT, everything. Why don't you facilitate and help us as a sector to be able to track? Because I had the question, no one could be able to tell which song was played where and when and by which media house, which I believe through technology, you monitor every minute of anything that goes on here. Why can't you help this sector and facilitate us to create that? Because it is doable.
Thank you, Lincoln. Ezekiel, please come. Gender. That's a very important point. Please come, ma'am. You've agreed, eh? They had their hands up first. Just allow me to manage. Had she spoken previously? Ah, madam, in the spirit of fairness, had this sister spoken? All right, members, please. Let's help each other. Let's help each other so that this can actually be valuable. All right, please come. We've just talked about gender, please. Can you hold on? Thank you. Come. Your name, and please keep it brief so that your brothers can also talk. Karibu.
Hello, wasanii. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. My name's Eunice Lema, aka Boss Mama. Niko na maswali mawili tu, sitaki kuongea sana. Na ningefurahi sana kama Ezekiel Mutua, our CEO from MCSK, angekuwa hapa, maana hii swali iko kwake. Tumesema leo tunataka kupona. Ninataka kusema tu hivi, last distribution ilikuwa Mei. Na pesa ile ilikuwa kwa account ya distribution, ilingawano mara 3. That is camp, Prisk na MCSK. Na camp na Prisk wakan distribute. Wapi 16.5 million ya MCSK. Ningetaka tu Ezekiel atujibu kwa sababu ndiye CEO. Point number 2, iandikwe tu tafadhali, ninaomba. Point number 2, wacha niseme hivi. Sisi wasanii, adui wa msanii ni msanii mwenzake. Wakati tutakapoungana na kusema ukweli na kusema enough is enough, hata wale watu tunachakua kama board of directors watatuheshimu. Lastly, wakati huu ni wakati wa election. Hii nataka tu muniandikie mahali, ni wakati wa election. Na zishatangazwa, Prisk wametangaza election. Ningetaka tu hii ikuje iongelewe wakati our CS atakuwa hapa. Tulitangaziwa election na board of directors, some of board of directors, wacha niputi hivyo, wamekataa physical election, wanataka online election. My question, hapo kuna kitu ambacho kinafichwa. Wacha nipeleke hii kwa CEO wa Prisk. Wakati nitasema tu hivi na nitasema bila kuongopa. Wakati tunapochagua madirectors wetu, wanaenda wanachagua ma-CEO. Ma-CEO wako na madharau sana na members. Na nilikuwa nafikiria hivi, kama tungesikizana hata tukichagua board of directors tukue tunajichagulia CEOs. Unaleta makaratasi tunakoveti tunakuchagua. Hiyo ni point number 1. Point number 2, namalizia. Hii directors wa CMOs, mbandala wa Unite members walikuja kututawanya. Huu ni wakati wa election. Tunataka watoke kwa viti before tufanye kitu yeyote. Kwa sababu tamu yao imeisha, tuchague watu wapya, tuanze mapombe mapya, tuache kushinda tukilia. Thank you. God bless you.
God bless you too. Thank you. Ezekiel, please. I will come to you, my brother. I have not seen you. Thank you.
Thank you, June. Good afternoon, everyone. And good afternoon, honorable gentlemen of the panel. My names are Ezekiel Onyango. I'm a filmmaker, and I have 3 questions directed to the Communications Authority of Kenya. Number 1, on the issue of 40%, I think that is a very risky statement to make in Kenya today, because MOA, who unfortunately didn't honor this invitation, have never implemented 40%. If you look at our local stations, we are actually at 8% local content, including news and feature stories. What makes the other 32% is telenovelas, the programs that you watch from Venezuela, Brazil, and wherever, imported in flash discs. This is the interesting part, sir. If you travel out of Kenya today and come at the airport and you've bought yourself a phone, the customs agents will tax you 26% worth of import duty, including VAT, custom excise duty, and the import duty itself. Today, we live in an economy where we drive second-hand cars, which means we import cars, and at the point of importation, import duty is charged. These same media owners buy second-hand content, third-hand content from those countries, bring them in-country in flash disks and hard drives, and they don't pay import duty. So they're running a criminal organization, and because you are in charge of enforcement, deal with that matter immediately. Number 2 is on the issue of over the internet platforms. I'm not a musician, but I know as a filmmaker, I don't have a film without music. And a musician doesn't have a music video without film. We are joined by the hip. So musical problems and film problems are the same. We have over the internet platforms that have come into the country. I don't want to name brands so that somebody can say I was attacking a particular one. But streaming platforms, to be precise. Let's move back to the time when Professor Bitange Ndemo was the CS. And he worked very hard to increase internet penetration in Kenya and smartphone penetration after that. This made our market be very attractive for such investments. Kenya presented itself as a market ready for streaming platforms because of the investment the state put in fiber optic and opening up the space for telecommunication operators to increase device penetration. Until today, we have platforms that don't have a serious footprint of business in country. We, as consumers, will become subscribers to these platforms. You pay to be a subscriber. An artist, for example, the many who are here will be onboarded and their music will stream on that platform and their payment will come from that platform. However, the money that is collected from me and any other subscriber is not domiciled in country. It migrates out and goes and sits somewhere in Ireland. Then it will leave Ireland to come back to pay Rafton. Who is losing in this equation? It's our own government. It is our own government that we're forcing the Kenyan shilling to be devalued. So how can we ensure that these investors who are coming in, when they meet a certain threshold of subscribers, they have to show a serious domicileness of operating their business in Kenya. So they collect, keep the money here, and pay our artists from here. Number 3, and last, you mentioned about public participation. I have been in the film space for about a decade, but I've never seen an invitation. Maybe I missed up on one, and as Frasha has said, we can start on a new slate. But we and my seniors who are here have never been invited to the table to participate in such areas. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ezekiel. Let's keep noting them so that when we come back, we can address all of them. Please come.
My name is Jojo Reed. I'm a journalist, and I wear many other hats. Listening to everybody here, I want to make a comment that the problem with music in terms of royalties is the leadership at Communications Authority and Kekobo. Because when you listen to everybody here, we have all the solutions. We have the law, we have the people who are doing whatever they want doing, but we are not effecting. And if you want to take my comment seriously, we have 2 government organizations. One is called the Kenya Film Commission. Before Timothy Owase joined Kenya Film Commission, filmmakers had all myriads of problems. When he went there, filmmakers don't make noise anymore because he's done what is supposed to be done. And he deserves to be there. If you go to PPMC, where Dr. Otoyo is leading, for the longest time, artists who are performing were being paid peanuts. Dr. Otoyo joined PPMC, and my friend, you know how much you're paid when you perform to those. 200,000 shillings in one occurrence. So while we are in a game of musical chairs here, the problem is, CA, this man, with all due respect, you're not honest with everything you say today. You are passing the buck. You're treating everybody here as a child. I don't you deserve to be where you are. Kekobo, you have been having these problems. Where's Dr. Sigei? Yeah, so instead of going around, and I hope the minister is watching, I'm told he was watching this thing live. Come and deal with CA and Kekobo, and this thing is done. Thank you.
All right. Okay, members, let me ask. Some of us have already left to go and have their lunch. It is 3:17 p.m. We need to be back in the room when Waziri comes. It would be so bad for him to come and find an empty hall. May I make a suggestion? I want to thank my panelists. I want to make sure that we have captured all those questions so that we can address them when we come back. is it possible for us to be back here at 3:45 p.m.? Is that possible? That is in 30 minutes' time, so that at least when Waziri comes back, we can finish our agenda for today. Is that all right? Thank you very much. A round of applause for my panel, please. Thank you very much. See you back here at 3:45 p.m.
Kilele tutafika, kilele ni milele, kilele tutafika, kilele ni milele, kujali na kuamini ni kweli, kufuatilia na kutimiza kwa nguvu, kurudi nyuma sitaki, kuenda mbele naenda, tutafika juu kileleni, kilele tutafika, kileleni milele, kilele tutafika, kileleni milele. Kujali na kuamini ni kweli, kufuatilia na kutimiza kwa nguvu, kurudi nyuma sitaki, kuenda mbele naenda, tutafika juu kileleni, kilele tutafika, tutafika kileleni milele, kilele tutafika to the top of the peak, kileleni milele. kileleni milele, kilele tutafika, kileleni milele, kilele tutafika, kileleni milele. Walizibwina ungo Gulipa Ungo ungaza makini na kupendeza machoni, pingu tanda angani, pingu ikawa ni jibu, baadaye ikawa mvua, nawe ndia dohuo. Wayaelewa ninayosema kwa makini, weka akili. Wayaelewa ninayosema kwa makini, weka akili. Tajaribu yote juu chini mwaenda, lakini vile vya kweli havina vikwazo. Tajaribu yote juu chini mwaenda, lakini vile vya kweli havina vikwazo. Tajaribu yote juu chini mwaenda, lakini vile vya kweli hola yeba paka unolewa jiweni, kisha utumika vilivyo vya haki. Elewa vyaonekana machoni, wayaelewa ninayosema kwa makini, weka akili. Wayaelewa ninayosema kwa makini, weka akili. Tajaribu yote juu chini mwaenda, lakini vile vya kweli havina vikwazo. Nitajaribu yote juu chini mwaenda, lakini vile vya kweli yeba yeba tajaribu yote juu chini mwaenda, lakini vile vya kweli havina vikwazo. Tajaribu yote juu chini mwaenda, lakini vile vya kweli havina vikwazo. Tajaribu yote juu chini mwaenda,
inapopambazuka naiona nuru. Kenya yetu inavyomeremeta inanipa nguvu. Wa Kenya tunachojua amani, ndio mila si tulizofunzwa. Upendo na kumtunza jirani, hatuna budi kudumisha. Kwetu Kenya, Kenya, nafurahia, Kenya, najivunia, Kenya, ninakupenda, Kenya, nafurahia, Kenya, najivunia, Kenya, ninakupenda. Kenya, tusimame wima, tuwajibike, tuwe pamoja, lengo letu na liwe moja, kuijenga nchi yetu, nchi yetu. Kenya, tusimame wima, tuwajibike, tuwe pamoja, lengo letu na liwe moja, kuijenga nchi yetu, nchi yetu.
Pongezi kwa mashujaa walotupigania uhuru na hewa safi na ivuta. Kwa saluti acha niwashukuru kwa kusema umetupa ujasiri kuboresha mpaka nchi yetu leo inapendeza. I will love you forever, my motherland.
Kwetu Kenya,
umenilea,
Kenya,
nafurahia,
Kenya,
najivunia,
Kenya,
ninakupenda,
Kenya,
umenilea,
Kenya,
nafurahia,
Kenya,
najivunia,
Kenya,
ninakupenda.
Kenya, tusimame wima, tuwajibike, tuwe pamoja, lengo letu na liwe moja, kuijenga nchi yetu, nchi yetu. Kenya, tusimame wima, tuwajibike, tuwe pamoja, lengo letu na liwe moja, kuijenga nchi yetu, nchi yetu.
Anaera chiel ma wan go e dalawa ka, joma beyo, joma chungile, kitiyo matek kendo gigero pinywa. Anapuoyo u, anapako u. Anaera chiel ma wan go e dalawa ka, joma beyo, joma chungile, kitiyo matek kendo gigero pinywa. Anapuoyo u, anapako u. Jodala, hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Naipenda Kenya yangu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Twakaribisha kwetu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Oh, nchi yenye baraka,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Kenya yetu mimi najivunia, utulivu kweli twafurahia. Omorembe twanyogokera, buya mono chisokoro chaito. Obosibore twabotengera.
Hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Naipenda Kenya yangu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
twakaribisha kwetu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
oh, nchi yenye baraka,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Utangamano wetu wafurahisha, umoja wetu sote wapendeza. Kenya ni yako, ni yangu.
Magufuli ase parora ase yuagora to ase tagora ase sandora.
Inakuwa ni furaha, inakuwa raha tukikuza ushirikishwaji Kenya, ubaguzi ukabila tukiweka nyuma, tutapata manufaa.
Tuelimishe wana Kenya kuhusu ushirikishwaji, wakataa ubaguzi ni chanzo kubwa cha chuki. Tuelimishe wana Kenya kuhusu ushirikishwaji, wakataa ubaguzi ni chanzo kubwa cha chuki.
Wakenya tusiwe na chuki kati yetu, Wasamaria tuwe na moyo wa kupeana. Wengi wanalia woi, serikali saidia. Haya mambo yanakera, haya mambo hayafai.
Tuelimishe wana Kenya kuhusu ushirikishwaji, wakataa ubaguzi ni chanzo kubwa cha chuki. Tuelimishe
kibaba abantu bose uli halala
Shali silo tumbu kita sandani kwa
Etwani yabugire, Etwani yabugire, Etwani yabugire, Etwani yenze yaito, yabugire ge korandi ubanja nyamo no more, yabugire ge korandi ubambi buya no more, yabugire ge korandi abamano buya bwenze yaito, Twani yaito ya Kenya ngaingwe tangi koyerora baba.
Wenda vuzi chichini cha ukiwamba kungulu kwangala mba. Muthenya mothe uko na diva itania mandaraka ndei. Kwa wendo na ngwatanio wa Kenya tusonga mbele. Tunasonga mbele pamoja. Sisi wa Kenya tunasonga mbele. Kwa amani na upendo. Umoja ni nguzo yetu. Kenya ni yangu. Kenya ni yetu.
Kenya
pamoja tutaijenga Kenya yetu.
Kwa amani na upendo tuendeleze utu wetu. Haya yote tukizingatia, baraka tele tutapokea.
Vijana, wazee, kina mama, tunaweza tukiungana. Furaha, usawa na ustawi, Mungu Baba tatujalia. So fulo, njooni wazalendo sote tuimbe. So fulo, njooni wazalendo sote tuimbe. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee, na Kenya tutaishi milele. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee, na Kenya tutaishi milele. Tunaapa tutaungana tena, ndugu pia na usawa tena, uzalendo kuendeleza tena, na kwa pamoja tutasimama tena. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee, na tutaishi milele.
Kenya ninaipenda, uadilifu, mimi nawe tuungane, umoja wetu pinywani, aero pinywani, pinywani, aero pinywani, pinywani, aero pinywani, aero sana. Kenya ninaipenda, uadilifu, mimi nawe tuungane, umoja wetu pinywani, aero pinywani, pinywani, aero pinywani, pinywani, aero pinywani, aero sana. Asechiora manetione pinywa dala. Asechiora netione pinywa dala. Ondisore Kenya berneno. Ondisore Kenya berneno. Biurune kaka wakerore. Biurune kaka wakerore. Akweda onge wadake giera. Akweda onge wadake giera.
BPMC Production.
Kenya moja, twapendana, twasherekea umoja wetu, nchi ya baraka na fanaka. Wakenya ni wazalendo.
Wakenya wote wenzangu, tuungane pamoja. Wakenya
dongo ya Kipchoge Keino Would Kenya mano jaturuaka Joka Denge Would Kenya mano jaturuaka Injera Collins Would Kenya mano jaturuaka Najivunia kuzaliwa Kenya Wakenya wote tuamuke tujenge uchumi yetu Kama nguvu tunayo elimu tunayo afya bora tunayo usalama tunayo usafiri tunayo ukulima tunayo utalii tunayo kazi kwa vijana tunayo ugatuzi tunayo Kenya moja Kenya moja twapendana twasherehekea umoja wetu nchi ya baraka na fanaka Wakenya ni wazalendo Chunguru malo mondo wagere Kenya Akweda magdhoudi kiki mondo pogoa Chunguru malo watika nyakla Ya wajo siasa kiki mondo pogoa Tungane zote tupige adui Chuki na fitina tuweke mbali tuwe kitu kimoja wana Kenya Ani Kenya berneno kubiune Nairobi kao namba kubiune Ni Mombasa berneno kubiune Kata Kisumu berneno kubiune Kenya namba moja Kenya yapendeza Watu wa Mombasa Kenya yapendeza Watu wa Nairobi Kenya yapendeza Watu wa Kisumu Kenya yapendeza Kenya nchi ya watu wote Kenya moja Afrika pembe zote duniani Kenya moja Mbuga zetu za wanyama zavutia Kenya moja Sekta ya utalii sifa kubwa kwetu Kenya moja Wageni wote wamekaribishwa Kenya moja Kenya nchi ya upendo Kenya moja Kenya nchi ya maendeleo Kenya moja Kenya nchi ya amani Kenya moja Kenya fahari kubwa kwetu
So a little more, a little more, a little more, a little more.
Olan. Olan. Nikatie. Wakuu mko fiti? Mko chonjo? Kalanji kamewabamba? Mi unaweza niita Katelo ama unaweza niita kwako. Mbogi ni ya Kimonyoski, Tilafu Sako ina the area representing, na ukiona nikijidai ujue nimejikopa. Oya, karibuni hasa hapa hivi bana. Tunaendelea bado kupiga gumzo bana, tujue venye future yetu itakuwa sawa kama wasanii bana. Usiko unapata ngoma yako bana jo inacheza kwa TV na hata labda unaenda kuishiwa na token. Tukitoka hapa hivi leo tukae tukijua kwamba future yetu kama wasanii iko sawa. At least hata mtoto akikwambia anataka kukua msanii, unajua sasa hata ukienda waambie mzazi unataka kuwa msanii, unajua hata anaweza kuitia manko zako wakuja wakuongeleshe. Usanii haichukuliwi serious, ndio? Lakini usanii ni profession kazi zile zingine. By leo tukitoka hapa hivi tukue tunajua future yetu iko safe. So naomba tutulie kidogo. Tuketi chini, alafu tuendelea na progi, tuendelee na panel next hapa hivi. Mr. Juma ata introduce the next panelist. Tuendelee kupiga gumzo, tuongelee mambo na masikiza tune. I hope tunaongelea mambo ya Tunaingia hapo hivi kwa stories za skiza tune na mambo ya digitali kidogo. So Mr. Juma, uko ready? Upo sambamba?
Safi, safi wazee. Order. Order, members.
Yes.
So, Katelo is my life 40 years ago. Nilikuwa naongeaga hivyo.
Nilikuwa naongeaga hivi?
Lakini siku hizi mumeharibu. Kuna kuamba ta, sembe ta.
Kusembe tema, bana jo tukwa samba ta hapa bana jo. Kubombo tonga.
Ngemu umeelewa hiyo kweli?
Tumekuja kupeleka CS na Rieng na stakeholders na washikadau tuwapeleke na Rieng. Wajue Mangori mahali ziko. Wajue ni nini inatutatanisha. Tuwapeleke na rada bana jo wajue venye watasului. Tupate kitu kwa mbosho, si ndio?
Safi.
Wagwan.
Kitu staki ni mazee mambogi wakuje na umbwakni.
Nimetoka mahali panaitwa Kayombo Tole. Kwa hivyo ukipoteza simu siku ya leo unitafute, nikupee SIM card.
Aurudishi simu. Unapewa SIM card ndio at least uendelee.
Bana uendelee kukaa online bana. Otherwise tuko chonjo tunafurahi.
Safi. Big hand to Katelo, ladies and gentlemen. Big hand. Wow. All right. We want to start with our session. And this is an interesting one. And because a lot of people were asking about this, I'm so glad we have this particular session. I want to ask that we prepare for this third panel, which is managing ringback tones and digital right issues. And we have people you are familiar with. We have groups and names you are very familiar with. We have people you are interacting with in terms of business, in terms of your own intellectual property rights. So, it's your turn to hear. May I humbly request Miss Martha Huro from Boomplay, the Managing Director, East Africa, to please join us. As she walks, please, let's welcome her. Yes, and that is the sound of a man. That's an artist. You can do anything. Sindio? All right, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the head of music, Ms. Wanjiku Koinange from Dundo. Oh, wow. This is going to be interesting. This is really going to be interesting. We want to hear from none other than the manager advocate for Soul Generation and Sauti Soul, Moriasi Omambia, who is here with us. Makofi kwake akija. Karibu sana. Then my very good friend, Mr. Joseph Njagi, CEO of Prisk. Joseph, I know I saw you. There he is. Karibu sana Bwana Njagi. Makofi kwake anapoingia tafadhali. And finally, last but not least, my very, very, very inspiration to do music. He started it when he was a boy, I think. But he still remains to me the Crown Prince of Benga, Mr. Dan Aseda. Makofi kwake. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for today is none other than a person I have walked with in this journey of music. He's among the first people who believed in us. Gave us work, I think, about 30 years ago. Trusted and believed in us. Placed us in a magazine that we couldn't even be seen it those days. But he's still standing strong. From Fat Entertainment Magazine and it does not for any reason describe his body structure, Mr. Mike Strano. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Juma. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Are we sleepy? Good afternoon, everybody. Much better. Thank you. Okay, so today we're going to be talking about managing ringback tunes and digital rights issues. So I think we'll jump straight into it. We'll divide the session in two. We'll deal with ringback tunes first, CRBTs, caller ringback tunes, and then we'll go into digital rights. The reason why ringback tunes are here is that you will remember that earlier this year, as mentioned earlier, there was a copyright amendment bill that saw the passing of a resolution, or the passing of a new law rather, of 52% of revenues of CRBTs to now go to the rights holder, that being the creator of the content. I believe it's still in implementation, but I want to ask some of the artists who are here with us to comment on what has happened since then. Has any of the content service providers that load their content reached out to them? Have they renewed their agreements? How is it working? How's the implementation? Are there any challenges to the implementation of this law? So I'll start with Dan here.
I think, hi guys, it's a pleasure to be here. It's a great honor to sit here. I think for me with CRBTs, I know that there's challenges in the implementation of this new revenue share. But also this revenue share is not new. It's a very old revenue share. It was negotiated, I think, in 2015 or some time back. So it's just late in getting done. I think the thing to say is that I'm happy for the artists that spend a lot of their economic power on Skiza, because a bigger share has always been what it is. But I need to remind everybody that we need to bring this thing to be where the industry standard is. The whole world over, the industry standard is 70-30 in favor of the creator. So there's no reason for this to be at 52. It should actually be adjusted immediately to 70%. There's no need for us to delay that. The second thing I'll say is that I have a personal challenge with CRBT as it is. I recognize that this was a very good first step for us to get into the digital space. And I think as a starter revenue stream, I think it was excellent. But I have a problem with the fact that your customer pays for your music through airtime. They don't pay through money. And that's problematic, because when you pay through airtime, you inherit taxes that are affecting airtime that then affect your money. The reason we're at 52 is because the platform owner will tell you have to pay excise duty on airtime. I have to pay VAT on airtime. But we don't really want to sell music in airtime. We want to sell music in money. And so another change, I would say, we have to think about ways in which we can have the creator not inherit the taxes, because the taxes have got, is there anyone here who sells airtime? We don't sell airtime, so we should not pay taxes on airtime. That's really what I think. So if there are next steps, we need to find a mechanism to get rid of the tax burden on Skiza. That should be on the platform, and then the artist should get the money and pay the taxes that are only for the artist, because nobody here runs a telco.
Thank you. If we go to Moriasi, who manages Salty Soul and the record label Soul Generation, if you could just maybe share your experience on where the implementation is on that law on CRBTs.
No, we haven't started renegotiating those contracts, mainly because we want to have our own business that is negotiating directly with Safaricom, which I think is a very important thing. Right now, I think, and from the sentiments I heard earlier from people clapping and mentioning a certain company, the middleman when it comes to CRBTs is the issue right now, one of the issues. So, tukitoa your middleman, and the service providers to Safaricom are artist run. So in a situation where the wasanii here mnafungua kampuni yenu yenye ina negotiate directly na Safaricom, and it's run by you, for you, by people who you have chosen to run it, then I think you'll be in a good place to even have contracts which, you know, are yours, and that's where we are now. I think that's one of the bigger issues right now, is that there's a middleman who's aggregating on behalf of artists, and for us, we have been trying to cut out the middleman and go directly to the service provider, to Safaricom themselves.
If I could just ask you to clarify some of the reasons around that. You know, people would argue that a content service provider, you know, adds value, or they're meant to add value. So there is a middleman, maybe that's one name, but there's also, you know, the middleman in the music industry does play a role as a distributor or an aggregator or a content service provider. They go by many names. However, they're meant to add value in this journey to the consumer. Where, if you want to go directly, where is the value not being added at the moment, in your opinion?
Our experience.
Yes.
Right? The contracts and the conversations on when you're being onboarded is that we'll do digital marketing for you, number one, we'll do media and radio marketing for you and such, right? So our biggest issue has been that we can raise some of these digital numbers on our own. Right. So that's first. Yeah. As artists, we have our own digital platforms that can really run some of the numbers that we require. Yes. And then secondly is, and more importantly is, there's the technology element of it, right? However, the technology element has been reduced to such a level that, you know, if you have one person who's in charge of it, of your aggregation and distribution, like for us, we're a music label probably doing, at the beginning of the year, top of the year, we're doing 4 to 5 songs a month, and that's not a big number. And if we have one person who's managing that, it can work itself out. So we're paying a very high price of, you know, close to 20-30% off the already 52%, and and that 30%, if we get it directly, we can then create employment within our industry for younger people. So that's one of the things that we were really looking at, and can we do it on our own? And from the studies of feasibility that we've done, we can. Yeah.
Excellent. When you say 20-30%, this is what the content service provider is charging you? Really? Okay. Because I remember there was conversations around it should be around, you know, for what they're doing, around 5%. That's been there for a while. So of this 52%, 20% is taken by the content service provider, and what you're saying is that you don't see much value being added, which obviously doesn't always have to be the place for every artist, right? Artists have a life cycle, so where Sauti Sol and Soul Generation may be at the moment, maybe they can generate more of their own value, is what I hear you saying.
Yes. Yeah. But generally, artists can generate their own value from the beginning, and it's really about building up to somewhere, right? And the thing about really coloring back tones is that if you have a hit on radio, if you have a hit that's already trending, it's really about how you market it around yourself to get it out there, right?
Okay.
And I think from what we've seen, there's been an apathy and a laziness from the aggregators to really market, because, you know, they have a ton of music already in the system, and they're already making a ton of money from the ISP. So they don't see the need to market anymore. It's just, they let it go organically. So let the artists do it organically on their own, and it'll work out. And the added value, you know, and it's really think about how can we support each other to have that added value. But right now, 30% for added value is not really feasible.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I do understand that a lot of the content service providers, also known as premium rate service providers, are involved in other services as well, vast services for the telecom. So they're involved heavily in fintech and things like that, where they actually generate a lot more revenue than they do in music and in content. So that could be some of the reason why they're not giving much focus. I'd like to go to Prisk and get Prisk's position. You know, at the moment, the money that comes in to the owner of the content, essentially, it's a master right. which means, you know, the owner of the content, the label or the artist, has a content service provider that then shares that to the telco, and it goes back to them. It's just like selling a song, basically. But within that, at the moment, there's no performance right royalty going back, or a copyright royalty going back to the CMOs. As well, in other jurisdictions, whatever the telecom remains with, they then still pay to a collective management organization to then distribute to the other rights holders in the song, because the master rights holder is like Soul Generation or Dan Aseda. They're just one of the rights holders. If Dan co-writes a song, there's another author there. If there is a session musician on the track, that's a right that would be collected by Prisk. So what's Prisk's position on that, and what are you doing to kind of bring, we heard the word this morning about international best practice by the CS. What is Prisk doing to try and bring international best practice up to the management of CRBTs in Kenya?
Fine, thank you so much, Mike. Now, this is a discussion that is a bit serious because we are looking at how the Kenyan artist can be able to make more money well above the royalties, the normal royalties. And I want to point out to two things. One, the copyright amendment bill that was passed just the other day, that is giving the specifics in terms of percentages that are going to the artist. That's 52%, 8 to the PRSP, and 25 as taxes, 15 to Safaricom. Now, the position for the CMO need to come in two ways. One, both the content aggregator, Safaricom are using our artist music. So this business of Skiza can only be there when we have the music from the artist, right? So for the CMO, which happens to be the collective management organization in charge of representing these artists, then out of whatever revenue the content aggregators are making, as well as what Safaricom is making, a percentage of that needs to come to the CMO so that we can be able to administer that on behalf of the majority. That's one. Number two, when you talk of the 52% going directly to the artist, for example, I am not very sure whether this has been done by the content aggregator. And the only place where then the artist can be safe is if the 52% is again paid through the CMO.
Okay, so Prisk's position is your money is safe if it's paid through them. Okay, we have some disagreements in the audience. Okay, I think the disagreements have been noted, and we'll get to Q&A, and the position has been noted. That's good. Thank you very much. So this panel was in two. I'm now going to progress to digital rights, and then we can come back and answer questions. I'm not avoiding the ladies on the end. This has been like a manual so far, but I'm coming to them because they're in the digital space. But I want to come back to Mariasi from a business perspective, just to get a bit of perspective here, Mariasi. If you can, you don't need to give us figures, but maybe percentages off the top of your head. In terms of revenue streams for Soul Generation, okay? So you have, concert performances, you have streaming, download sales, what have you. You have CRBTs, you have royalties. Could you just rank them for us? Where does Soul Generation earn most of its money? Where does it earn the least? And if you have the percentages, fine. If you don't, it's okay. At least we have a ranking.
Okay, so I would do it in terms of percentages.
Yep.
I'll just rank it.
Yep.
So performance.
Yep.
Right at the top.
Live performance. Yep.
Yeah, because for us as a business, we're in the business of iconic live acts.
Yep.
Trying to build live musicians who can tour.
Yeah.
Right. So we have performance right at the top, and then we have corporate business after that.
Yeah. Like brand ambassadorships. Yeah.
So your brand ambassadorships and sponsorships and such.
Yep.
And content.
Yep.
So our content comes next.
That's
So-
streaming, yeah, streaming,
I'll
downloads.
say the music videos.
Music
So I'll
videos.
say audio-visual content.
Yep.
Then streaming.
Right.
And royalties.
Right.
So that's Soul Generation.
And where does CRBTs fit
Right
there?
at the bottom.
Right at the bottom after royalties?
Yes.
Right. So I knew the answer, but I wanted him to map it out. We are now in 2022. Skiza was launched, I think, in 2007. Yeah? You'll find the majority of consumers, and the average age, does anyone know the average age of Kenya? Anyone but Dana Seda? The average age of Kenya is 19. Okay, so if you add all of our ages in the room, the average age of Kenya, yeah, is 19. How many 19-year-olds do you know are using CRBTs? Okay, the future is digital and the future is now. So that's why we've dealt with CRBTs. It has done its time. It's still an important source of revenue. However, I feel as an industry, when we're lobbying for things, we're only there and we're not looking at the wider perspective. And that's why we've invited with us today Martha Huru from Boomplay and Shiko from Madundo. Martha, just tell us a little bit about what Boomplay does and what your experience has been in terms of growth. In fact, both platforms have had incredible growth over the last couple of years. If you could just talk a little bit about that, what's working, what's not working.
Thank you, Mike. Hi, everyone. Hi. Boomplay is an online music streaming and download platform with presence in the African market and focus in the African market. And our main aim is empowering the music industry to unlock its full potential. And with that, we are part of the process. We've been part of the process from the beginning in terms of how to get streaming to where it is right now. And we've seen the numbers. We currently have 90 million songs on Boomplay. In Kenya, we have 4.2 million monthly active users and over 15 million users on the platform. So with that, we've had some challenges and some successes. In 2020, during the lockdown in 2021, our streaming numbers, we saw a 200% increase, so that's good. However, we've identified 3 challenges in the industry that we're ardently and avidly working with stakeholders in the industry to sort out. Number 1 is policy. And we have spoken, all the panels that came before have spoken extensively about policy. We do have a copyright act in place, but we don't have proper structures to enforce it. And that needs to be a conversation. We have something in place, but the structures to tell you how to go about it or how to do it or how to enforce it are simply not there. So these conversations that we've been having today need to be directed towards having a proper structure, and then we will realize revenue from there. Number 2 is education. What is IP? Most people, if you talk to most artists, they actually don't know what IP is. How do I register my IP? You see, my IP, it's your right, intellectual property. It is your right, registered. You should have the same possibility walking into a bank and getting a loan against your IP as a guarantee. We don't have that in place, as in, and people don't understand the music business. They understand the music industry. We have talented people, but then they don't understand the music business. And there's a lot of conversations, a lot of education that needs to happen towards that. And Dan, you can correct me if I'm wrong here. In terms of production, the ratio between beat makers and producers is 1:20. Do you want me to repeat? The ratio between producers and beat makers is 1:20. Yet we want to compete in the global market. So those conversation, education has to happen. Number last is finance. It's blood, sweat, and tears. All of you, I've seen so many artists here. it's blood, sweat, and tears to create, right? To make music. But then brands and people are not willing to invest. So the artists are the only people who are investing in the music industry. So I would like to call upon brands as well as individuals who are blessed to bless the music industry by investing in it, because music is timeless. The artist might not be timeless, but music is timeless. I mean, who would have thought 30 years later Firirinda would be dancing to Firirinda? So it's very important, and Boomplay is actively involved in those three facets.
Before you pass the mic, I just have a clarifying question. You're saying that high net worth individuals or venture capitalists should invest in music and should invest in artists and music production. Will they get a return on that investment?
That is why the number one point has to be sorted out, policy, proper structures, so that if I'm investing in the music industry, I will definitely get my return. For example, we have so many DSPs, Boomplay, Spotify, Mdundo, we are very many, right? But we are not competitors in that sense. Piracy is our number one competition. Mike, correct me if I'm wrong. The Kenyan music industry is losing 295 million per day to piracy.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, so if we have proper structures in place, this money should be going to your pockets, right? It should be going to the artist's pockets. And this will only be realized if we have proper structures in place, and then the rest will come. Because if there's proper structure and I know I will get, my ROI will be realized, then that means that I will invest. That means that if you walk into a boardroom, they won't tell you because you are a Gengeton artist, we won't invest in you. As a matter of fact, they'll be looking for you.
100%. Thank you. Thank you. Shiko, you're good. So give me a second. How many of you here feel that if you're in music, put your hands up if you're in music. Be proud. Okay? Keep them up if you feel that your music has ever been pirated. Or some even added their hands. Okay. All right. So I think statistics show us that piracy takes about between 90 and 99% out of our industry. I'll share some data shortly. Shiko, tell me, Mdundo, what are you up to?
Right. Hi, everybody, and thank you, Mike, for having me and everybody here. Mdundo, who celebrated 10 years this year, has been around with that aim. Like Mike said, piracy is our biggest struggle in the industry, across the industry. I think when you look at the number of people who have access on the continent, sub-Saharan Africa, who have access to the internet is about 240 million people, if I'm not wrong. I remember reading the numbers not too long ago. And of those people, we have access through a service like Mdundo and our partner services. You have access to 140 million fans. So if your music is not on services like Mdundo, like Boom, like YouTube, and services like those, you end up losing out, because what we find is that a lot of the users that we are aware of, at least the target audience for Mdundo, is a type of audience that will go to Google and search. And whatever comes up, whether or not it's where you want your music to be seen, is what they use, And so what we're trying to do as a service is to give those users, those 140 million users across sub-Saharan Africa, access to legal content that benefits you as an artist. And I think, like my colleague has said, the policies in place are really necessary, because while there's master rights, there's also your publishing that you need to take care of. So I think something around being aware of what your rights are, where to place your rights, how to earn from your rights is very important. I love that you asked a question to Moriasi as to where your earnings come from, because a lot of the time we get fights about royalties and Skiza and all that, but there's a whole other funnel of where you could have your content going. So I think as a service for us, it's very important that we build an awareness as to the audience that's there waiting to hear your content, and how to make sure that they're hearing it, and how you control where your content is going. And that has been and continues to be Mdundo's place in the market.
Cool. Coming back to piracy, I understand that Mdundo does something about alerting or blocking sites or if you could just take us through that and how many sites and how actively are you? I know it's a lot. Yeah, even a ballpark on a regular basis in terms of the fight against piracy.
Cool. Just to explain, any artist who has a contact on Mdundo, we have partnerships with services outside of Africa and within Africa who are able to take down and report. It's called a DMCA notification. There, we are able to report any website that carries content that you legally haven't given this website to have. That you haven't given this website to have. And up to now, I think we've taken down about 100 and maybe 10 or 20,000 websites since we started doing this in maybe 4 years ago, maybe just more than 4 or 5 years ago. And it's an ongoing activity. It costs Mdundo to do this, but it's for the betterment of the industry, and it's something that we continue to do.
120,000 websites. Please give it up to Mdundo for the great work that they're doing. If I could just go to I'm going to come to you. If I could just go to my slide, please, Paul. I want you guys to just put this in numbers. So this is by an organization that some of us here are members of. Boomplay is a member, Mdundo is a member, Soul Generation is a member, Fat is a member. So it's a cost to the creative industry. So this is all of you as the creative industry. And this is basically losses per year and losses per day. So in a year, we estimate, and we did a study last December, 92 billion shillings per year. Okay, and we're here arguing about CMOs. Yeah, I'm not saying those issues don't need to be sorted. The real money, guys, is anti-piracy. That's the real money. Yeah, let's not get distracted by these other things. The real money also isn't Skiza, no disrespect to Skiza. Okay, I think Skiza did about, I think it was a total of, was it 7 billion or 2 billion? 2 billion gross turnover, yeah, on PwC. So, so we're losing 15 billion a year in music alone. Okay, if you look at video, which of course includes music videos as well, it's another 32 billion. That also includes film. Okay, loss in cinema revenue, 5 billion a year. Loss in TV revenue, 8 billion a year. Loss in books, whoever's here from the book publishing, 29 billion a year in piracy. And gaming, which is still a new industry, already loses 3 billion a year. Okay? So that's 200, as my co-chair in PAP says, that's 250 million a day. Okay? Just get a handle on those numbers. All right? So what does that mean? That's gross to the industry. What does it mean to the government? Yeah, 12.69 billion lost in VAT, 2.49 billion lost in income tax and various other resident and non-resident tax. Potentially, we estimate that if we begin to curtail piracy, we can create 50,000 jobs easily at every level of the music industry for yourselves, and actually not the music industry, the creative industry, any digital content creator, okay? You can create jobs for yourselves, for other people in your organization, and that goes back to now the communities and their families as well. This also aligns with the SDGs as well of industry infrastructure and decent work. So I think it's important that we don't get distracted by the other noise in our industry, in the creative industry, and we really focus on this. And Partners Against Piracy, we do have some initiatives, which I'll talk about in a minute, but before we go there, I'd like to get Dan's impression of what you've just seen and what you've also experienced.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, everyone that knows me knows I'm about the data, so I'm aware about this and the numbers. Yeah, and I agree. I think the bulk of our work has to be in fighting piracy. I wanted to just add a couple of things on the platforms, and I'm really impressed that Martha and Wajiko are here because there's an attitude that you guys have brought to the industry that is very fresh. You're interested in investing in the industry, and that's very, very fresh. And I just want to, they haven't paid me to say this, but I want to say it's something that the industry needs, because I know that both of these platforms are investing on the production side of music. So they are making money available for people to make music, and then they are selling. You'll know in any business you do, having capital to start is one of the biggest challenges you can. These guys are actually doing that. From a policy point of view, which is the point I really wanted to make, we know that there are different platforms. Some are going to be homegrown, some are going to be foreign. We know that that's going to be there. I think for platforms that are like Mdundo and Boomplay that are ready to be here with us in person and invest in people in Kenya and help you to make music, I think from a policy position, there should be some tax incentives to keep them in business. For people who are not investing in the industry, and the other platforms who I know are invited and didn't come, for those guys who are not interested in investing on the production side of this industry, I think the tax should be higher. So that if you're all interested in our market, then you should pay 50 or 60%. But if you're interested in helping musicians be able to make music and you're putting your money there, then you should have a tax incentive for sure. You should get a tax rebate to the amount that you invest. And so I don't know who's writing the policy resolutions, but please write that one from Dana said, so that we make sure that any platform that's homegrown is willing to invest in the producers of Kenya, that platform should get as much support from the government as possible.
Thank you, Dan. I think we're going to squeeze in some questions to this session. If we can have the mics out, get your questions ready. And you'll stand up, say your name, where you're from, and what your question is, and to which panelist. The mics are coming out now, but before we go there, Mariasi, anything else to add in terms of piracy or anything else we've heard today that we need to look at in terms of digital rights management?
And this I'll just say in Swahili. So, asali kuna kitu moja nataka tuelewe. Story ya mkimeki ngoma, split sheets na agreements mnaingia. Digital distribution and your management of those management hizo mangoma utasaidika sana kama split sheets zenu ziko sawa. Na nitapea an example yetu. 2020 tuliishi na royalties zetu. Kama Sauti Sol wali sacrifice royalties zao azikuwa dombaya, zo zilitusaidia, and these royalties zilitoka nje, and mainly because split sheets zetu zilikuwa sawa, we kept a very good record of the music that we were making in our catalog, na ilitusaidia time ya COVID kuishi, right? Hizo quarterly checks zilisaidia, checks zilikuwa zinatoka Shia, checks zilikuwa zinatoka mali zilikuwa zinatoka Buma Streamer na hizo vitu zote. So hizo vitu ni important. Once you have your paperwork in order, it will help you. It might not be money now, but it's money for the future. Kama si our founders kukuwa very strict about hizo vitu na si kuweka hizo structures in order in our business, 2020 ingetugonga vibaya, lakini tulisurvive sababu hiyo kitu, and it's very important. I've had this mzee here who told us so many years have gone by, and we'd like to help as well as Soul Generation just to see, is the structure fine, right? But hiyo kitu inaitwa split sheet, na kuna za nje zimekam azisaidii industry yetu, tutengeneze yetu itatusaidia sisi, iko na best practice in the international, but pia wasanii wetu wanaielewa. It's very important because saa hii mali tunaenda digital distribution, paperwork is the most important thing. It's the most important thing. So get those things in order, the splits and the agreements that you're getting into with different artists, and even hizo agreements tunaingia na hizo DSP za nje. Martha here, team yake ni poa sana, wametusaidia sana. Martha wameinvest in a lot of our projects sisi tunafanya, Mdundo anatusaidia, but that element of kukua legally compliant, even just for yourself, is very important because it means money for the future. Ni savings. Si ati itakuja, si pesa ya sai, lakini ni savings. Asanteni.
Okay, question and answer. I saw Mr. Makaisi first. Okay, one question, please. We're going to do 3 questions total because we have 10 minutes. Let's have a mic here. Oh, you already had the mic. Okay, please go ahead, sir.
Hamjambo tena. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Mosai Moanjeri. Mlisema kama mbaya ni mbaya? Mimi nilijoin Mdundo 8 years ago. Ndio nilikuwa nataka kuuliza, hakuna wimbo yangu imeuza hata shilingi 10 ningepata.
We have order, please. Can we please have some order?
Excuse me, please.
Thank you.
I was denying some chance. So, I'm George Gishona, and I belong to the 3 CMOs. First of all, I want to say that what we are discussing here is very, very precious, because music is not maize or vegetables. In that regard, I want to summarize just in one sentence about the first panelist, Robert Asewe. I just want to tell Mr. Asewe, there is nothing wrong with the law. Sheria ya Kenya ni mzuri sana. It doesn't need any amendment. What it needs is some deletion of some clauses. The other point is about these people called PERAC. You know, every step you make in the music industry, you've got to get back to the author or the producer of the works. In that regard, PERAC should be given the worst tariffs, because we are the owner of the product. At the moment, we have a problem of hunger, but you cannot tell the maize seller or the farmer how much, or rather the amount you want to buy his product. In that regard, please, I want to say that PERAC should be given the best rate that is tied to the price consumer index. We have not seen those tariffs, and we are discussing something that we have not seen. Kwa hivyo tafadhali, tungependa kuona hizo tariff ziko namna gani. Lastly, please. About ringtones. Safaricom sells 5 products. They sell what we call real tone. They sell ringback tone. They sell MP3. They sell picha ya mtu. But what they pay to us is just one item. Ringback tone. Hizo pesa zingine zinaenda wapi? Tafadhalini. So what we should demand from Safaricom is the amount, or rather the money, that they sell us for the 5 particular products. Lastly,
I thought we were on lastly. Okay, I think we have your answers ready. Let's have the mic on, please.
International visitor here from South Africa. We have an international song called Malaika. Everyone knows Malaika. And we have 2 versions. There's the version that was done by Miriam Makeba, and there's the original version by Fadhili William. So what I wanted him to tell us is whether we as Kenyans are getting a share of Miriam Makeba's, because it seems that when you go international, you are told about Miriam Makeba. You are not known about Fadhili William. So we need to know that. At the same time, we would like also to know whether we have a reciprocal agreement,
yes,
with him. Thank you.
Thank you. So Samro behind. So let's have the person from Samro. Can we? No, we're done, Linda. Linda, we're done. Let's go. David and team. Can someone pick up the the Malaika.
Mike.
Thank you very much. If you could introduce yourself, sir. And so the question was about Malaika royalties coming back to the estate of Fideli Williams, and then also reciprocal agreements between SAMRO and, in this case, it would be MCSK in Kenya. Then we're going to come to Madundo and to Prisk for answers. Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Karabo Senna. I'm the head of licensing at SAMRO. So let me firstly answer the bilateral. So we do have a bilateral with MCSK. Although obviously the challenges with the bilateral is that, you know, it's one thing having it, it's another thing honoring it. So, and in terms of the Malaika, what we have observed from our records is that with regards to the Miriam Makeba work, the money would go to the Miriam Makeba work with regards to that.
That's interesting. Okay, thank you. Madundo, there was a question to you, and then I'd like to come to Prisk about the question about PERAC, if you can address it from Prisk's position. Thank you.
Asante kwa swala yako. We are happy to check. So just so it's public knowledge, kila mtu msanii yeyote has access to, who has put the music on Mdundo. You log in and you check your back end. So what I can do when we meet here is we check and see kama hela zijaingia.
Are you not satisfied with that answer? Guys, can I say something? You know, doing business in this country is not easy at the end of the day, especially for companies. Now, can I finish? No, let me finish. I haven't finished. Nobody here is saying their system is perfect, okay? However, their offices are open. They don't hide. Can you say where your office is? Yeah. Where did you sign the contracts? Oh, it's all online?
So all our contracts are online.
Yep.
Royalties are done twice a year, January and July. We do call to all artists to come and request your money. Our office, we share buildings. So in the same office where you'll find Boomplay, Mdundo is on the 8th floor. So you're welcome. Our support team, Christine and the team, Pine Tree Plaza on Gong Road.
You have Google Maps? Type in Pine Tree Plaza. We have 3 minutes. We haven't finished the other question. There was another question that was being dealt with. Okay. Okay, I think we've heard you. Kelvin, we've heard the question. Thank you very much. We've heard your question. Allow her to answer.
Wasanii bana muonge vitu za ukweli hapa. Tusiulize vitu hazi make sense.
Okay.
Our question is, she should be able to answer this question. I am in Mdundo. I joined Mdundo in 2013. They called us, we joined, we signed the contract. But they told us we should be able to withdraw our earnings from the back end, just like Boomplay does to us. But their money has never been withdrawn. When you're withdrawing, they tell you the money will come after 6 months. 6 months zinaisha, unasahau, pesa haijaingia kwa simu. Kwani sisi tulikuwa tunawaimbianga ama tulikuwa tunafanya nini?
Okay. Thank you. We've heard your question. Shiko, you're receiving, Madundo is receiving a complaint. What is the process of an artist lodging a complaint at Madundo? If you could take us through the steps, and if everyone could note, because guys, it's been 8 years. Are you saying you wait to a forum like this to complain? No, let her explain. That's fine. But she may not have the answer, but try and say what you have, and
Sure.
otherwise the process of dealing with a complaint.
I'd like to praise the licensing operations support team with being responsive. So for any complaints, because I check, any complaints, artist@mdundo.com. We have a number. I can read out the number, but you can also come to me and I give you the number. If you're requesting for royalties in February, they will not come in February. It's January and July, just to be clear. However, all that information is also available. MdundoForArtists.com, we have all the information available to you. unaweza soma in English and Swahili how you can withdraw your money, when the money comes in, how much you can check for yourself. But I think the most important thing is to reach out to the support team and with your ID, and we walk through your accounts.
She has offered to read out the number. Can you just find the number and read it out, please?
You have it?
Okay. She's reading out the number. Hang on. Let her just find the number.
0708 310 253. That's the, sorry? 0708 310 253.
My follow-up question is that when a complaint is lodged, how soon do they get a response and how long does it take to resolve?
Within 24 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Mudundo is committing, if you today send your complaint there, is that an SMS, a WhatsApp number, a call?
Call. And also, if you go to the website, there's a chatbot you can speak to there.
There's a chat on the website. They're committing in 24 hours, you'll have a response. Okay? Let's go to Prisk, the question about Perak. Okay?
All right.
That it was raised, yeah. We're out of time, but we'll finish with that one, and I have one more question.
Okay. Long before the mic was taken from me, there is something that you were saying.
Sure.
On how well we can be able to manage the Skiza. That was the issue. I know there is quite a lot of mistrust coming from the artists to the CMOs. But there are these questions that we need to ask ourselves. One, when we talk of 52% now as per the Copyright Act, who checks on the content aggregators? Do we have somebody who can be able to verify and know for sure that this is the amount of money that has been sent by Safaricom to the PLSP, and this is how much has been paid to the specific artist? That's one. Number two, now for the longest, and this is the fact, because CMOs have been fought, but these content aggregators, they are supposed to be paying between 12 and 15% of their revenue to the CMOs. Same for the telcos, but this is not happening. Yeah, this is not happening. When my colleague here, Mollis, was talking about the tariff and the digital, that's the new media, we had a proposal on how much we can be able to charge on these content aggregators as well as the telcos, so that we can be able to even raise more royalties to the collective management organizations and to the artists. So, in as much as we are fighting the CMOs as they are, then we also need to ask ourselves that major question on how well we can be able to track every shilling that is coming from the Skiza payments. Finally, on the issues of registrations and the laws, for example, it's not that Kenya is short of the law. We have the law, and enough of it. We have a problem at the implementation point. And now, talking of piracy, because that is the very final thing that we are to speak about, I think piracy is beginning with ourselves. How many people have piloted other people's works? So if you complain of piracy and you yourself you have already piloted another person's work, it becomes a problem. But actually, the law, particularly now on the issues of the internet, Section 35 of the Copyright Act, is protecting all this. Kenya Copyright Board, of which I should not be speaking of them, is also fighting seriously on issues of piracy. And we as CMOs, we also try as much as possible not to accept any other person's work. And very finally, talking of, now, it's a world of piracy. Then do we have any other mechanism that we can be able to still get money that can get to artists? The answer is yes, on the blank tip levy. Kenya has not been able to actualize that yet, though we have a tariff, and we should be advancing a discussion on how well we can be able to collect on the blank tip levy or the private levy that can reach to the artists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so we need to wrap this up. However, we're out of time, guys. We have one more panel. I'm sorry, I think you're around, Sanjagi? You're around? Yeah? So all this panel are accessible to you. We have another panel coming up, and then we need to be out of here at 6 o'clock. We're really out of time. I'm sorry, guys, we don't have time. There is... So I think I'm going to hand over to the MC, because the MC had a process of lodging your questions. We need to get to the end of the day. We need to get to the end of the day when resolutions are read out, and we need to make that happen by 6 o'clock. Thank you. I'm sorry, the mic was already taken by someone else.
Okay.
Wow.
Please allow
All
me
right.
to just make a comment. And
Just
then
a moment, with a lot of respect. The first rule of having a discussion or a conversation is that I have a right to speak and you listen. Likewise, you have a right to speak and we listen. So it's with humility that I beg that, especially when somebody is on the floor, kindly let us give the person the opportunity. The only thing we humbly request is that can we try and abridge that discussion in terms of questioning so that we are able to take in as much as we can. Therefore, with the permission of the CS, I allow Ruben Kigame to speak. I will allow you, sir. I like your suit already, so I'll give you that chance. I have not finished. Then I allow an old young man called Muniafu. Then I come to this extremely beautiful lady. Even if you have nothing to say, just speak. Nafikiri hawa wametosha. Si tumeelewana? Na hii ni ruhusa ya CS, sio yangu. I'm not using my powers. This is the part you clap for the CS. Nyinyi pia bwana. Bwana Ruben Kigame, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you, CS, for indulging me. I requested to squeeze in my contribution and then request to leave because we drove from Eldoret and we're driving back. First of all, I would like to request that whatever happens today, at the end of this entire consultation, that Kekobo and all stakeholders that may be holding any monies for musicians kindly find a way of releasing that money so that musicians can have it for Christmas. And some of it is because we've been told there have been licensing issues. And so some people have not been able to collect because they didn't have a license. Can you give them a license to collect at least this once so that we deal with a new blank slate, start all over again, and then deal with the back issues separately? I think we need to free the musicians. And Bwana Waziri, if there is anything you can do to make my brothers and sisters here go home for Christmas in a dignified manner, that would be very kind of you. Secondly, I would like to request Prisk and anyone that is concerned with performance to very kindly bring to accountability political parties and government institutions that use our music without paying. The police bands, the army bands, the groups, like in my case, the singing of Huniachi at the inauguration of Kenya Kwanza, at the acceptance at State House, in the rallies in Bomet. They use all this music, Endanasi, Huniachi, And they know the music belongs to me. And you have, you know, the wiper using Endanasi, you have
with
Mutua
respect,
and all of
Ruben, with respect to the remaining speakers, kindly.
Okay, so we need to be able to bring these particular groups to book of accountability. Thirdly, I'm just asking if Safaricom actually does sign up Skiza Tunes, and it's a money transfer company in and of itself, how come we need intermediaries to collect that money, and then the money is paid back to us using Safaricom? Lastly, could we have an audit of membership in these CMOs? For example, MCSK, I'm member number 3964. But I know friends that I've been supporting that are dead. Who is receiving their money? If in this case, for example, I have buried 2 members of a musician I've been supporting, and they did not have a way of taking care of funeral expenses, the Mzee having sung from 1962. Musicians like Esese, who have played for so many of us, who is receiving Esese's money? So we need an audit of membership, and then we will streamline payments. God bless you.
Thank you, Ruben. Thank you, Ruben. Although I want to say you have reminded me of Lukuru, who used to speak, Likuru used to speak very fat English. You have spoken very fat English. Some of us have understood, but we have not heard. Can we have Mukaisi, please? That was the order. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Bwana MC. First of all, I want to thank the CS. Thank you very much on behalf of us. First, my name is Bernard Mukaisi. And you know my agenda. Members, you know it. Agenda ni ngapi? 3. Ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu, pesa kwa mfuko ya msanii wala sio kwa matapeli. We must face the elephant in the room. Let us not go round and round, isn't it? Mwenye ng'ombe ni nani? Who is the owner of the cow? Si mwenye ng'ombe ni sisi? Alafu, platform imetengenezwa na Safaricom. Kweli ama si kweli? Kuna narrative ya kwamba wasanii hawajaenda shule. That's why the PRSPs are put there like to be middlemen between us and Safaricom. Is it true that we have not gone to school? Yeah? We are saying this. Money from the Skiza platform of Safaricom and any other digital platform should be sent directly to the artist, the content creator. The business of creating that code, that Skiza code, isn't it? Wimbo moja kwanza, one song can hold even 10, 20 chords. And it is the content creator who understands who are my followers or my consumers, isn't it? Na wanapenda sehemu gani ya wimbo. Kweli ama si kweli? If nobody asks me, ni mahali gani takata huu wimbo? Ndio watu wako waweze kufanya nini? Kutumia ilete pesa. Correct? Some funny guys, funny characters, simply because they know how to cut that thing. Yeah? Wamepewa permanent contract on my music for having cut that thing for one day. Just a few minutes. In fact, seconds.
Okay.
Hiyo ni moja. Ya pili, ya mwisho. Thank you. Ya mwisho ni maneno kuhusu piracy. My friends, we are at this age in Kenya. Sisi tangu tupate uhuru ni miaka mingapi? Kama serikali haina haja na kulinda mali yetu, Does that government have a business in being in place? Piracy, fighting of piracy is a government business. Kweli ama si kweli? Pirate ni mwizi. Anaiba kwanza pesa zetu. It is the government to fight piracy. And the laws are there. When you shift this ball to us, it means the government is in bed with the pirates. Kweli ama si kweli? Kindly, it's my prayer. And I know we have new government now. Tafadhali, through the CS. Government, itupiganie hao pirates. Because that is their duty. It's not ours. Sisi kazi yetu ni kutunga nyimbo, kufanya miziki zetu, acting. Yeah.
Tafadhali.
Asante.
Heshima.
Mwisho, tafadhali nataka kusema tu hivi. Thank you for this. Only that Safaricom has not come. They should get rid of those middle people. Let us deal with Safaricom directly because Safaricom has customers hata kwa M-Pesa. Millions. We are not millions. They can pay us. God bless you so much.
Thank you. Muniafu, I only want to give you one caveat. Please do not repeat what has been tabled. If you have written a list that has all those demands from Mokaisi and Ruben Kigame, you may just sit down. We have heard them. But I don't believe that is the case. Karibu.
Thank you very much. And my name is Victor Muniafu, CS Bwana Bwamba, CS mwenzake hapa. No, I think I was just confusing.
Victor, we endelea tu.
Okay, I just wanted to bring up a few issues. I'm in the film and entertainment industry, basically. And I've also featured lots of artists. Most of these music artists, we've worked together. I do a lot of events where I've also employed them. So they come to me, they cry a lot, and I empathize a lot with them every day. That at times when they are in dire need of support, they cannot afford. And yet their music, we enjoy it every day. So it pains me so much. And Bwana CS, I don't want to repeat, but I just want to say exactly what you said earlier on. I support you. And in my particular opinion, I'll be even tougher because as we speak, MCSK is a crime scene. It's a crime scene as we speak. Their accounts have been frozen. The CI have taken statements from their staff and they're not able to distribute. They cannot even access their accounts. If they tell you they can access, then we need to confirm how they can access those accounts because there's a problem. And if I were even in your position, unfortunately I'm not there, I would just have disbanded that. Nifunge kila mtu and we start afresh and using the other PRSPs or the other CMOs because there's a problem. These artists are crying. You cannot have the owners of music crying every day. They are dying, desperate. They have got no money to take care of their funeral expenses. Daudi Kabaka today is standing in his grave. He's never earned money from his, but royalties are being collected every day. So secondly, I'm in the film industry. We thank God that we've got responsible leaders now at Kenya Film Classification Board and at KFC. They've brought sanity. They're serving the industry. Going forward, I would want Mheshimiwa, just some little legislation to help us to put things in order. For me, personally, as a leader in the film industry, I've been there for a long time. We've had lots of fights. There's a film policy which has gone through so many CESs and PSs, but it has never seen the light of day. It's gotten cabinet approval, but it has never been implemented. So film industry, a lot of issues in the film industry can just be sorted out with the film bill and the policy paper. Once it is implemented, most of the issues will be dealt with. The issue of separation of powers, there's always been power struggles between KFC and KFCB, which we've not witnessed in the last 1 year, because of very good leadership.
Victor.
But just 1 second, please. I would prefer that CA is doing a good job. They license TV stations. I wouldn't mind you expanding their their mandate to include KFCBs because they license, they monitor, they do everything. Actually, those are double roles. They are duplicating their roles. It would make a big difference if licensing, all sorts of licensing can be dealt with at CA, and even regulation of content, what we are receiving out there. It's very sad that the media owners did not come today because they are producing their own content, so they are competing with the film producers. So film producers are paying licenses to run businesses. They are paying for talent. But TV stations are taking over everything, doing it themselves. They are importing those Mexican soaps for just about $1,000, $2,000. And they're earning money from the views, from sponsorships, from the airtime. But the local producers, you find that an actor who is seen on TV every day, in TV commercials, in a program, but he's got deni kwa kiosk, akona deni kwa landlord. When they are not able to, they are not able to take care of the medical expenses, they commit suicide. And we are here, we contribute millions for their burials, not millions for them to survive when they are owed money by the content producers who have not been paid by the media companies. So it is a serious issue that really needs to be sorted out. Then, Bwana Juma, please, just kidogo
One
tu.
more minute.
Yes, because nobody has spoken about film industry. It's been about music, music, music. And we all go hand in hand. There's no film without music. So to me, music is part of it's in my heart.
1 minute, sir.
Yeah, so I just wanted to see if we can also support Kenya Film Commission as much as possible, because I previously worked for Machakos County. A lot of young men trained in camera work and videography, and it was courtesy of the trainings from Kenya Film Commission. We need to really empower them and make sure that they've got enough financial support to be able to support this industry of ours, because there's no music video, just music. Video is the one that makes the difference. People are able to be seen. But let me tell you, Bwana Waziri, our artists are suffering. Their videos are playing every day. They are being seen on TV in different shows, but they are dying hungry because they have got rent arrears. They could not afford their medical because people are not being paid. And Bwana Juma, can I just ask just 1 minute to let somebody just explain in summary the way forward. It's not complaints, just a way forward, just for the music industry.
Good afternoon, everyone. Habari ya wasanii, mko salama? Yeah, thanks for this opportunity, Bwana Victor, and thanks CS for granting us this opportunity at least to air our issues as an industry. I have less than 1 minute, and I will articulate. We have a document we've prepared in regards to the issues affecting us, and it captures almost everything that every person who has spoken in regards to the creative industry. And this document has been, we'll present it to you officially because we believe in at least a follow-up on anything that we say. It's good to have for
Kindly read the document.
Sorry,
please.
the document definitely I will read
Please
because
read.
I have less than 1 minute.
Read it.
Quickly, fast. Okay, you can help then.
Okay, let me assist Phila J. I'll be very fast, Bwana MC, so don't worry. We are saying as the creatives of this republic that number one, it's our humble request to the CS and the ministry, actually there is need to synchronize the three collective management organizations, CMOs, into a one-stop shop. I'll just highlight. I think the CS will read in full. Number two, we are saying there is need for a ministerial position on non-compliance on the part of defaulting CMOs. Number three, we are saying there is an urgent need for assembling a practitioners advisory council that will be meeting with the minister quarterly a year to comprehensively tackle capacity-related issues within the creative sector. And then number 4, Bwana Waziri, when you are giving your speech, you highlighted most of the things that are within number 4, so I'll not repeat, but they were matters of intellectual property. We talked about mapping of the creative and validation of the creative sector in Kenya. You tackled very well the issue of contracts and the deeds of assignment artists always sign without reading. Then we added the issue of company incorporation, financial management, branding and packaging. Lastly, Bwana Waziri, on our document we have put number 5 to be an issue of airplay. Local content is not played in this republic. They play outside music, and our music is not played outside. So we have proposed in our document, you put 70 to 75. My mic is going, eh? Okay, 80%. Yes, I had proposed, we had proposed 70 to 75, but now it's 80. You can hear the creatives wanasema 80. And that 80 should be specifically before the watermark. Watermark inamaanisha, watershed. Inamaanisha tusichezwe kuanzia saa 4 usiku kuelekea ndio waseme wanacheza local content. Ichezwe mida wa Kenya wanaangalia TV, mida wa Kenya wanasikiza radio station, ndio hela ziingie kwa mifuko za wasanii.
Thank you. Thank you. I really want to finish with the lady over there. Mama, naomba tujaribu kufinya kidogo. Asante.
Majina yangu naitwa Eunice Lema.
Power the mic, please. Unaletewa nyingine.
Majina yangu naitwa Eunice Lema, aka Bosi Mama. Ninataka niongee na Kiswahili. Na mwanzo kabisa nashukuru CS juu ya huu wakati. Tumeomba sana. Na hii imechukua tu mkono wa Mungu. Tukuje kusikika kama wanamuziki. Ninataka tu niongee mambo matatu na hii ninaipeleka kwa CS mwenyewe. Tafadhali. Ninaomba. Na jambo la kwanza nataka kuuliza CEO. Wakati CEO alikuwa na Andresi alikuwa anasema ingekuwa ni afadhali pesa ya Sikiza iende kwa CMO. In fact, that is the best alternative. Lakini niko na swali kwako CEO. Wakati mlitulipa kama Prisk mwezi ya 5, mlitulipa 1,000. After kuokota pesa the whole here, na nyinyi mnanjilipa mshahara, mnalipa wafanyikazi na mtulipi. Ni nani kama sio mtu mjinga anaweza kukumbali pesa iende mahali alipi isipokuwa tu mwanamuziki? Swali namba 2 ni kwako tu. Ninataka tu CS unisikize tu kwa heshima. Kuna wakati CMOs zilikuwa zinandai Citizen TV pesa nyingi sana. Hii nataka tu unoti mahali. Na kuna ukarambati ulienda ukakaliwa chini na board of directors. Kesi ikaharibiwa kama inaenda kuamuliwa kesho, a lot of money. Na kama nadanganya, I'm here to be corrected. I think my chairman Mr. Karani ako hapo, sitaki kuongea juu ya mtu mwenye yuko, though he sick. My CEO hako, kuna chairman wa MCSK, kuna wao wote. Nataka kuuliza hivi, tutawatrust Angie na pesa ya Sikiza ikuje kwenu kama hile ambayo tunandai kwa Royal Media, mnaenda, mnafanya, mnakuwa compromised, mnapata na hatupati kitu. Swali namba 2.
Number 3.
Number 3. Na ninamalizia. Ni kwako personally, CEO wa Prisk. Tangu Prisk ianze, mimi ni member 541. Tangu Prisk ianze, hatunjawahi lipwa shilingi 1,000. Wakati Irene alikuwa, wakati akina Nameless alikuwa, Acheng, akina Ndadioweni, hatunjawahi lipwa shilingi 1,000. Pesa mkiokota inaenda wapi? Tena kwako CEO, nataka kukuuliza hivi na bondi yako. Mungechukua mfano mzuri sana kama camp. Let us salute camp. Tupigie tu camp makofi. Wakati kambu tamu yao imeisha, wametangaza election. Na saa hii watu wanatafuta directorship. Lakini ninakushangaa sana CEO ukikuwa umekaa hapo. Ni unanishangaza. Yaani ninashangaa. Ninasikia kulia. Imagine mnawezaje kututake for granted? Ni wapi CS Ababu na Mwamba ulisikia wapi elections zikifanywa kwa online? Ulisikia wapi? Ninataka kuuliza hivi, board of directors wa Prisk, the sitting board of directors, mko na interest gani na online AGM na online election? Ni election na ni online AGM pia.
Naomba
CS,
tafadhali tujaribu kumaliza.
Wacha nimalize. Niko na uchungu na mpaka nimalize. Niko na mic. Mr. CS, ninakuomba tu nikinyenyekea. In fact, I'm a big musician. Na kama unijui ndo tafute Eunice Lema kwa YouTube. Ninataka kuuliza hivi. Mr. CS, ukimalizia kwa sababu utatuaddress. Ninaomba tu kwa ajili ya mwanamuziki yako Kitui, mwingine yako kwenu na huko Budalangi, hii election ya Prisk ikuwe cancelled na itangazwe ikuwe physical AGM. Haya, ngojea. Finally, hii nitaongea na nilikuwa nataka kuongea my CEO of MCSK Ezekiel Mutua akiwa. Na nitairudia kwa sababu ya CS nilikuwa nimeongea. Ezekiel kama hako ni sawa. Ndio ni vibaya kuongea mtu akiwa yuko. Unajua nimekuja tu nikakuta Ezekiel Mutua akiendelea kuongea. Na nikamshangaa. In fact, I'm very surprised about Ezekiel Mutua. Ni kwa nini niko surprised about Ezekiel Mutua? In fact, I'm crying. Okay, nikisema hivi, nataka kumaanisha nini? I'm not, yani sina personal issue na mtu yeyote, lakini nikubalieni niongee. Na unaona wale watu nikiongea wanaongea, mjue ni watu kutoka MCSK na wametumwa.
Uliza
swali. Vile kuna kwanga?
No, uliza swali mama. Tafadhali. Uliza swali.
Nitaongea. Hamtaniruhusu. Nitaongea. Nataka kuongea hivi kuhusu Ezekiel Mutua. Na hako hapa, si ati namsengenya. Mambo matatu kutoka kwa Ezekiel. Jambo la kwanza, sisi wenyewe na wengine wako hapa tulikuwa tumechaguliwa kutengeneza katiba ya MCSK. Na over certain tukatumua manguni tukatolewa kwa katiba. Na sisi ni members. Mimi personally niko na case Kasarani Police Station na iko kwa DCI. Nishatumua goons, I was kidnapped after church. Juu ya kupika kelele hii haikui. Me, I'm speaking about myself. I'm not speaking about you. So excuse me. Hii maneno yote ikifanyika, Ezekiel Mutua hako. Na Ezekiel Mutua ako smart hapa. Hangekuwa ako pande ya members, badala ya kututenganisha, hangetuita atuulize shida iko wapi. Kama tuko na makosa tukalishwe chini, tuongeleshwe kama watu. Hakuna mtu ana makosa. Point number 2. May this year kuna pesa ambayo na sometimes wacha niongee hivi, hakuna mtu yeyote ninatetea. Wacha ninguse Singei. Singei ni rafiki yangu kidogo tu. Tunaongeanga, tunakosana, kesho tunakuwa marafiki. Lakini mara nyingi sana huwa hata Singei anawekelewa mambo ambayo hata anjui. Na ni kwa nini nataka kusema hivi? Simtetei. Mimi hata atuongeangi, hata nampikianga simu naona ananikatia, ananiambia call me baadaye, na ninasema mtu akikukatia simu akwambie call me baadaye, ako na watu wengine anaongea na wao. Sikumbuki tarehe vizuri, lakini mwezi ya 5 huu mwaka, tarehe 6, Singei mwenyewe wako kwa Kenya. Pesa ya account and distribution inawekangwa kwa account moja, Camp Priest na MCSK, na ilitolewa na wenye kutoa, na kama ni uongo wakuja waseme, na kila watu MCSK kangawiwa yao, Priest kangawiwa yao, Priest wakakula akaturishia 700 na 1000. Kambu akatulipa at least kiasi. Nashukuru Kambu. MCSK ikapewa 16.5 million. Hata shilingi moja hatukupata. Mr. Ezekiel Mutua, ulikuwa kwa kiti that time, ungetunjibu tu, na ninanyenyekea kwako, sina mbaya na wewe. Jambo la mwisho, juzi MCSK walitangaza online NGM. Na wakakaa chini board of directors. Kila mtu akaambiwa chukua watu wako. Wakachukua watu 10, watu 20 kila director, wakaenda NGM Manzoni Machakos na wakajificha. Na kila mtu alikuwa hapo alipewa shilingi 5,000. Hiyo 5,000 ilipewa chini ya CEO mpya na mnangoja royalties. So kama ilipeano hiyo 5,000, wale wakuenda NGM na ilikuwa imefichwa. Sisi kama tunangoja royalties. Mimi
Sawa.
Mimi siyesi hata kama ni kasi kwako kuosha hapo kwako niandike. Kasi ya muziki nimechoka.
Sawa.
Nataka kumalizia, ngojea. Sasa niulize hivi. Kama tunangoja royalties kutoka MCSK na Priski hii. Okay, MCSK na Priski kamwe ililipa. Nimewatanja, lakini mimi niko na uchungu ndio MCSK nangawanya members instead of uniting members. Kwa nini msituite? Watu wanachukuliwa, watu wachache wanafaidika, watu wachache wanalia. Mr. CS, sinjakuja kukupikia kelele, hatunjuani in personal level, lakini kwa unyenyekevu, ukitoka hapa, toka na solution. Kitu ya mwisho, ngojea. Tamu yao ilikwisha. Wakati wa corona, ngojea kwanza. Hiyo ilikuwa ningesahau. Wakati wa corona walikaa chini wakajiongezea mwaka. Na sisi tukasema kama watu wacha tuwapee mwaka. Lakini wakatuzoea. Wamekuja na mambo, yani sijui hata kizungu inaitwaje, wamekuja na ukora ingine. Juzi vile walikuwa wameitana mkutano Machakos, Mr. CS. Walijiongezea mwaka mpaka 2023. Na hata hiyo 2023 sioni kama watatoka. Mr. CS, tusaidie. Tumelia juu ya MCSK. Na si MCSK, ngojea. MCSK ilikuja jana ni mtoto. MCSK tukiendelea hivyo, mimi nilikuwa naomba hivi, kama mtu na watu wengine ambao wananiamini. Board of directors za CMO zilipitwa na wakati. Watu watoke wale wako, tuchague watu wapya, tuone kama wanaweza tengeneza MCSK tukiwa hapo, na bondi ingine na Priski hata na kambu. Lakini ukisema utatusaidia hiyo bondi ikiwa, utakuwa unachoka mbure. Nimemaliza na nimeshukuru.
Asante. My late mother, God rest her soul in peace, advised me that for any time a lady stands up to speak, just listen. I have listened. Those who umesema wamesikia. Sasa naomba, I don't know, Victor was very strategic. Why did you make sure you positioned yourself just behind the front of the CS? You know, these people know how to sit next to power. Yeah? I didn't realize you were actually right there. Because your frame is slightly bigger, I didn't know the CS was behind you. But I want to just explain a small thing, and please don't misunderstand us. We are being pushed for time because there is another event taking place in this hall. And our time location was up to a certain time. So please understand that we sometimes have to fight a bit, but it's sio kwa nia mbaya. Jambo la pili ni kuwa kuna panel moja nyingine ambayo imebaki. Lazima tuwasikize, ni watu wa muhimu sana. La tatu, na nimepewa ruhusa, and I hope I'm doing this with kind permission from the CS. We have our very own MC Jesse here. We want at least utuambie kitu, utusalimie. MC Jesse tafadhali. Please. We ni kiongozi hapa. Sindio? Wale wanatarajia kucheka mutangoja. Hatujalipa kuingia. Karibu my brother.
Thank you. Bwana asifiwe. Musicians, good evening. Now, Bwana CS, thank you so much for also inviting me here. I'm humbled. First of all of us creatives, we need to appreciate the appointment ya CS Ababu Namwamba. Tumpigie makofi. And I want to tell you for sure, tumekuwa huko kwa hizo politics Bwana Odemba, na we have a CS that we deliver. So msikuwe na wasiwasi, sawa sawa? Naweza waambia hivyo on behalf of creatives, sawa sawa? Si tumekaa na wao huko, mmejua vitu tumeongea. Yeah, I can assure you he'll do something. Now, Bwana CS, I didn't come kuchekesha watu because hata mi content yangu iko online. You guys, you are the musicians today. The reason why nimesema acha niseme kitu is because the Creatives Summit is not just for musicians. Tumediscuss music sana. Sikuwa the session ya asubuhi, but forgive me for that. I was somewhere. But we're talking about the creatives. When nikiangalia watu wengi hapa, kuna musicians. Thank you. But kuna filmmakers. Kuna comedians. Na kama wako niko hapa. Katelo wako hapa ndani. Si ndio? We are the creative economy. Bwana CS, kitu moja tunasema ni hivi. Musicians wameongea, nimesikiza, na nilikuwa nawaangalia online kwa Facebook. Thank you for whoever is putting the link there. We have musicians wanaongea pande hii, tuna blame MCSK, kuna wengine wanafanya hii, kuna wengine wanafanya hii ingine. We are the comedy industry, wacha tuite the creative part, hii ya kuongea na kuchekesha. Tuko wengi, kuna dancers, mnajua hivyo? Wako kwenye TikTok, kina Ajib Gadhoni, mnawajua? Kina Aziad, mnawajua? Do you know they are content creators also? They belong here to us, not only just music. Why was I going to parliament? Nitaingia next time. Nitaingia. I will. It's because I was going to table a bill there. Nikajua kama hatutapata, nilikuwa na gamble na serikali. Hasla kiingia, nilikuwa najua tuko sawa, juu tulikuwa hiyo side of course. Wengine wakiingia, thank God they didn't. Nikafikiria, nikaona wakiingia tutabaki wapi, because I didn't know the kind of person that would be appointed as our CS. For Kenya Kwanza I had an idea. Nilijua lazima kuwe mtu anatusikiza. But the other wengine sikuwa najua. So I was vying for member of parliament to go and table to parliament, Bwana Waziri, the Creative Economy Council of Kenya. The creation of it. Why? That is a house. MCSK mko hapa ndani. KFCB tuko. Na si comedians tuko wapi? Tunambonga tuko anda Kekobo. Na hao wengine wa TikTokers wako wapi? You guys, one idea came to me during the COVID. Tulikuwa tunapita huku, tumetoka kuperform mahali online. Nimetoka kwa online programs. Si mlikuwa mnajua tulikuwa nafanya online. And then when I'm going home, nasimamishwa na polisi. Naulizwa wewe ni nani? Naambia MC Jesse. Wapi kitambulisho yako kama MC Jesse? Sina. Yangu ni Jesse, niliongeza juu ya siasa. Jasper Mudhomi, Kiambi. Nikiwapea ID wananiambia tunajua MC Jesse. Until nitoke juu tulikuwa na mask ndio so ni wewe. So nauza sura si sera, wananiacha napita. So meaning what, Waziri? Hakuna mahali sisi kama creatives tuko recognized na hii government. However, I have faith in Kenya Kwanza. I am saying that because najua tumeongea mara kadhaa. They are going to help us. The creation of Creative Economy Council ni nyumba yetu. Tukiwa hapo ndani hakuna vitu hatutafanya. Waziri, unless you want us to be meeting you every week tukikuambia shida za MCSK. Ukimaliza na musicians, comedians tumekungoja. Ukimaliza na sisi content creators hawa wa TikTok wanakungoja. Ukimaliza kina Crazy Kena wanakuja. Munataka tufanye hivyo ama tukue na nyumba moja kubwa whereby room moja ni ya musicians, bedroom ingine ni ya comedians, bedroom ingine ni ya hawa. So the creation of the Creative Economy Council will help us. Let me tell you this, nikimalizia Odemba. Sisi, mimi nimefanya comedies all over Africa pia. Ni vile tuongeangi. Na Europe, na UK, na America. When we travel, let me give an example of Tanzania and Nigeria and South Africa because they are big competitors when it comes to your music and our content as comedians and the rest. When we travel, tukifika Tanzania, example, we pay $100 kwa ministry ya usanii yao. They have their council. Nigeria sahi, Easy is here. He does advertising. Una shootingi ma adverts. You cannot put a Kenyan kwa advert ya Nigeria. Ati bila kulipa? No, wewe ni Mkenya, hauwekwi kwa advert ambayo ina play wapi? Nigeria. Mbona sisi watu wanakuja tu wanatuingilia? Kwa sababu hatuna nyumba. We don't have a house. Anybody will just enter. Mami, Wakuito ameenda. Tutaishi kupigana hapo kwa MCSK. Hatuna nyumba. Wacha nyumba moja ni MCSK, room moja MCSK. Kina Ezekiel Mutua kwa hapa. We will sit down with them and they are going to help us. The creation of the Creative Economic Council will give birth. Kama vile medical, madaktari, see they have their own medical council. Ukifungua clinic, uuze madawa ovyo ovyo. Who comes for you? Dr. Yumbia. Atakuja is a council. Anakuja anafunga, ako na authority. Sasa sisi, hao nasema MCSK, ikisumbua huyu musician, nani ataenda kuwauliza? Unless Bwana Waziri, you want us to sit here again and still tell you our problems. But our problems lies kwa solution ya the Creative Economic Council of Kenya. That house, tutashindanga hapo, tukisema shida na wanatusort. Na hiyo council, ndio tutakuwa tunamit na wewe Bwana Waziri. Unatuambia nataka hivi, nataka hivi. It will be the easiest way. As comedians, we'll be there with you. Hamtakuwa mmeketi peke yenu. Other wengine au dancers wa TikTok, they'll be here. Hawana identity Bwana Waziri. Tuko na content kuwasikiza. We are going through the same problem you're going through. Mimi zangu ni jokes za 30 seconds. Na niko na jokes za 15 years. So you can imagine. Joke yangu moja ni like 5 minutes. Na watakata 30 seconds. Na bado nitatumiwa peanuts. Munanielewa? Waziri, the Creative Economic Council will help us even have mentorships. Tukikuwa nayo, tutakuwa na branch ya Nairobi, kila county, and we are going to travel to each and every county tukiwapatia mentorship programs ya how it's supposed to be done. And that way is how we are going to grow. Na nikimalizia, watu wana complain about pesa. I see it in my dream and vision that with the creation of the Creative Economic Council, it will give birth to our SACCO. Kuna council ya I'm a member of a cooperative from Meru, South Imenti. Cooperative movement zilianza Meru. Cooperative movements ndio wenye SACCOs. Kila SACCO, kila profession, iko na SACCO yao. Muhasibu SACCO, wala wanajua Kiswahili, hiyo ni ya kina nani? Accountants. Sheria SACCO, hiyo ni ya kina nani? Hizo zingine SACCO, ziko nyingi sana. Tuna celebrating hapa Uhuru Park, the Cooperative Day. Sisi, tuko na gani? Yetu ni gani? When the stimulus programs by the previous regime zilitolewa pesa, zinafaa kuenda kwa wasanii. Ni wangapi walifikiwa na pesa? Kwa sababu hakuna channel hata ya distribution in case the government wants to boost us kidogo. So, Bwana Waziri, the Creative Economic Council of Kenya is the one that is going to give birth to our own SACCO. And it will have branches all over Kenya. Kuna Mombasa branch, kila branch operated from here. Na from your office Bwana Waziri. Na hivyo ndivyo tutaweza kugrow. Na hakuna msanii, nakwambia Bwana Waziri, ukitusaidia hivi, hakuna msanii utamuona online ameweka pay bill ati anachangiwa pesa. And so with our big house, when we do mentorships, ndio tutaweza kuwafunza vile tutasave pesa zetu. Hizo zenye tunalilia tupate, tuweze kukua na hiyo discipline ya financial discipline ya kukua mpaka na medical or whatever. Medical, zinaitwa aje? Hizo medical schemes, we are going to have camps. Lakini hatuna nyumba. MCSK wakiamka leo, mimi siko member wa hapo, how will I attend that seminar? Lakini the Creative Economic Council will be in charge of all this. Do you think with that we're going to have a solution for us? Creatives, do you think we have a solution for it? And I have faith in our Waziri Ababu Namwamba. He's a young guy. Juzi umeona, ni jana. Ameapishwa tu hivi, amekimbia. FIFA wamefanya nini? Wamefanya nini? Under which waziri? Waziri mgani? Siwasikii waziri mgani? Alafu munataka kuniambia tutafail? Munadhani we are expecting the president to come here? Si huyu akikuwa president amekuja. Sisi bado tunangoja vile alinipea promise akaniambia wewe Jesse si unajua ile maneno. Na sasa si hii maneno unajua vile inaendanga. Alinipea promise na sijui ni nini. Aliniambia sasa wewe si unajua uliimba haupangwingwi? Sasa si nitakupanga. Sasa wewe tulia. Bado natulia. Lakini one thing is siwezi tulia knowing that you have a solution in Waziri Ababu Namwamba. Asante sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time I've listened to a comedian without laughing. Wow. Yeah, we have the passion. We have the passion. And those who doubt about Nigeria, there's no foreigner in any commercial. They will not allow you. So, tujue hivyo. Haya. CS, you have a very vocal supporter here. Maybe you can, yeah. He has contributed nothing but simple praise for you throughout the conference. Msalimie, angalau akienda nyumbani atasema nilikuwa na waziri. Unajua as an artist lazima nitetee artists wenzangu. Muangalie picha tafadhali. Yeah. Let me be honest. Asante. Bas. I am happy to say, before I was a full-time musician, I was a teacher. And I did a little bit of psychology. So I can know huyu yake ni hii na ule. Mwingine anangojea lunch. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to move on. Allow me, Virani, I really honestly have to move on. You're my friend. I admire you. Virani. Virani. I appreciate, and I acknowledge you. I am on it. Yes. Okay, Virani. Sawa. No. Yes. I appreciate. Okay, Virani, can I give you 2 minutes?
Please do.
2.
Kindly.
You have already used 1.
I will be express.
Go ahead, sir.
6 years ago, Bwana Waziri, and I want to go to the document, we assembled twice in 2 government institutions, one of which was here first, paid for by the government, during CS Wario. And Big Ted and the gang put this same gang together, and we came here and we discussed. And we came out of here with resolutions. And we came out, there's a light in my eyes. Right? That's right. And we came out with resolutions. Those resolutions are documented. We had a follow-up meeting at KFCB. It's another government institution paid by taxpayers still. Mr. Ezekiel Mutua, Dr. Ezekiel Mutua, is he here? He paid for it. You sponsored us. And we met Dr. Mutua. Dr. Otoyo, you must be in this building. You are present. You provided equipment, microphones, and what have you. And we formed another document. Those documents are here to be shared with you, Bwana Waziri. Don't be told that their attempts have not been made. Today we look like, oh, we have never been making attempt. You know, I'm 40 years old. It looks like for the last 25 years I've been doing nothing in this industry. Right? So I'm coming for mentorship as a comedian, Jesse, so that Professor Demba here, Juma, can give me the same privileges he gives you. Right? So I want the whole industry to understand this is a process. It's an ongoing process. If there has not been inclusion, let's work on it. If there's been work that has been done, if there was policies that have been worked on, let's look at them. Let us see, we are progressing, we have our foundation. We have not just been sleeping. Where is Mr. Katana when we need him? John Katana has been trying to register the musicians' union for over a decade plus. He has his story to tell. We've been trying to organize ourselves, Bwana Waziri. It's tumultuous. It's been an arduous task. So we can't keep coming here every time we have a new minister to tell the minister, oh, dear God, thank God you have come. Now take us to the minister. Nothing has ever been done before. Kindly. Yes, Mr. Dembo, you asked me to put you in that group, right? It's called Creative Economy Council. And I put you, didn't I? Thank you, sir.
He's my boss. I understand there is a little discomfort in the fact that people have just been talking music, music, music. We want to change that. Very quickly, we are going to ask the following panel to speak on the challenges and opportunities in other creative sectors. I understand somebody is concerned, they have not been mentioned. We will not talk music anymore. We will now move to this panel, and kindly, very quickly, can I ask my brother, Katejan Boy, who is a scriptwriter, to come forward? And this panel has been great. Can we have some music as they leave? There we go. All right. May I ask Mr. Ezekiel Onyango, producer and international consultant, you've been here, kindly come to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, at the same time, may I ask Mr. Ken Waudo, Theatre Arts Practitioners Society, to also come on stage. And last but not least, the very legendary Miss Anne McCreath Kiko Romeo, to kindly also join us on stage. Can I ask Mr. Naftali Momanyi to please join us on stage? Mr. Naftali Momanyi. All right. Fantastic. While we're at it, I just want to let you know that we'll also have a word from Margareta Gasheru. She's at the back there. We will get you a microphone so you may speak from there. And then, are we all good? I think we are. All right, finally, ladies and gentlemen, allow me the pleasure of inviting Mr. Mike Pundo, who will be the moderator for this particular session. Makofi tafadhali.
PPMC Production. Number one, Kenya yetu. Number one, kweli uli number one. Number one, Kenya yetu. Number one, kweli uli number one.
yetu, utamaduni wetu twajivunia, tujenge Kenya tukuze urithi wetu, wajibu wetu sisi sote kwa pamoja.
Mazao yetu yanatulisha sote, utalii unaleta faida kwetu, wanariadha wanatuwakilisha, serikali yetu inatustawisha.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the final end of the panels.
Thank you very much. There we go. Simple problem solved.
And we'll take the shortest time possible because I know after this we still have Waziri and Mheshimiwa to talk to us. And so we will go straight to introduce this panel. Since morning up to now, we've had a lot of musicalness and musicality. And we are all creatives. Our work is to entertain, to make people happy. But what comes out is, as we make people happy, we are not happy ourselves. And it presents a very grim situation. So, having listened to a lot of music in the morning, we need to get to listen also to what the other creative sector says and feels. And so, you will introduce yourself, say the sector you are, and then we take the next round. Yes.
Hi, everybody. My name is Anne McCreth, Christina Anne McCreth, and I'm the founder of Kiko Romeo. I work in the fashion sector. I've been a board member of the Fashion Council. I'm now a mentor teacher to very many fashion designers in Kenya and across the region. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mr. Ken Waudo. I'm the current chairperson of Theatre Arts Practitioner Society of Kenya. I'm also the chair of JC there, Comedian Society of Kenya. I'm also a member of the Art Society of Kenya. I'm a member of the task force reviewing the Kenya Cultural Center Act. I'm a founding member of Kenya Actors Guild, and I'm also in what Virani says the Creative Economic Group. Thank you. Sorry. With Margareta also, we are in the Kenya Theatre Awards panel, 2022.
Thank you, Ken. Asante. Good evening. My name's Ezekiel Onyango. I'm a passionate Pan-Africanist, a filmmaker, and a Kenyan by heart. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I am Kajetan Boy. I am a scriptwriter. I am also the secretary of the Kenya Scriptwriters Guild. I am passionate about telling our stories, something that has not been happening and something that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Naftal Mageto Momanyi. I'm a professional sculptor. I've been a sculptor for the last 40 years. And I'm also one of the people, I think I'm the one who has created a sculpture, a monumental sculpture at the Uhuru Garden, known as an Inoni Warrior. I'm the chairman of Kenya National Visual Artists Association, and I'm also the chairman of Aterio Network Kenya chapter. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Margareta Wagasheru. I'm part of the media. I work for Nation Media Group, but I'm here as a writer about the visual arts for many years, many decades. And also I write about theater, which is vibrant in Kenya today. I'm with our friends in the Kenya Theater Awards. We're jurists. Yes. And I'm also with the Creative Economy Workshop. And it's a privilege to be here to speak for the visual artists. Among them, I'm sure many of you are here. But yes, it's a privilege.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We will go straight to the issues. Can Odemba, where you are? Any of the masters of ceremony? Sige, please just come and help us with the Virani. Oh, fine. That's right. Okay, okay, thank you. Thank you. As Virani settles down, we've had a lot of issues with music since morning, but there is need also to listen to other creatives, whether we are facing the same challenges or not. And I'll be a bit selective in this purposefully, so that we save time. But I'll want to listen to fashion, theater, and visual artists. So that one, I mean, we'll be listening to, did you say? Kiko Romeo, Waudo, and Kejetan Boy, together with Momanyi, on the challenges this particular creative sector has faced. Your mic?
I'm conscious of time, so I think I'm going to, rather than focus on the challenges, I'd like to focus on some suggested solutions. So the first starting point would be that fashion as a sector, it's a creative industry, but it's more things as well. There's a design process, there's a manufacturing process which puts us together with factories, whether we're a small-scale business, like 2 people, or whether we're hundreds of people in a factory. And there's also distribution and retailing. And then across all of it, branding. So it's a little bit different from some of the other things that are being discussed. It seems to fall between different ministries, and there currently is a lack of a specific policy for fashion. So that would be one of the wishes for the longer term. In relation to copyright, I could point out some things that would make an immediate difference. When a media house publishes a photo, just like a radio station playing a track, it does so to attract attention. Now, when the creative is not credited, it's a disservice to the nation. So many young people are going into creative businesses because they can't find jobs, and they have passions and they want to succeed. By supporting their creativity and recognizing them, it creates opportunities for them to also employ other people. So I think it's a thing of national importance to make it clear to the media houses that at absolute minimum they have to recognize the photographer who has the copyright on the photo and add the names of the creatives who created whatever beautiful thing is there. I'll tie it in also to the modeling industry. It was mentioned about Nigeria. It's true that they passed a law that you have to be Nigerian to be in any advert. Here we have a problem not only with that, but also that there's no kind of minimum rate for models. So what models are being paid now is significantly less than even 10 years ago, and money has changed in value. What happens is, to get round going through a model agency, they ask somebody who works in the company to be in the advert, and then, or to bring their kids to the advert, and because they're not in any way going through an agency, they don't know what to charge, they're paid something really a pittance. So I'm bringing that one in as well. Then, so I'm going through my list because I don't know if I'm good. Recognition of who is doing what creatively. A simple, simple thing. Can politicians start telling us who they're wearing? Like, what does it cost them to say, oh, my outfit's made by so-and-so? That immediately elevates the business that has created the thing. Very easy. And then I would like to see that there's some kind of registry of bona fide designers, because there's so much copying in the market, and here we have a national problem of mindset, because we are copying from each other, but the ones that are the original creators, can we somehow crack a system that we can recognize them? The thing of changing mindsets, this has to go across all ministries. It can't just be the ministry that we fall under here. It has to be across the board that we recognize the wealth of creativity, visual, audio, everything, and we somehow integrate it into the policies within there. That could also be applied in things like interior design of embassies, of government offices. What do they look like? Are they supporting the creatives? And are we talking about who made them? And I think on that happy note, I'm going to pass to my neighbor.
Thank you. Ken, 1 minute.
Yes, please. I want to talk about theater, because also within the comedy industry also is done on stage. And that still encompasses performance, which I want to call theater. Since 1959, it has been happening, and it is still the largest festival in Africa. And it is done right here. And I know many people in this room have been, in one way or the other, been part of the Kenya National Drama and Music Festival. It attracts 5 million people. It's the largest festival in Africa, up to date. Right? But after high school, boop, dead. I bet some people, this is the first time they're coming back here at the National Theatre after high school days. So that forms one of our major bases of our serious problem. What is this thing that needs to be, we need to have to transit from 5 million people to trying to make a full house? But it's not all gloomy. It is growing and growing and growing daily. This weekend, we have about 5 plays, 5 quality plays, and I urge you to enter into an auditorium and watch one of them. Here at the National Theatre, at Ukumbi Mdogo, at Braeburn, in schools out there, and in other auditoriums in Westlands. Right? We are growing, but there are those challenges that we have to face. Some of them have been spoken before, but I'll just mention them in a nutshell. The first one is policy. We have something already been put in place, but it has not seen the light of the day within the approvals of the cabinet secretary. Because we have a culture bill, and it addresses even what Jesse was trying to raise earlier on, the Creative Economy Council, because within that, there is a strong element of saying, these are some of the institutions that will make culture in Kenya be even more vibrant, right? So that is a major problem policy. The other one is about us and something we call capacity building. And I'll just use a very simple example. When we were here, we keep hearing the bedeviling problem of the musicians. Sorry, I'll just bring musician on that context, because I want to use a small example. I want to use the example of what Sauti Sol has been able to do vis-a-vis what another musician has not been able to do. And the difference is just capacity building. Some have not been either trained, some don't have managers, or they don't want to have such. Not because they don't want to, but because they don't know. But you have a forum, more forums like these ones, and you hear Sauti Sol has management, blah, blah, blah. Then even you're inspired, and you start looking for something like that. And within the institutions of government that we have, they are in a position to always create capacity building opportunities, whereby you as a musician, you are empowered in one way or the other. You either become a manager or you're empowered, you're told these people will be doing this and that to you within that level. So I think that's another challenge, the education bit of it. Structures, we have structures, but we are not fully empowered. It's a struggle. Already in itself, the art industry is really struggling. we have as good associations as possible. But within us, it's a struggle because of a very simple thing like facilitation. If we can approach the ministries and the relevant agencies and ask for facilitation, I like what somebody pointed out earlier on, that what KFCB was doing some time back. And that, to me, that was capacity building, because when you put people together and you discuss a problem and you come up with a solution out of that, if it is done oftenly, such meetings come easy. If they happen oftenly, we encounter a lot of solution along the way, because the problem keep going, inaenda ikipungua, until a point where now we are at a very good level.
Thank you. Thank you. We need to proceed
Yes.
because of time. Kajetan,
yes,
you have been a script writer for long, and so many of your scripts have been on stage. When musicians were talking, I heard this MCSK, there's Prisk, and those are avenues of collection. Now, how do you make money when you write a script? And what do you really live out of your script?
Actually, we don't make money from that. It is more of a passion and an addiction. It is really hard to make money when once you write a script, you don't get any royalties. The people who commission you continue making money from your product while you get nothing. It is difficult to make money as a writer when we are a dumping ground for second-hand and third-hand shows from Philippines, Mexico, Nigeria, Tanzania, as if we don't have content of our own. It is difficult for me to write authentic Kenyan stories when even to get access to our Kenyan stories and our government structures is a nightmare. So really, a writer right now in this country, it's really very tough, because unfortunately, as a writer, my work can only be seen after it's produced. And in the process of being produced, things happen. Things change for various reasons, because there's no budget, there's no money. So a way has to be found to give incentives to producers for them to make Kenyan stories using Kenyans. At the moment, we are going through a certain phase where we are busy adapting South African stories for Kenyan TV. How does that help me as a writer or help the viewer who's watching that material? So really, the state of the writer, I would say the writer in Kenya is at the bottom of the food chain in creativity. He's completely at the bottom. People see the directors, people see the actors, people know who's built this set. Who cares about writers? All they say is, why can't they write good stories? Not realizing that our stories are changed a lot because of lack of money and lack of resources. So I'd say that, not trying to discourage anybody from being a writer, because it's a great job when things fall into place, but a lot more has to be done. And writing also being a craft, I think the time and resources being given to the training of writers has to be looked at. You can't just throw a writer into a space for 3 days and expect them to come out and write blockbusters. So that's my position.
Thank you, because stories must still be acted, they have to be written anyway. Momanyi. Visual arts or sculptors are the most silent, because we interact with your art facially, looking at it. And so when we make noise that somebody has gotten lost with our money because we sang or we acted, sculptors what avenue will you have to also make yourself get known? And what opportunities then do you see arising out of this particular artwork?
Thank you, and I'm glad to be here to represent the visual art industry that has been forgotten for many years. And even when I look at the program right here, all the topics here is about performing art. So please let me, before I answer your question.
Now I need to correct you there.
Sorry?
This panel is for other creative sector.
Yeah.
And visual art is you.
Yeah, that's what I want to explain, because there's a lot of technical issues that are not known properly about visual art. So that if you could allow me.
In shortest time, please.
Is part and parcel of the question. Visual art industry is a wider industry that is equivalent to performing art. Visual art and performing art is what comprises the creative industry. Visual art has quite a number of sectors, including fashion, sculpture, painting, jewelry, and many more. Those are sectors under the visual art industry. So if we try to ask how many of those sectors are here, you may find I'm just one or two plus fashion industry. So the rest are not represented. So visual art industry, as per the question, has a lot of challenges. And please, if you would like to allow me, read a report which actually contains everything that you have asked in your question, so that, because this is a report from the industry and has a lot of technical issues, including exactly what you have asked me.
Are you going to take us through the whole report?
Sorry?
Are you going to take us through the whole report?
But within 3 minutes.
Summarize it, please.
Yeah, within 3 minutes.
You see, our timing is 0.
Yeah, we begin from the policy issues, which the government is supposed to create proper legislation and right policies that provides guidelines and infrastructure management of the creative industry in Kenya, legislation and the policies that promotes and protect the visual arts industry in by imposing a total ban on importation of counterfeit art products from China that are flooded into the country, which made art galleries collapse many years ago. So as we speak right now, visual art industry in Kenya is completely dead on the ground because we don't have art galleries which market our art. So if legislation can be put in place to ban the importation of counterfeits to this country, then art galleries will start again re-emerging to market our products. The other issues is we need the government to establish proper infrastructure management systems in the visual art sector, which is not at the moment. That's why you see, when we saw the CEOs from all the sectors, there was no CEO in visual art. I think you were here since the morning. We don't have a CEO in visual art because visual art is not known by the government. So I'm glad, and I hope the CS is still here, because I need this information to reach the CS. That's what
He's listening.
So we need those legislation and the establishment of the National Art Council. The National Art Council is key in the management of art industry in this country, and yet we don't have the National Art Council in this country since independence. We don't have. And that National Art Council should be managed by trained manpower in art industry management courses. And those courses, you can only access them abroad because even the local institutions don't train over courses in curatorial courses, which are key in visual art. Art journalism, I don't think they are properly offered in this country. So the CS will offer scholarships for our people to go abroad and study those courses to come and manage the industry on those areas. The National Art Council that creates a comprehensive long-term program of art activities in the country, a program that organizes and promotes art events locally and internationally through collaborative arrangements with the international art organizations under facilitation from the government. So we have never had any visual art program in this country because there is a lack of proper infrastructure management put in place to manage the visual art industry. That's why we don't have those activities here. You can hear a lot about music, about film, about everything, but you can never hear anything about visual art. Why? Because the management is not properly constituted.
Please, in summary.
Yeah, I'm finishing. And since morning, I'm the only visual artist speaking. A national art council that utilizes well available international art marketing resources that include sponsoring Kenyan artists to always participate in all international art marketing events organized annually, such as the Viennese
Venice Biennale in Italy, which is always there, but Kenya doesn't send artists there. We are never represented in any international event. Those are the marketing avenue for visual artists internationally, but we are not sponsored. In Italy and many others worldwide, which Kenya has not been participating since independence. Those are all problems in the visual art sector. Establishment of ever missing National Gallery of Art. We had about 5 years back, we had an issue discussed in the National Museum about the establishment of the National Gallery of Art, but up now it again went silent. So the National Gallery of Art is key in the promotion and the marketing of visual art in this country, and it's the one that develops the program and link the artists with the international community. So when we don't have the National Gallery of Art, then visual art is not existing in this country. In cooperation with the county governments, we need the government to establish what we call the art and the culture centers across the country. The art and culture centers across the country could comprise not only visual art, but includes performing art industry. So these art and culture centers, which has to take at least a minimum of 20 acres of land in every county, is a big project that includes the following. A great number of art studios where artists go to perform and create their products for marketing, multi-art galleries for marketing exhibitions within the center, theater auditorium for performing artists where they entertain the locals and the foreign tourists visiting the center, space for recreational activities during the cultural exchange program, hotel and the accommodation facilities should be within that area, because that center should not be within the city. It can be deep in the remote, but within the county. So it contains everything. A library of art and culture books and a cyber cafe for marketing communications.
I think those are details within I think those are details within what you had mentioned, which we don't need to go to now. I wish you just highlight the silent issue.
I'm finishing. I'm finishing, sir. I'm finishing. A space for cultural festivals. Hiyo yote ndio hapo kwa hiyo cultural center. The Sports and the Arts Ministry, in collaboration with the Ministries of Tourism and Wildlife, as well as the Ministry of Lands and whatever, to allocate a permanent space at every entrance to all tourist attraction centers, so that whether it's Lake Nakuru, at the entrance we have a space where we display artworks for sale to tourists. Whether it is in Nairobi, whatever, whether it's Masai Mara, or across the country, we need a space at the entrance to the tourist destination, so that we can be able to display our work for marketing. That one is very key, and that is very important, that I wanted the minister to understand and try to take an issue with that. Government facilitation in the visual art industry to enhance and nurture creativity in Kenya by organizing major artistic events that includes frequent art exhibitions, workshops, art residencies, symposiums, international art and cultural exchange programs, and annual art competition awards in various categories to encourage, upbring, and spur artistic enthusiasm in young and upcoming talents in Kenya from counties to the national level. Lastly, establishment of an art magazine aimed at promoting Kenyan art and artists for local and international exposure. That way, the government will achieve high in promoting artistic and cultural development in Kenya, which in turn will expand and transform the larger creative industry to become one of the major economic sectors in the country that provides sustainable income, sustainable economic livelihood to millions of talented people across the country through self-reliant jobs in the creative sector.
Thank you.
It was just
Thank you.
very brief.
Thank you.
Yeah, so from there I can pick a question.
Brief indeed. I want us to go to the next level, and we are in our question time, but I just want to take another 3 rounds. Yes, madam, I'm coming to you. But Ezekiel, you have been in the sector, I think you said 10 years plus. What is it that has been, but needs to be changed, and that will make us reap the maximum benefit from the creative sector?
Thank you, moderator. To save on time, I mean, I will struggle a bit with compressing my thoughts, but I'll try my best. I would like to look at it in a more pragmatic way, tell you what I think is the problem and what I think would be the solution to your question. So, number one, film industry in Kenya started around 1909. That's how far back the industry in this country goes. And in 1909, when Kenya first interacted with film, was when then American President Theodore Roosevelt visited Kenya. And a film about him called TR in Africa was made by a wildlife filmmaker called Cherry Keaton. That is how far back the history of film is in this country. But until today, we don't have a film policy. So that's problem number one. And to solve it, like Victor spoke and mentioned, let us get the policy that has been stuck somewhere between cabinet and the AG office actioned and executed, so we can at least anchor, have an anchoring act to amend as we proceed. Number two, fundamental problem that I have noticed in my time is that we developed a craft industry where we were taught how to make films and we were not trained how to make films. So you have a workforce that is totally reliant on a craft capability. They can operate the camera, they can act, they can do various things, but unfortunately they can't market and distribute the same films because we lacked the training component when the industry was developing. So with that, how can we then mainstream our teaching institutions to take up this new challenge of ensuring we understand the laws around content creation, distribution, and profit-making ventures that come with that? Number three is...
And possibly finally.
We have leapfrogged ahead because of technology. And now film does not operate in isolation anymore. There is no film without music. There is no film without fashion. There is no film without publishing. There is no film without marketing. There is no film without technology, which is app development, to create the platforms in which our work is accessed. And that brings the birth of this thing called the creative economy, because all of us are now joined by the hip. And speaking on the creative economy, from my own experience, I can tell you, in Kenya we have the sectors that are called the core of the creative economy as it is today. These are the sectors that if you go to Treasury and try and value against, you will be surprised the amount of percentage you'll get as a contributor to the gross domestic product of our country. Per capita, that is per person. Number one, I would rank television and radio. It is a big part of the creative economy. Then there is advertising. And after that, there is PR and events. Then comes music, film, photography, performing arts, crafts, and the visual arts. Then we've seen emerging sectors like fashion, the software and app development, publishing, architecture, interior design, and even game development and esports. If we pay attention to the existing markets, one core problem that we have because of over-reliance of these existing markets is the end user doesn't pay. And from what we've discussed since morning until now, our core problem is that the end user is not paying for content. I consume music on YouTube because it's available for free. People want to watch films through flash discs and buying bootleg films because they don't want to pay. I will shock you to tell you that today in this country, there are innovative young people who have figured out a way to bypass all security platforms on these streaming platforms and are availing content to people for free. So because the end user is not paying, all these sectors, whether it's film, music, fashion, whichever it is, have created an over-reliance in marketing. We all rely in marketing budgets as a source of income. Because as a performing artist, I want to be a model, to be featured in a TV commercial. As a musician, I'll look for sponsorship to be able to launch my album or be able to get a show somewhere. As a filmmaker, I'll look for sponsorship to do brand placements within my films. So Kenya right now has an over-reliance in marketing, and that has created the one biggest bad habit that everyone has complained about today, which is paying the dues that are owed to people. To close, I'll give a simple exercise, and for those of you who would want to indulge me on this, I'll encourage you to take out your phone and go to the calculator app, please. And as you do that, I'll give some background. We see billboards in this country, and we know to get a billboard space, it costs about 120,000 a month to hire it out as a space. That includes the cost of printing the canvas and having the artwork there. Now, the highest paying advertising platform for print work that we call billboard is around 80,000 shillings in Kenya. 80,000 shillings includes your fee for coming to do the work and your usage fee for your image being used by that particular brand. Are we together? If you took out your calculators, let's do some mathematics. Because you're operating in Kenya, the model will be taxed 5% withholding tax, right? And then the agent, who is our version of the CMOs, will take again 20% of that money. So the model ends up with 60,000 shillings. Of these 60,000 shillings, 30,000 is the money they have earned for going to work. They woke up, they went, they auditioned, they were picked, they've come for rehearsals, and they've showed up for the shoot, they've done their part. The other 30,000 goes to the usage, what we would call the amount of money that's being paid for their image to be used to promote the brand. Now, this is the interesting part. We are now left with 30,000 shillings, and the license period is 24 months. This is 2 years. So divide 30,000 by 24 months. I want you to see it for yourselves. Now go further and divide the 1,200 by 30 days. 41 shillings is the amount of money a Kenyan model who is a performing artist earns per day to be on a billboard of the highest paying brand in this country. So when you're talking about problems that are facing the creative economy, we have not even touched the core of it. And this conversation cannot be unpacked in a hurry. So my suggestion is we look at what are the low-hanging fruits that we can quickly fix as we walk towards what Jesse and Amin talked about, forming the Creative Council, because we all need to domicile in one place for all these things to be looked up to. Number one, I propose that I read somewhere in the program, it said the deliberations will be written down and they'll be passed forward as resolutions. Expand the conversation. The creative economy is big. Over 15 sectors active in this country. Let us have conversations with all players, especially the ones who have money. Number two, the flash disc shows If you want to watch news in Kenya today as you sit in your house, across all our local channels, there is no channel that has a Kenyan local program before news. If I'm lying, raise up your hand. You will either see a show from the Philippines or from wherever they get them from. But this is prime time. On the flip side, you look at the tariff rate that they sell a minute of advertising space for that prime time. It is short of criminal, if you ask me, because the legislation is very clear that there has to be 40% local content. Within prime time, we don't have that recognition or that provision. What have media houses done in Kenya? They buy what I would like to call brand new second-hand shows, because when they bring it here, it's brand new, but in reality, it's second-hand. The painful part is that it's imported. If I leave Kenya today to go somewhere, I buy whatever piece of anything. At the airport, customs officials will ask me for import duty, excess duty, VAT. It totals to 26.3% of the value of what I bought. We live in an economy where we buy second-hand cars. If you import your car today, you will pay import duty. So how come media owners are importing TV shows for free? They're not paying any tax. It's sent as a link, they download it, and they air it. During the best time where you would be able to promote local shows for Kenyans. So look into that matter. And my proposal is very simple. Because they are private businesses, they can proceed as they wish. However, subject them to that tax.
Thank you.
And when you take that tax from them, take it to the vault that will fund the Creative Economy Council. One more point. You were patient with visual arts. You will be patient with me. And I promise it's the last one.
Okay.
Economic inclusion is what we are all seeking. We want to be included so that there is a trickle down to our pockets, right? But as we do that, there is another glaring problem that all our sectors are facing. Knowledge gap, technology gap, and a skills gap. How can we reflect on ensuring that when producer X retires, there are 10 more like him left in the market? When Rafton says, Nimehang boots, we have 50 other Raftons who are in this country. There is no deliberate effort as we speak today to ensure that the workforce within the creative economy is growing and is being made future ready. Thank you. That
Thank
would
you
be
so
my
much.
submission.
Thank you so much. Very, very serious issues there. But as we said earlier, let's have those thoughts written down so that they can be submitted and handed in for action. Madam Margarita, you have been very consistent.
Hello?
Yeah, it's
Is it
working.
working?
You have been very consistent, and especially in watching plays and writing about our creatives. What is it that we need to do that we might not have done to improve our situation?
Thank you so much. I want to be very brief. One of the things I think that, you talked about low-hanging fruit. Include in our national syllabus, return art as a subject. Art and music. The exclusion of art and music is crazy. I mean, how can a child appreciate a work of art on a wall? They've never seen it. They don't know the value of it. Music, I mean, of course, it's everywhere. But a variety of music. These should be the arts should be returned. So Mushimiwa, I'd like you to cross over to education and ask them to please reconsider their syllabus. We keep talking about this and that and the other, but the arts are really important. The other thing, I mean, this is where I have to conflict with my dear Naftal, that there's at some level, some place, things may be collapsing, but the visual arts are vibrant in Kenya. And talk about employment, it's fabulous. I mean, visual artists are countless. And I do something called the Kenya Arts Diary, which is full of artists, like I won't go into details, but they're available. They're from January to December 2023, the latest one that we've produced. But the point is that the artists are there. The appreciation is not. But I will say we had an art auction a week ago, maybe 2 weeks. Artists were making over 1 million shillings for one work of art. So there are audiences and there are artists. And these are Kenyan artists making almost 2 million. One of our guys made almost 2 million shillings, one work of art. So it also has to do with, you know, cross-fertilization of ideas. The other thing is, as Naftal brought out, a Kenyan National Gallery. It has been discussed since 1966, when the Vice President of Kenya, Joe Murumbi, brought it up in Parliament, and Parliament wasn't interested. Well, it's about time. It's in Zimbabwe, South Africa, Nigeria, and of course, UK, all over Europe and the States. A national gallery is such an important factor to cultivate appreciation. And I agree with the idea of every single county having a center for the arts, starting in Nairobi. I mean, we have the museum, but the museum is for paleontology, dead skeletons, really. It's dead skeletons. And then they say, oh, you have the Creativity Gallery. Excuse me, that's the National Museum for Anthropological, you know, whatever. Paleontology. Richard Leakey made it famous because he found bones and fossils. Well, artists are not bones and fossils. They may be bones, but they are ideas. And so, I mean, that's what I really like to say. I mean, Naftal has brought it up, and as you say, it will be documented, and you can see we need them to be supporting us at all levels in the festivals, even doing art residencies and making competitions where artists can be. We do this with the Kenya Arts Diary. We compete, and an artist gets one month at Kitengela Glass, learning about glass making and other aspects of the arts. So, I mean, there are endless things if there's that openness to really support the arts. So I appreciate your inviting us today.
Thank you, thank you. Finally, Virani, Kenya Actors Guild. Yes. There has been a lot of complaint that there's a disconnect between the actors, especially stage actors, and the audience. And that is why the theaters don't get full. But in the morning, we also heard that we also had the predicament of the TV actors, especially when their programs are put on rerun. So, is it grim and remains grim for the actor on stage and on TV, and what needs to be done?
Thank you for the question, Sapundo. As you know, you are the custodian of the theater, the biggest one, the National Theater. And you get to see this, you get to see these challenges on a day-to-day basis for a long period now. The actors fraternity, we have several aspects when it comes to, say, for example, the definition of the Actors Guild, first of all. The Actors Guild, in the way that it is defined, encompasses all the actors. That means the comedians, the stage actors. But over time, stage actors form their own guild. Comedians, I think you have your own association. I know Waudo is right here in this panel. And then we have the Voice Actors Guild, because those are actors too. So there has been a very natural process when it comes to every segment of actors finding their own space, and we're obviously not against that. We also on which I pointed out in the morning, that in meetings with Kekobo's board and CEO, we were told unequivocally that this particular dispensation of government will not accommodate any more rights. So we asked that to be put in the resolutions, in other artistic rights. And that will come across, as well to other art forms, whether it's the YouTubers who would obviously also fall as underperforming actors as well. We are underrepresented at PRISC, so we have no say in those AGMs, so democracy doesn't work in those kind of situations. There's also some slight corrections in your presentation, Ezekiel. We have Citizen TV, which does have local programming in prime time, and has for a long time, since Mr. Wachira Waruru went from KBC to Citizen. And we struggle with that because of the law. The way that contracts are performed in this country is that you as an actor, when you sign the contract, you sign away your entire image and rights. While this is not possible in the Western world. You can't sign away your entire rights. It's just not possible. But in this country, the judiciary goes by the contract. So when, for example, even in Skiza Tunes, sorry for taking you to music, when you submit to those CSPs or PSP, when they pay you your 1 million or what have you, you signed away everything. And then you get nothing. You signed away all your rights. It's written that way, and the law and the judges, judiciary sees it that way. In addition to that, even when an actor, for example, in Citizen, I'm just sorry that I'm quoting names, but they can come for me when they come for me. When an actor goes to get a piece of his action to put in his show reel, which is how you get more work in this business, 90% of the time they'll just tell you no. They'll say it's the property of the organization, in this case the media house or a production company. So it is extremely difficult, and there are so many more challenges, and I'll pick up from points that you all raised. I've had issues with actors who are at work and they can't come to forums like this, and they also they don't know how to engage with contracts and management meetings, so they do need managers. I think, Waudo, you brought that point, and we don't have many. I want to single out one of my colleagues who's doing an exceptional job. He's an actor. His name is Peter Kawa. He manages a very famous performer called Aziad Asenya, and he does an exemplary job, and now some other actors are starting to gravitate towards him. So that, we are talking challenges, but we also must talk successes. So we have people amongst us who are doing something, and there's results, right? So we need more of that, Waudo. We need more actors to be sensitized to the benefits of having that kind of management system. Because sometimes you talk to an actor, it tells you 3 or 4 of them in the last 2 weeks, I call them, they're on set. One is in Nanyuki, another one is in Isiolo. I say, I can't come to that meeting. Can you just go do what you do and then tell me what's happening? And that's such a crude way of working. So these are challenges that we need to iron out, but we need education, she brought it up, and sensitization. We are sitting here in these facilities, Mr. Pundo. We are meeting these actors. We are listening to their problems on a day-to-day basis, year on year, decade on decade now. And we have answers, but not enough of us are putting ourselves out there to form these solutions, whether it's on the government side or even on the organization side. And fundamentally, we've been seeking support for the associations, all of the associations who come here. These associations are run on subscriptions. Actors are members of these associations. I can assure you 98% do not pay. I'm the treasurer of the Kenya Actors Guild. You can take that as you can take a loan on that.
Maybe they don't pay because they don't get money.
True. Many of them don't. But many of them do. How? Because I see them on TV and I see them online or on Instagram. They're on set. So I'm nobody's fool. All these people are my friends, Mike. You all know that. So I'm not guessing what I'm saying. And I know they don't pay subscriptions because of a fallout here with one leader or another leader, what have you. So we struggle on so many levels on organization. We struggle on so many levels on facilitation, logistics, and all these things need to be sorted out one way or the other for us to move forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much. as he's mentioning that 30 seconds, we will only open the floor for
Yes.
3 questions.
Just 2 quick ones, which I think we can also call low-hanging fruit. One is Mheshimiwa KJ is not here, but he tabled something in Parliament about the CDF. CDF is very important because within it, he's championing that 10% be accorded to the creative economy. This is something that we need to applaud, we need to move, we need to lobby, we need to do everything to get that. The other low-hanging fruit is this Kenya Kwanza fund, which is called the Hustler Fund. I think we need to be selfish enough to ask Waziri to give us special preferential treatment. When Hustler Fund is being disbursed, the creative economy groupings be given a special preference treatment. Why am I saying that? Because when we go to the other side, ile national platform, they'll give priority to watu wanapeleka pikipiki, to watu wanajenga sijui manyumba nini, and they forget huyu msanii can't pay subscription because they can't enforce the idea into something that will be creating money hapa kwa stage. Then secondly, the other thing that also I urge Waziri, you see within his cabinet portfolio, there are some agencies that are doing very, very well. And I've looked at them keenly and I've known why they are doing very well. It's because whoever is heading them is an artist first. I'm talking about, for example, KFC. Why do the squabbles end all of a sudden? I'm talking about Dr. Otoyo at PPMC. Nowadays, it is fun to watch national events because you don't know what kind of music they're going to play. It's no longer the drab old music that you just listen to and the president is clapping. Nowadays, it's an event that you want to see each and every national holiday. You want to see, it's this time on craft nini, which song, which dance, which thing. And they're doing it very well. And it's because Otoyo himself is a musician. Look at the National Theatre, which was almost lying dead, like a sleeping giant. When they got an artist to manage it, Pundo here, people don't know that he's an artist. Ni msanii wa stage tu kama sisi. When he started managing it, he manages from an understanding point of view. He's been with us huko chini na akaipa nyingine. So I'm urging the CS, tutafutie watu wako na usanii kwa kidamu yao. They do what these guys, akina Otoyo, akina Pundo, and akina Wase are doing. Because it can be done.
Thank you. Yes, as we prepare for questions, I'll take
something very quick, very precise. Fashion designers, we sell our clothes online. We're all being told to sell online. If we sell internationally, even within the East African community, we're selling clothing. If someone tries it on, it doesn't fit, or they don't look like the model, they may want to return it. Currently, we're abandoning shipments because the duty is so high. Let me give an example. Shipment worth 35,000, the duty to get it back into Kenya was 26,000. So you abandon it. So whether you're selling a lot or a little, you have to abandon.
Similarly, there are no questions, so we are taking parting shots. Oh, there are. Ezekiel, can
it will be 38 seconds in record time. You can time me. I want to just articulate that for all our problems to be fixed, it is time to conduct an economic census of the creative economy. Design it in a way that we will know the true value. Maybe we are talking about things that don't have value. That we'll know the true value of all these subsectors and use data and science as the point that informs how we make it sustainable. The blessing we have in disguise, if you look at the executive order that was issued to reorganize the ministries and the State Department, when you come to State Department of Sports and the Arts, the sports functions are clearly defined and attached to certain agencies. Then there's a statement at the end there that says creative and performing arts. To some, it might be something bad, but I see a great opportunity there. Because it was not already defined, we can now work with the ministry to unpack it and define the functions that favor us and make us future-proof. So, Waziri, if you are willing to consult with all these guys to unpack that statement that said creative and performing arts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I would wish to take from those who have not spoken. Where's the person with the mic? One. Two. Can we start with one?
Okay.
No, there's two already here. This gentleman. Yes. Then we'll go to a lady. Yes. So yes.
All right. Thank you so much for the riveting conversations that we've had today. I wear very many hats. One is the gender hat, and I'm happy that we have gender representation and we're doing better. My name is Zuhura Odhiambo. The hat that I am wearing right now is for the Event Managers Association of Kenya. And it's just to let you know that we are the glue for the creative industry. We are the one that create the faces and the places for the creative industry. And it is us that also have enabled various creative and even local artists to earn every other day. If we are called by the corporate organizations to even help them, assume it's EABL, to be able to celebrate 100 years, you ideate the 100 years. From how the organization will be, from which MC you're using, to which model you're using, to which visual arts person you're using, to which artist you're going to use, to what documentary is going to be produced as well. And at the same time, to what experience is going to be there, whether it is cultural, the food that will be eaten, the drinks and the mixes that will be done. That means we carry everybody. So of course, the Event Managers Association of Kenya is out to ensure that we are growing the creative industry, and we are the face as well. Just one concert, we do a lot of concerts in country. And even the people that we bring in country to perform, the international artists, we have a lot of our artists as the curtain raisers. What are we doing? It just means that we are creating the monetization for the creative industry, and it's a high time that we looked at the industry differently. We've had various conversations, and we've had a lot of conversations that are happening. But it's a high time the creative industry decide to look at things differently. We've had conversations today about broadcasting. I've had experience to work in the broadcasting division for 12 years, and things are changing. In another 10 years, have we thought about the future generation and what they'll be thinking and what they want to see, what they want to watch, what they want to listen to, so that we start knowing how are we positioning ourselves into that. The access to finance. We've sat down with the Treasury, and now we know 7 banks have been given the Credit Guarantee Fund. Sat down to vie for the creative industry, including the event companies. But the one thing that we found in the industry is because a lot of us are informal. So when we can become formal, even just to access the Hustler Fund, under which association are you in? Because then it is so easy for somebody to guarantee from MOUs that are signed for you to access the fund to even do production for your film and all that. So there's a different way that we need to start thinking and not just keep maybe putting the blame game because there's money in the industry. The other better part is the data. And I like the way you talked about data, my normal 8 to 5 job. We do a lot of data analytics. We've seen even our best being showcased in New York Museum. We do not even know that that was stolen from Kenya. And do you know how much it is to access the museum? The Cradle of Mankind, the Turkana Boy, all these are in culture. Where have we been able to look at that? The Kikoi, the Masai Shuka, where are we with that and the IPs? So it's a high time that we started knowing, and it's key that we need knowledge in this industry, and we're looking at various people to actually work with us around that to enable us take the creative industry to the next level. As I mentioned, last year, the creative industry was the best that was mentioned by UNCTAD to be the industry that will change this whole world. We can build it, we can do it. Let us structure ourselves and be ready to work, and we are happy with our CS, Ababu Namwamba, the work that he is doing, the support he has for the industry, and we can go far when we can engage some of these things. We are out here as EMAC to work with you and grow you. Thank you.
Yes, number 2.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Mbi Kavindu. I'm an artist by the stage name Influx, and I'm teaching at JKUAT currently. But I'm here as an artist. I want to throw maybe a question to Waundo. Where do you see our industry if we embraced industry collaborations? Music, collaborating with filmmakers, collaborating with fashion. Where do you see our industry? Maybe in the next 5 years. Secondly, you're aware that there's a review of the curriculum that we are supposed to have in Kenya. Where are we as the creative sector, the arts sector? In the next 2 years, we'll have senior secondary as per the recommendations of the task force. Will we at that point start running? Where is the content? Can the ministry involve us in creating this content? Because we are the ones who have been in the industry, and maybe we understand the market. So who is the industry, who is the ministry working with on this very important aspect? And finally, whoever is taking the minutes should remember that we were here again in 2013. We were here in 2016. This time round, there must be impact, there must be action, there must be reason for us to be here up to this point. So whoever is taking the minutes, kindly let this be the final industry summit so that we can move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Finally from her. Take her the mic.
Good evening. Okay, my name is Eunice Mukai, and I'm an artist. And I can call myself films. We don't know the gates to get there because some things in Kenya are very much complicated. And I wanted to react from the morning, mpaka saa hii. But since I have the microphone, can I say thank you to the CS? Because aliona ni vizuri akuja tusikize. Because we artists, we are the problems of ourselves. Because it is the same artists, we belong to the cartels, which go against the artists. How? Like today, we are here in National Theatre. But you find that the way the information is being taken to the artists, it is who do you know, who is inviting you to the public participation. And from the back of my mind, I think public participation should be shared to each and every artist. If it is about art, why are you doing it under the carpet? It should be an open forum. Because like today, we are here talking about artists. Like CS said, kama mbaya, mbaya. And I can say he said that in the morning. Tulinyima kuingia kwa gate. And I said kama mbaya, mbaya. And I meant that because I'm an artist. And I have grievances to hear. But who do I hear these grievances to? If we are being selected from a few to come and hear your grievances. So I think to Bwana CS and to the government of Kenya, if at all we want our music and art to go far in this country, why can't we be friends? Why can't we unite? Because there is a designer who said, we are all dressed here. And their issues are not addressed. They are not taken as an artist. But they are artists. And I also feel I can be a good designer. I love modeling, even though I do model. I don't do model. But that is also art. I've seen young girls and young boys doing this TikTok thing. Who is representing them? if when you call for public participation, you just call who is who. It is not getting to. I think I'm getting understood.
Yeah, point
Alafu,
made.
there is this statement of when you are mevuma, it is like who is who in the society. They are being called to air our grievances, yet they don't know our grievances. Because like in Skiza, well, let me talk about Skiza, because I'm an artist. There were times I used to get some good amount of money. I don't know where it went, because I still do music, and unapata unatumua 400. What is that with this economy? So I think we are lacking the goodwill as artists. Why can't we be true to ourselves? We are lying to our hearts. Because today you are high, but remember, age also matters. There is Mzee who talked here. There was a time he was 20 years. He had a very nice voice. But what of today? He is supposed to be earning from what he did years back. So not unless we be true to ourselves as artists, not unless we unite. You know, there is, let me talk about Kekobo. And I'm sorry. Okay, kidogo to
Our
1
time
minute.
is fast spent,
Kindly, 1
and we
minute.
have over dealt with the
Okay, 1 minute.
music and Kikobo.
Ningekuwa nimemaliza. 1 minute, kindly. Iko hivi. I hear that our license, the CMO license wanalipa 5 million kupewa license. Na wanapewa license within 2 minutes imeenda. Na warudishwe the 5 million. So to me, we want to be educated. What happens within Kikobo and the CMOs? What happens there? We don't understand. Na hakuna haja ya kulia bure. I can see the Kikobo leader pale anasema tu, nitasema hivyo because I know that. Hiyo ndio najua na ni ukweli, tuseme ukweli. Na si vizuri mnasema about the virtual AGMs ziko kwa katiba, and we do them. There are also disciplinary committees in our CMOs. Ukifanya madharau unadiscipliniwa. So huwezi kuja kulilia CS ati tunafanyiwa and you are the one who is abusing the party.
Thank you, thank you.
So,
We
kindly
are not
CS.
going to open that.
Okay.
Let's make progress. And again, I'm informed because of time, ladies and gentlemen, we have overshot our time for this space. With due respect, Bwana Mniafu, tafadhali, no, Bwana Mniafu, tafadhali, with due respect, just have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we also need to respect other artists. No, please, tafadhali, just sit. I'm informed that we may not have enough time for this. No, I want
Can
to hand
we
over
have
to
order,
the moderator.
please?
Because we have far short our time.
Please.
We also have a client who needs to use the space, ladies and gentlemen. And as part of good corporate relations, it's not good to be insensitive to other clients and partners. Thank you.
Can I please humbly ask that we now stay still? We are concluding, and this conclusion is very important. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa, naomba tusite hayo mengine. May I please humbly request the panel to take their leave as my brother Katel. Sema kitu.
Oya. Naona ramba tada ni samba tafi, si ndio? Kwa wale waelewi inamaanisha rada ni safi, si ndio? Mambo iko chonjo, mambo iko sawa, si ndio? Kukiendelea hivi tutaomoka. Kama mambo itafuatiliwa yenye tumesema leo watu wamebonga, tumesikizana, washikadau wamekuwa area 2023 tutakuwa na maziwa, si ndio? Hautakuwa ati unaenda kwa hoteli ati unakopa China unacheza ngoma yako hasa hapo, si ndio? Mambo itakuwa rada safi. So mimi nataka kwanza ni invite hapa hivi teke mbaya, ni invite Chief Corporate Affairs wa Safaricom ako hapa hivi nditini na sisi. Kwa wenye wanielewi bana, mta have to cooperate kidogo, mnaweza translate. Wanaona kuna watu kama mimi huku hivi ndani. Haya, sawa, acha ni invite Chief Corporate Affairs wa Safaricom. Nisaidieni kuinvite Stephen Kiptines. Mpigeni makofi poa.
To
and gentlemen. My name is Stephen Kiptines. I was going to read an official speech on behalf of my CEO. A lot has been said here today. Notes have been taken. I won't add much more to what has been said. The concerns have been taken on board, especially as far as Safaricom is concerned. But I'd like to make two things clear. We're pressed for time, so I'll just say two things. For the artists to get, we're going back to music, but that's what Skiza Tunes is. For the artists to get their money directly from Safaricom, there's a whole process that would have to go into. But it is the CSPs that you as artists send to us. So we only deal with them because you send them to us. If you want to do it independently, then you have to congregate yourselves, get an organization that comes to engage with us. But because you sent them to us, we are limited by contract in dealing with them. But I will also confirm to you, the money that is supposed to go to artists that is collected from Skiza Tunes, not a single shilling is kept by Safaricom. It's all given to the CSPs. And I did hear one of you say, that's where the problem is, because then it doesn't go on to the level of where it gets to the artists. Safaricom, my second and last point, has undertaken roadshows. Some of you are very well aware, countrywide, where we have engaged artists and done free legal clinics to let you know about what your rights are. In fact, we've gone as far as drafting contracts. My friend Edward Sige will confirm that we prepared draft contracts that we gave to Kekobo saying perhaps they can be used for artists in their contracts with the third parties, CSPs. I'm glad that the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Sports and the Arts said that there will be state counsel from the Attorneys General who will be offering free legal advice. So I just wanted to clarify that Safaricom is very much and has continued in compliance with the law to ensure that all the money that is due to artists is paid to your representatives, the CSPs. And we are happy to have any other arrangement that facilitates payments directly to you. But thank you to Kekobo for facilitating this forum here this morning. It's been a lot of learnings. I can assure you that I've taken a lot of notes for purposes of sharing with the team at Safaricom, and we have 2 people who are dedicated solely to Skiza Tunes, to making sure that artists get the right advice and they get their due returns. Thank you very much.
Haya. Naweza kuona uniongezee fuliza limit. Haya, nataka kuinvite my fellow MC hapa, Mr. Juma Odemba, akuja tusomee resolutions. Mr. Juma, karibu sana. Tusomee resolutions.
Fuliza limit is not going anywhere in the next few. Can you hear me, guys? I need to do a little reading. Aya, tafadhali jitayarishe. We are about to read the resolutions of the National Creative Summit. Before I read them, I just want to inform you that some of these resolutions, because we have done this for the whole day, some of them are still being put together. Some of them are being prepared even for the parliamentary committee, and some of them have to go through due process. However, these are the ones we have so far agreed on in terms of resolutions. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now read. We, the stakeholders of the Kenya's creative industry, convened at the Kenya National Theatre, Nairobi on 28th of November 2022 to discuss matters concerning the creative economy and resolved as follows. 1. On the management of collective management organizations, that is CMOs. A. That the Kenya Copyright Board will only issue operating licenses to collective management organizations that comply with the Copyright Act number 12 of 2001 and reviewed in the year 2022. B, that the issuance of an operating license to CMOs be on a competitive basis in line with the international best practice. C, that the CMOs shall strictly adhere to the principles of corporate governance as set out in the Companies Act number 17 of 2015. D, that the Copyright Act be amended in order to allow for audits by an independent firm once in every 2 years. E, that an automated system for the collection and distribution of royalties be established. F, that the management of CMOs be restructured in order to reduce the cost of royalty collection. And G, that in instances where CMOs fail to obtain licenses, the government shall take executive action to prevent any lacuna in royalty collection and distribution. 2, on addressing historical systematic fraud. A, that all individuals and institutions that oversee the loss of funds received from foreign CMOs, such as PRS, London, Google, Orchards, Africha, Capasso, and any other platforms on behalf of artists be held liable for the losses incurred. And B, that all staff and board of directors of CMOs that oversaw the loss of funds, mismanagement, and misuse of funds and assets be held liable. 3, on efficient royalty collection. A, that the Communication Authority, National Transport and Safety Authority, and county governments will assist in easing the collection of royalties. 4, on fair pay for music exploitation. That A, that government, to ensure the implementation of Section 30C of Copyright Amendment Act of 2022, which provides that the sharing of revenue will be as follows. 1, premium rate service provider shall be entitled to 8.5%. 2, telecommunication operator will be at 39.5%. And 3, the artist or owner of the copyright shall be entitled to no less than 52% of the revenue. And additionally, the telecommunication operator is expected to remit directly to the artist or the owner of the copyright of the ringback tone net revenue share allocated to them. B, that the Communications Authority will ensure that media houses comply with the music policy. C, that the ministry develops a policy to support local e-commerce and streaming platforms. And D, that the government will review the pricing, standards, and business models of all online platforms operating in Kenya. Number 5, on transparency in the management of all the monies due to artists. A, that the Communications Authority directs media and broadcast organizations to share the log sheets of music played with the CMO on a regular basis. B, that the telecommunication companies and other platforms provide digital access to statements for usage and income received. C, that Telkom Kenya and Airtel Kenya Limited account for monies to right holders for use of music as ringback tones. And that D, that the Kenya Copyright Board undertake a national process of recording music rights in the National Rights Registry. Number 6, on compliance by businesses. A, that the Communication Authority of Kenya and the National Transport and Safety Authority facilitate the collection of royalties before issuing licenses to media stations and public service vehicles. And B, that businesses associations shall offer support in royalty collection. Number 7, on collection of ringback tones. A, that individual right holders shall continue managing their content subject to inclusion of all participants and claimants subject to observance of the statutory tariff. And B, that the Communications Authority will review existing telco and content service provider agreements to ensure fairness. Number 8, on the overall creative industry. A, that the ministry develops the Talanta Hela digital program, a digital talent identification, development, and placement platform which will target potential talent in the sports and creative sectors across the country. B, that the ministry establishes a National Arts Excellence Awards, which is referred to with the acronym NAEA scheme, as a tool to incentivize Kenyan creatives. C, that the ministry develops and implements sound policies and legislative frameworks to mainstream the creative economy. And D, that the ministry establish a national art gallery which will be used to display and promote Kenya's finest art pieces. And that E, the ministry conducts an awareness campaign on intellectual properties rights. This is issued in Nairobi on this day, November 2022. And ladies and gentlemen, there will be an appendage of signatures of our CS, the Executive Director of Kenya Copyright Board, and the Chief Executive Officer of Music Copyright Society. Those, ladies and gentlemen, are the resolutions. Thank you.
PPMC production.
Walan. Ramba tada ni samba tafi. Bana Jo. Wacha sahi nataka bana Jo to invite CS wetu. Tafadhali tukumkaribishe kwa makofi mzuri anapoingia. Help me welcome the CS, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Sports and the Arts, His Excellency Ababu Namwamba. Karibu. Karibu.
Kama kawa imewaka tena sana, wagenge wote wanajivunia Kenya yetu, bado tunaaminia
Kenya ni namba moja, tena tunaongoza, wengine wanafuata. Mola ametulinda tuwe mara kama simba, kila kitu guda guda, au sio? Ndio manake
Amina jivunia kuwa Mkenya, tuna mengi na zote nazipenda. Uwe kijana ama mama mboga, ni nani atazidi kuijenga?
Hello. Hello. Let's be seated. I want to say thank you very much, Juma, and the entire team, Waziri. As I promised in the morning, I'll be your ally. I've sat, I've listened, and for the first time, I can give recommendations of what we need to do. I want to thank the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Wetangula, my chair at Sports, for sending us rapporteurs from Parliament. As I promised in the morning, this deliberation will not end here. It will go far. There are a couple of things which you have picked, and I believe we'll be sharing with the ministry. First, to deal with policy. Secondly, to deal with regulation. thirdly, to deal with legislation, fourth, to deal with management, fifth, to deal with reorganization and restructuring of some of the things I've had. And I want to believe that this meeting will take a totally different direction. And I hear you have been here in 2013, you have been here in 2016, but I want to promise this is 2022, a new era in Kenya. We'll work closely with the minister, Honorable Namwamba Namjua, and I can assure you we'll deliver a totally different platform for this sector. There are many challenges I've had, and there are many solutions which I don't want to give here. Once we go back to Parliament, I'll tell you the process. We are going to prepare a report, including all the resolution, Juma, and I will personally table that report in Parliament on behalf of the committee, so that the Senator Wetangula, the Speaker of the National Assembly, can liaise with Ababu and forward that report to the relevant committee of Parliament so that we can have a very clear, structured resolution. It's not easy. Jesse, I was telling him it will take us close to about 3 to 4 months. So I want to promise you before probably we go for Easter, we have something whereby artists in this country wanaweza jivunia. We have to be patient. Legislation is not easy. For those who have been there for 10 years, we know you can be really frustrated with some of the processes. But we are equal to the task and we'll be able to make sure that we perform this. Waziri, I've been here the whole day. I'll just want to tell you there are things which are very clear to me. First and foremost, we must separate blame game and looking at other people as if they are impenitent to ourselves for entitlement. It is your right to get what is yours. There is no option. 2, Waziri, my suggestion is that I've heard a lot about CMOs. In the morning when I was coming, I didn't know what was a CMO, but now I can define it. And I want to pick from legislative point of view. If you guys want to go far, you need to think outside the box, as I said in the morning, and probably collapse the entire 3 CMOs to 1 CMO with 9 directors and 1 CEO. We are not looking back, because at the end of the day, this country must rule by the rule of law and the guidance and policy. And we have a mwongozo. Secondly, artists, you need to come out of your comfort zone. There is a task force going on regarding education in the country. I've heard in this stage, you want education to be brought on board, you want the syllabus to be brought on board. Please, I get Honorable Namwamba, and I know in government you can be able to provide platform for a few of you to meet the task force which is reviewing the CBC and give suggestion to this, because I know they will still, some of those things will have to come to Parliament. I'll see, and I can assure you as the Sports, Arts and Youth Affairs Committee will be your champion. We also need to look at how do we structure our organizations. And we structure our organization in a manner whereby you don't want to have one person making all the decision without consulting the stakeholders. It is in the Constitution. Public participation and stakeholders must be respected. And I believe from where I'm seated, Babu, what we need to do is what we did to the Foreign Affairs when I was with you at Foreign Committee. we might be forced to collapse some of the legislation in this sector and come up with one single legislation called the National Creative Bill, which will carry everybody on board and create clear cadres whereby we need to. As we sit here, where are our photographers? They are here, but where are they domiciled? At the Media Council? Where? And you need them. Yes, you need them. So there, I will be honest, Waziri, and I'm ready to work with you on this talk, because me, kianza kitu, any new parliament, this is my, been elected 4th terms in 3rd year. When I begin anything in my new parliament, I make sure that we go to the end. I will work with you to this to make sure that we deliver a new totally different. Last but not least, which we need to look at seriously is, if you want any function to perform, you must do a very serious analysis of the finance behind it. And I think the second last panel did a very beautiful job to show us how much money are we looking ahead to tap to this country. We are here, pesa mfukoni, shida kando. Kwa hivyo, we need to focus on how to deal with piracy. And Waziri, I'm very clear in my mind. We can't deal with piracy when we are laughing with the pirates. We must be very firm. And people, heads must roll. And people must be ready to face the music. With that, we'll protect all the panels we have had today of arts, visual art, the fashion, the actors, and whatever, so that we can make sure that this industry can generate revenue for the growth of this nation and employ extra Kenyans. And that's the business we have and conversation we need to look forward for. So, with those few remarks, I want to assure you, we are going to work tirelessly. I just want to ask the clerks from Parliament to stand so that you can know we are serious and we are here. That's our sister. She's part of the clerks who are assigned to the Sports, Youth Affairs and Arts Committee. And I know she's very able. She will be able to put up a report which we will share with the minister and the teams, Juma, before the report is tabled. Once we table the report, there are things I want you guys to do. We'll invite different stakeholders for a meeting with this committee, so that if there is anything we need to do legislation, we will not be stopped at a point whereby we'll be told we are not done public participation. But the biggest public participation, we have done it today. I will run away with it. The rest will be a matter of trying to sieve any grayling hairs and move forward. Last but not least, Waziri, the challenge is very clear. We have work to do. We need to engage the Media Council. They cannot afford to miss this kind of event. We know they are in their own private business, but they also operate within the laws of Kenya. And nobody is above the law. We need to have an engagement before we engage the other gears to bring them on board. I like what Safaricom has said, and we need to engage Safaricom. And if the artist you feel is right to get your money direct, whatever process is done, let's fast track it through the ministry to make sure that you get your money right and we get away with the cartels. Get away with the cartels and you get your money. And last but not least, I wish you all the best. I know it has been a long day, but it is not in vain. And I believe that we have an able minister who will be able to take the challenge by his own. And I can assure you, in consultation with the committees, with the committee, There are things which you'll not see very soon. We'll deal with them precisely because we need to move forward and create jobs. It is the business of the day for all of us as leaders to make sure that we create jobs, we create employment, and we make sure that we move forward. So I want to wish you all the best, and probably when we'll be having the second summit, let me call this the first summit, under new leadership. When we'll be having the second summit, Waziri, we'll have something to give to these people. We'll have a proper structure of how we want to do. And I want to believe that we'll be able to do so. God bless you. God bless the art industry. I was here courtesy of Parliament, representing our chair, who I said in the morning is battling his petition. But you have an ally in the committee, myself. That one, you can take it to the bank, and I know will. And you are lucky. Ababu, I have only one committee to serve this time round. I have only this committee of sports and whatever, so I'll have enough time. The only thing is that I have a very big challenge to amend the constitution to make sure that we entrench CDF in the constitution, we entrench GAF, we entrench Senate Oversight Fund, and we are also creating something which have had severally been mentioned here, the Stimulus and Economic Empowerment Fund in the constitution. It will be our right as Kenyans, so that we don't want to rely on pronunciations from all corners. We want to be structured people. God bless you, God bless Kenya, God bless the art in this country. So let me allow Sigei to take over from there. Thank you.
Waziri na wasanii, pia mbunge wetu, tunashukuru. Yangu ni machache. I think tumekaa masaa 12. I think tumechoka, lakini tumeona matunda ya kazi yetu. Yangu ni kuwashukuru wasanii kwa kuwa na subira na pia kuchangia kwenye mjadala. Kila mwaka tunaona wasanii wanajitenga mambo yao yanapozungumziwa, lakini leo mmekuwa katikati. Nafikiri tumeandika vizuri na tutatoa ripoti ambayo hata nyinyi mtaona ile mazungumzo ambayo mmetoa ama vile industry itaendelea, itakuwa kwenye ripoti yenu, itakuwa true report. Na nashukuru pia Mheshimiwa Mule kwa kuchukua muda. Si mara nyingi unapata mbunge anachukua wakati wake. Kwa niaba ya kamiti ambayo wengine hawako hapa, kuchangia na kusikiliza. Wakati tulikuwa tunapata lunch, nilisikiliza vile kwa akili yake amepanga kuyafanya. Nafikiri tunakutegemea na timu yako. Ya mwisho ni waziri, tunashukuru. Imekuwa muda mrefu watu wa usanii wenye sanaa kusikilizwa vizuri kama leo. Ubaya, muda umekuwa mchache. Najua kuna maneno mengi ambayo pengine hajasemwa, na tumetoa pia ile tuna changamoto tumesema karibu yote, na kuna maneno ambayo ni machungu ambayo yametamkwa kwa ofisi yangu, kwa CMO, hata kwa wasanii wenyewe tupiana lawama. Lakini nafikiri mwisho tumepata mwelekeo. Nashukuru kwa muda wenu, subira yenu. Mara nyingine nimekuwa nikifanya training, nafika saa 4 wasanii wameondoka. Wameniuliza tunalipwa leo. Hata nashindwa ni wasanii wa aina gani wako hapa. Leo imekuwa surprise. Waziri, I think na ningependa muendelee hivi. Karibu ni graduate kwa mwanasiasa, niongee kama Mheshimiwa Mule hapa. Waziri, karibu ufunge mkutano.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am really happy today because this forum has given me insights into this industry that I did not have before. And I want to thank everybody who really has spared the time to be here. I'm really grateful to my good brother, Honorable Mule here, for spending the whole day with us. I've been in this parliament for 10 years, and I know what it means for a member of parliament to dedicate his whole day to sit, to listen, and to be part of the conversation. So, Mheshimiwa, I want you to know that we don't take that for granted. And please convey our gratitude to the committee back in the House, and with the message that we are looking forward to working with you very closely to progress the conversation that we have had today. I heard it mentioned here that you have sat in this ukumbi before, and you have had conversations of this nature. But I want to tell you that this is a different one for several reasons. One, this is institutional. I believe conversations you have had previously have been built around personalities. This is different. This is not a conversation that you're going to say belonged to this personality or that personality. This is a conversation that is institutional. It is owned fully by institutions of government, the ministry, Kekobo. It is owned by agencies that are part of this journey, Safaricom, the CMOs, everybody's part of this, and yourselves, so it's different. And most importantly, there's a new sheriff in town. When there's a new sheriff in town, there's a new order of things. So there's a new way of doing things. This sheriff is definitely going to do things differently. I want to assure you that there are some low-hanging fruits that we can pluck straight away. We do not need to wait for any piece of legislation, for instance, to make sure that the Sports, Arts and Social Development Fund, which today allocates only 5% to arts, is reconfigured to give more attention to the arts. We don't need any, that is something we can do, and that is something we are going to do. We don't need to wait for any piece of legislation or any policy paper to launch our version of the Grammy Awards so that we can honor and appreciate our artists better. That is something we can do and something we should be able to do right away. I definitely believe we do not need to wait for legislation or policy change to launch our Talanta Hela program, which will be a platform that can help us to identify talent, to grow talent, and market talent. We do not need to wait for any magic from anywhere to become more transparent, to become more accountable. We don't need. I think the CMOs that have been part of this conversation know that they don't need any law to reduce the percentage of what they collect and spend on logistical and running expenses compared to what they remit to the artists. That is an administrative thing that can be done like this. So there are certain low-hanging fruits that I believe we can start running with immediately. I don't think we need to wait for anything to make it very clear that local content should be given priority in our media outlets. That we talk about this all the time. I don't think this is something we need to wait for any longer. I don't think we need to wait too long to ask the Communications Authority, the Matatu Owners Association, the county governments, especially in the major towns like Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, Kisumu, to twin licensing and collection of royalties. That is something that we can do administratively. What I'm saying is that immediately from this conversation, immediately from this summit, there are certain things we can start rolling out immediately. And we are going to put together a process that can enable us to start rolling out some of these things without any delay. We will therefore wait for this report, and then from that report we are going to isolate actions that we can run with immediately, and actions that will require legislation and policy. All those issues put together are going to constitute a cabinet memo that I'll present to cabinet for information and for action, so that cabinet will be aware of the progress we have made in this conversation, but cabinet will also be aware of the legislative and policy changes that are required and that we are going to do together with Parliament. I know that there are some big issues that have been discussed here. MCGC, for instance, you have reminded us of the conversation around the Creative Economy Council. That is a matter that requires a major policy shift, and definitely it requires a legislative anchor. That is something which we are going to include in our cabinet memo, so that cabinet can have an opportunity to look at, and then Parliament will also have a chance to deliberate on it, and then we see how we can progress it. Please have some faith. Have some faith that things can get better, because I'm determined to make things better. I have come into a ministry which is a hodgepodge of so many things. This ministry has young people and 1 million issues that need to be sorted in the State Department of Youth. This ministry has sports. I was running off earlier in the day to go to announce to Kenyans that FIFA has lifted the ban that has been on this country for the last 1 year. And this is among the heavy burdens I inherited in this ministry. And I gave my commitment that we were going to resolve this matter in the shortest time possible. We have talked and talked and talked. I had to travel to Doha last week to meet face-to-face with President of FIFA, Gianni Infantino, and his team, for us to have an understanding and an agreement to have this done. I was handling a crisis with rugby people. I'm handling a crisis with doping in athletics. Tomorrow there's a meeting of World Athletics where Kenya is listed as an agenda for being banned for doping. So there are 1,000,001 balls in the air. I could easily relegate the creative industry to the back burner, but I have deliberately said I'm not going to do that. So that as we juggle the balls of football and rugby and athletics and youth unemployment and all that kind of stuff, I am determined to maintain the creative sector as a top priority in the work of this ministry. So please feel comfortable that you now have a home. You have a home for the very first time ever. You've never had the word art as part of any ministry of government since independence. This is the first time that you have a ministry architectured deliberately to provide space for this industry. And the way we are going to do it is that we are going to have a whole department. I have already talked to the Public Service Commission to have a whole department fully staffed with officers whose only business when they wake up to come to the office at 8 until 5 p.m., 5 days a week, throughout the year, will be to service the art sector. And so you're going to have officers that you can talk to. When I came to this ministry, I was told that since time immemorial, government only assigned 3 people called art officers. Out of those 3, 2 disappeared into thin air, and 1 remained hanging somewhere unsure and unaware of what they were supposed to be doing within government. But we are curing that. We have told the Public Service Commission that we are going to have a whole department populated by officers, and we are going to advertise these positions. So we are going to be recruiting some of you into these positions, okay? People whose business will be to help us to progress some of the brilliant ideas that you have put forth today. I assure you that this is not the end of this conversation. It is only but the beginning. We'll continue to consult together. I particularly want to work with you on my pet project, our legacy project, the Talanta Hela project. Because if we pull it off, if we pull off the Talanta Hela project, we will completely revolutionize the space of talent, sporting, development, and marketing in this country in a big way, and monetizing talent and commercializing talent and turning the talent space into a major economic driver. I believe it can be done. Actually, we will do it together. So asanteni sana. Niko na marafiki hapa nimeita who have been listening to us. China has a new cultural counselor who is responsible for cultural diplomacy. And please, come, let me introduce you. This lady is going to be responsible for cultural relations between Kenya and China. And I have every intention of making China a big partner of the creative space. Yes. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. You're welcome. Welcome to Nairobi. And so one of the things that people have lied to you, people have told you that it's not possible to bring partners into this space. People have told you it's not possible to bring sponsors and money into this space. There's a lot of money out there. We want to bring money into this space. We want to open up space. I don't understand, and there's no reason why you cannot go to perform in China. There's no reason why you cannot go to perform, take your performances across the world. There's absolutely no reason. Absolutely no reason. And we are going to do it with you. But that lady, please remind me your name. The lady in blue. You. Eunice Mukai. Eunice said, you artists, you are enemies of yourselves. You are enemies of yourselves. Please stop being enemies of yourselves. Stop undermining each other. Stop undermining yourselves. Stop being recruited to fight petty wars that do not serve your interests. Sasa mtu analipa wewe vipeni vidogo vidogo. Kwanza mtu anakuibia mamilioni, alafu anakupelipa mapeni, alafu anakutuma kufanya nyefu nyefu ambayo haikusaidii. Useless. Bure kabisa. Bure. Please be serious. We said here in the morning, not everybody can be an artist. Being an artist is not a joke. It's not a joke. So we have to respect your talent. But for us to respect you, you have to respect yourselves first. And someone who pays you money to misbehave really disrespects you. That person has got zero respect for you. Ata nakutumia vipesa vidogo vidogo, anakutuma enda upige kelele pale, enda uandamine yule pale. That fellow has no respect for you. Kwanza yeye mwenyewe hata hajiheshimu. Yes, because if you respect yourself and you respect people, you don't pay them to undermine things that are useful. So first of all, you artists, me, I want to work with you, but please get serious. Please be serious. If we want to make change, change is not easy, by the way. Change is painful. Change is painful. And so we are going to all have to make a price. We are going to have to make a sacrifice to make positive change. And me, if I have your mandate, I will wield the big stick and we will wield the big broom so that we can sweep this room clean, because this room is dirty. This room is dirty. Just the way we are cleaning up sports, okay? Today I was telling the Kenya Rugby Union, how do you send players to Dubai without any money in their pockets? Where are they going to sleep? What are they going to eat? So they said, you give us some money, we send them. I told them, no, I will provide money for them, but I will send that money to the players direct. I'll not give it to you. Because if I give it to you, hata haitafika Dubai, itaishia hapa Nairobi. Actually, I might give you the money, and it is you who will go to Dubai, then the money will remain in Nairobi. And that's the same thing that happens in this industry. Money comes, and it doesn't reach the target. So please let us get serious together. I want to finish by assuring the creative space that our conversation is about everybody. It is all-encompassing. So if there was any impression that other forms of the creative industry are not included, this actually is all-encompassing. We are talking music. Music took a little bit more space because perhaps it has been the most problematic. It has had the biggest challenges. So we spent a little bit more time on that. But we want to talk the whole creative space. We want to talk fine art, visual art. We want to talk theater. We want to talk ile yako MCJ ni gani? Comedy. We want to talk film. Kwanza film, we want to talk film in a big way. I have met some people, Victor, I met some people in Abidjan, and we are talking big things about film. We want to do certain things with on the big film stage, okay? I want you to come here and tell us about partnerships between Nairobi and LA, okay? Let's talk big, okay? In fact, you and us should agree that we are not going to do anything small. We are going to do big things. Me, I don't like doing small. I like doing it big, and so we are going to do big things together. Asanteni sana. Let us keep this conversation going from fine artists to fashion. Fashion is key, and we are going to be talking fashion. Margarita, thank you so much, my dear. Thank you so much for being here. And we want minds like yours to keep inspiring the younger generation that are coming in your footsteps so that we can all move together. I really appreciate everybody who has come here. And take it from me, this is only the beginning. Asanteni sana. God bless you all. God bless the creatives, and God bless our motherland, Kenya. Thank you very much.
Please remain seated. We want to have a very quick vote of thanks, and then we do a closing prayer. Thank you.
Good evening. I won't take much of your time. I'm from Kekobo, and on behalf of Kekobo, we just want to move a vote of thanks. First of all, to God for allowing us to be here. We want to thank Waziri. Thank you. Those who listen to him know that he's passionate about you. So please, wasanii, Waziri aliwasikia, Kekobo imewasikia. Sawa, mtulie. Munapangwa, si ndio? Yeah, we want to thank our MP, Honorable Mule, for being here until now, 8 p.m. Tuwapigie makofi, these guys they have done well. They are here until now. We want to thank all the CEOs of our sister and brother, let me be gender sensitive, and brother organizations who are here, KFC, KFCB, CA, KCC. Please, I won't mention your names, although you know I know you, right? Thank you for being here even until now. We want to thank the MC. MC alifanya job mzuri. Tumpigie makofi MC wawili. Ila tu hakutuimbia leo, but si alifanya job mzuri. Kabisa. Want to thank the artists. Niliona veterans, wengine nimewasikia tu, nimeona mpaka the ones who are young, all the artists, musicians, filmmakers, kila mtu. Asante sana for being here. Sawa. Mujipigie makofi, please. We want to thank our facilitators, our panelists. Thank you so much. You did a good job. Thank you for all the service providers. We had a good band here. We had people on the sound there. We had caterers. Simulikula something. Oh, and by the way, let me remind you, kuna chai nje. Najua mko mbio, lakini ukunywe kachai upate nguvu ya kufika nyumbani, si ndio? Yeah, so kila mtu, thank you for being here. Kekobo staff, you have outdone yourselves today. From CEO and everybody else in management, asante. Security, National Police Service, asante for being here. I want to mention PPMC, our director, Sikuoni. We love you. You are, you know, this one is our brother. I'm to support kabisa. Good job, good job, good job. Kila mtu ajipigie makofi for being here till 8 p.m. Sawa? Yeah. Kindly stand. You allow us to pray as we leave. And then, please, mkujwe chai, sawa? Yes. Let's believe and pray. Father in heaven, we are grateful. Grateful for a beautiful day that you've given us. Thank you for this first National Creative Summit, oh God, under the new dispensation. Thank you because nothing happens, oh God, without your knowledge. You planned this. You planned for us to have a new CS. You planned that this meeting would be here. We have seen your hand. You've been with us today, Lord. We are well. Nobody got sick. Nobody fainted. We ate. We talked. We grieved. We lamented. But at the end of the day, we found solutions. So, Father, we want to place the creative industry into your hands. We want to pray for wisdom. We want to pray for enablement, Lord, that even as we continue to have these conversations and the changes we need, that you will enable us, particularly praying for our CSO, Lord, who has made commitments to this industry for the things he's going to do. Would you enable him? Would you provide for him? Would you send him help, O King of Glory? Thank you for the journey we are going to take back home into our respective homes. We want to pray for safety as we go. We honor you and we worship you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Karibu chai, please.
Well done.
Masaguti, Kenyan boy.
PPMC Production.
Ni asubuhi kumepambazuka, naiona nuru. Kenya yetu inavyomeremeta, inanipa nguvu. Kwa Kenya tunachojua amani, ndo mila si tulizofunzwa. Upendo na kumtunza jirani, tunabudi kudumisha kwetu Kenya. Kenya, naifurahia Kenya, najivunia Kenya, ninakupenda Kenya. Kenya, naifurahia Kenya.